Hey everybody, I'm Joe from the F-Stops here, and welcome to the Introduction to Capture One. In this class, we are going to be examining Capture One from the beginning to the end of a process. We're going to be taking a look at how we organize images with Capture One, how we edit with Capture One, and how we export with Capture One. In other words, we're going to look at how you can use Capture One in order to manage your photographic life. Capture One is an incredibly powerful piece of software that is able to tether, it is able to manage all of your imagery, it is able to do exceptional editing, and it is able to export into other places, for instance, Adobe Photoshop, if you find that necessary, or simply export a variant that is ready to be used for whatever project you have. The F-Stops here is my company, and we do photo education in all different varieties. And specifically, when we are working, we use Capture One as the software that we use as reference and as example when doing other classes. We also teach classes on Capture One, which of course have led up to being able to do this complete and full class regarding Capture One. And we have partnered with Capture One in order to teach aspects of the software through Capture One to students of various retailers. This has been the professional workflow of the F-Stops here since it was founded in 2017. So I'm really excited to take you along with me as we explore what this software can do and why it can be the only primary software and the only significant software that you use for most of your photographic life. This class is oriented around starting with somebody who has not properly organized his or her photography, somebody who is porting over from a different software, or somebody trying to get organized and up to speed and up his or her game in photography. Eventually, we will be looking at some higher level and intermediate editing skills. But first, we're going to make sure that we have a good foundation. And so this class begins at beginner level, but will escalate into intermediate skills in editing, organizing, and exporting. I'm really glad to have you along here with me as we begin our journey into Capture One. So without any further ado, let's get into it. We're going to start right at the start, and that is to assume that we have no organization whatsoever. Eventually, we are going to be building and managing all of our images through a catalog. A catalog looks like this. This is my primary catalog. And we'll notice that it has quite a number of bits of organization inside of it where I am managing thousands of images. But at the beginning, you won't necessarily have this. If you have already started a catalog, that's great. You're going to want to double check throughout this particular lesson that the catalog is located where you want, that you do not have more than one, and that you understand that its location is in a place that you like but does not need to be connected to where you actually store your images. That's what we're covering as we create catalogs. And don't worry, if you're thinking about sessions, we'll cover those as well. I would like to point out here as we get started that you might be a professional who wants to work with sessions as part of a differentiated workflow, and that's fine. We'll cover that. But I would argue for many professionals and for all hobbyists and enthusiasts, a single catalog is better than using sessions. If you use catalogs, and I think most of us should, you want to have exactly one catalog. If you have any more or fewer than this number, exactly one, then you are making your workflow with catalogs and your organization of your images much harder than it needs to be. If you have not created a catalog, we're going to do so. If you have, just make sure you do not have more than one and you know where it's located as we go through these initial steps. But I'm going to go ahead and go to File, New Catalog. Now, if you are just opening up Capture One, it will prompt you to make a new catalog. And that's what we're going to do right now. With the new catalog, it gives us the option to name it, and we're going to call this the class catalog, and it defaults to putting the catalog inside of your pictures folder. Now, we will create templates later on in class, which may or may not be useful. I find them particularly useful in the times that I work with sessions. If you work with catalogs, this will not prove to be very useful, as we don't have multiple catalogs in order to utilize additional sessions. Anyway, I want to double check this, but I'm going to make this catalog inside of my pictures folder. I want to open it in a new window. I'm going to click OK. I say open a new window because if you have more than one catalog, and the only reason I do is because I am teaching, these will open up as individual ones. I'm going to close my original catalog. I don't need it. You will not have this problem because you are going to have only one catalog. Now let's pause for a second and actually see what it is that we've made. What I'm going to do is I am going to go and take a look at my pictures folder. You will notice inside of here that I have something that says class catalog. This is exactly what I have just made. Now, if you work with a PC, you're going to see an embedded folder structure. With a Mac, you get something that is called a package folder. We can right-click and show package contents. That will not be something you need to find if you're working with a PC. And here we have the actual file. It is called class catalog CO catalog DB. That's the actual file extension. Let me show you here. CO catalog DB. That stands for Capture One Catalog Database. Now, it doesn't have any images in it yet, but that's a little bit of a misnomer because remember, images are not inside of a catalog. So what actually is this thing that we have made? A catalog is a document, it is a file that indexes to or knows where the images on your computer physically are. It can find them, and it has the permission to move and work with them. Interestingly, the one thing it does not have permission to do is permanently edit or change your original file. Capture One is what is called a non-destructive editor, meaning it has no permission to actually change or alter your original image. This is going to be important at the end of class when we get to exporting variants, because we create new versions of images with the edits applied because we cannot edit the original file. Right now we have this database, and the DB is really the important part. It simply says I am indexing to or connecting to images. And right now this file is inside of my pictures folder. I have something here that says example images, and these are the images we're going to be importing. As I open this up, we're going to see a large selection of images there. Your images are going to be in all manner of places throughout your computer. I am going to make sure these images are actually connected to this catalog. If you've been playing around with Capture One and accidentally made multiple catalogs, we're actually going to import one catalog into another in order to consolidate them into one catalog. Now, let's come back into Capture One. Here I am in Capture One, and we have a catalog open. Let's go ahead and enter full screen. I'm going to hit Command or Control T to bring up my tools. We are able to do that in other ways that we will examine later on. I want to bring over here what's called the library tool. So let me show you what I was just really doing and working with. On the top left, we're going to see what are called the tool tabs, and these are differentiated. But I'm going to change mine back to look like the default workspace. Going from something that does not look like yours, click Default. And now I should get a workspace that looks pretty similar to the way that yours does, directly out of the box. And that is, we have some of these icons, only a few of them. I have something over here. This is the browser that's going to store pictures, and the images that I'm looking at will go here. Great. I want to come back to this library tool, which I could just click and drag out. And we're going to notice that this has the organization of images. Now, there aren't any images yet, but this is the key place where we will be looking at and working with images. In other words, organizing them. It is the library tool inside of the library tool tab. If I come to these three dots, I can actually go to icons and text, and it will say library. Now, if I come to those three dots, I could come to icons only and get rid of the text. For right now, we'll do icons and text. I need to bring images into Capture One. That is to say, allow my catalog to connect to or index to these images. There are a couple ways I can do this. Here at the top left, I could click on Import, which we will be doing in a moment. But first, I'm going to show you that if I come to File, I can import a catalog. If I have a previous Aperture, Capture One, or Lightroom catalog that I want to import, I can do so here and maintain the organization that I created with that previous software. If I've created sessions and I want to bring them into a catalog, I could do that. I could also import from the cloud. We're going to import individual images here by clicking on Import. Now, what am I importing? Right now it's saying, do you want to import images that are on a memory card? Let me show this to you. You'll notice I have a memory card connected to my machine. I've shot these images just earlier today in order to prepare for making class. When you go to import images, it assumes the images from the memory card that's connected to the machine are the ones you want to import, which is usually a safe assumption. But we actually don't. I want to bring in those images that I showed you from the example images folder. So I'm going to click on Import, and here I get options. On this left panel, I get a lot of options. I'm going to come here and I can hit Choose, and this allows me to pick any place connected to my machine where I can find images, access them, and import them. Import as a phrase tends to confuse people new to working with editing softwares, and Capture One in particular, because it makes it seem like the image has to move to somewhere, that Capture One needs to take it somewhere. But that's not true. Capture One just needs access to it. So I am going to find those images. So what I'm going to do is come to Pictures, Example Images, click on the root folder that has the images I want, and Review for Import. And now 56 images, those are the ones inside of that folder, are going to come up ready to be imported. They're called the example images because that's the name of the folder. There are 56 of them, as I can see right here. Now, let's take a look at some of these options. Include subfolders. If there were subfolders inside of the folder that I clicked on, in this case example images, I might or might not want to see those images and import them. This allows me to do so. Exclude duplicates is really important. Exclude duplicates guarantees that if there are images that are already inside of Capture One, this catalog specifically, I will not re-import them and thus duplicate them. We definitely want these two checked on by default. Now I get the question of where do they go? So this is where they come from. The next option is import to. So here we have the question of how we actually organize the images. So if I come here, I get some options. Add to catalog, copy into catalog, and then a physical location. So let's examine what each one of these things means. Add to catalog is what we are going to end up doing with these particular images. Add to catalog just means the images are already on my machine. They're not on a memory card, they're on the machine, and they are in a location that's exactly where I want. I don't want them to move. I want them right where they're at. That feels appropriate. Now, if I'm coming in from a memory card, I will be copying these images into the catalog or into a folder. And what's the difference? I'll show you when we import from the memory card. But this is a difference in where the image goes. Please note that the location of your images does not in any way need to be where your actual database is or your catalog file. So if the images are on your computer, we go to Add to Catalog. If the images are on a memory card, we copy into Catalog or copy into the folder. Now, copy to folder means that we choose a location and the images are copied there. Since these images are already on my machine, I'm going to add to catalog. Now you might wonder, if I have images that are on my machine, but I don't like where they are on my machine, what do? Well, we will be able to move them using Capture One. However, that is not something we do at the moment of importing. It's something we do later. We then get the option to be able to put these into what's called a collection. Now here's the thing, we haven't introduced collections yet, so I'm not going to worry about this yet. However, we may eventually want to add images to a collection once we have actually created collections. It's going to be a way of skipping over a step and speeding up our process, which is wonderful. At this moment, we're going to do recent imports only, and that's fine. Next, I have Group Overview. You're going to notice that I have groups. So here I have two images that are similar to each other, and they have been grouped together. We can tell that because it says 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. Here I have 10 images that are grouped together. If I disable grouping, we just see them like this. The purpose of enabling grouping is for the ability to filter the images later on. Now I want to talk about this in a little bit. I want to get into filtering, but right now I want to actually show you just getting up to speed and working initially. The thing I'll point out at the moment is that I can have more groups if they do not need to be as similar in order to be grouped together. But if I need their similarity to be higher, then I'm going to get more groups because the threshold to be grouped together is a higher standard. So remember, lower similarity requirements, you get fewer groups. Higher similarity requirements, you get more groups. This will be useful because we will eventually be able to sort through an individual group and decide to import or not import, and we can kind of cull through the images intra-group. So the way that you do this matters. I think being somewhere between 70 and 80% is a pretty good number for grouping. Next we have face focus settings. Now, this does not show up until we come to the individual picture viewer, which shows us images by grouping right here. So if I have an image, I could have a sequence of images there. And I could decide to limit to the face, or I like limit to eye. Limit to eye zooms in on the eye so I can double check focus before deciding to import the image. We're going to take a look at culling and grouping later on, but I wanted you to see that this is where this particular feature was. Filters allows me to filter the images that come in. For instance, if I shoot in RAW plus JPEG, but I only want to import the RAW files, I could come here and choose only import RAWs and leave a JPEG unchecked. If I have a filtering selection set up and I don't like it, I could always hit the X in the search bar to get rid of all filtering. If you back up your images to an external hard drive at the moment of importing them, this is how we do so. We could have another hard drive connected to our machine. We could click on Backup Enabled, and then we could select the folder where we're actually backing up the images. Just make sure that it is on a different hard drive than where the images are traditionally stored. Otherwise, you haven't really accomplished anything. Because my backup hard drive is a redundant RAID device, I do not have this selected, but it is a good option to have. Next, we're going to have naming, the ability to rename images. This uses something that is called the token system. Now, importantly, when you are adding to catalog, you cannot rename images upon importing. It doesn't work. So we do not have this option. I'm going to be teaching you the token system of naming later on, but it's a powerful way of automatically generating a name that is tailored to the image or folder or subfolder that we are currently looking at, which is really powerful. I don't want to rename these images because I have named them already from previous workflows. However, if I had just shot a picture of a family reunion, I might want to name the images Family Reunion. We're going to take a look at how to do this when I import images from a memory card, but this is where that is located. Metadata allows me to type in information that will be added as metadata to the image. So I could type in the business name and any type of description that I might want, or I could leave it blank if I chose to do so. Next, I have adjustments. Now here's what's important about adjustments. We could do an auto adjustment, which I will not be doing. We can make sure to include any existing adjustments that have already been done to the images from previous softwares. And then we get the option of styles. We haven't introduced styles yet, but styles are a way of saving a particular edit and applying it to new images. It's a very powerful way of speeding up your workflow. Last couple things. File info simply gives me information about the individual image that I'm looking at. And after import asks, what do we want to do with these images after we've imported them? I like to have eject card clicked on if I'm working with a memory card. In this case, I'm not, so it's turned off. I do not like to erase images after copying, personally, just in case something goes wrong with the import. And then I do like to open the collection when the import starts, and that brings me to right where those images are going to go. I could simply say, notify me when the import is done, or just don't open the collection immediately afterwards. But I think this is a good way to go. Once that is done, I'm going to come back to my grid view and decide the images I want to have actually imported. It does not need to be everything from the location selected. I can grab this magnifying glass and go smaller to see more images, or I could zoom in on them as I want to. I can come to the viewer, and I can decide which ones to bring in. I'm going to go ahead and hit Command or Control A for all, and then I can click S, which is going to add them all to being imported. It says 56 of 56 have been picked to import. If I click A, it removes them. or you can click the space bar to toggle between picking and unpicking. If I want to, I could click an individual image, click the space bar to remove it from consideration. Once all that's done, I will be able to import. Please note, the keyboard shortcuts right here tell you all of those things regarding the keyboard shortcuts and the way that we picked and unpicked images. Just by clicking on keyboard shortcuts, you will see that information. Now once that's done, I'm going to import these 56 images. We have imported a whole bunch of images. I'm going to go full screen, which automatically gives us a image only view. Hit Command or Control T to see your tools, Command or Control B to bring up your browser. The browser are the images that you have to look at. The tools are the things we are able to do. Other softwares might have different modes that you might be in editing mode as opposed to an organizational mode. Nothing like that exists in Capture One. Instead, Capture One is all about having one basic workspace that we work inside of to accomplish everything we want to do with imagery. So right now I have all of these images, and this is my personal collection of images, my catalog. If I take a look at the library tool, which I'm going to bring over here, I'm going to drag this down a little bit to resize it, and we're going to see a few things. Right now, inside of the library tool, we can see that the catalog we're looking at is the class catalog, but I have a drop-down menu. If I have other catalogs or other sessions, those will be accessible here. These are only the most recently viewed, so if you have lots of sessions, they won't all show up, but I would be able to, of course, find and open any session or any catalog I wanted to, even if it did not present right here. When we are inside of a particular session or catalog, we get three main organizational options. We get catalog collections, user collections, and folders. Now, what are these? Catalog collections are the organizational techniques that Capture One utilizes. These are always the same. They are always all images, most recent imports, recent captures, and catalog trash. There's never a difference. All images is exactly what it sounds like, every image inside of the catalog. Recent imports is your 10 most recent imports. As you import your 11th batch of images, the first one drops out. This is non-controlled. So it only shows you the 10 most recent imports. Now, this means that it is a short-term way of finding images. What we want to do is find a way to actually take our most recent imports and make them into permanent organizational principles. More on that in a minute. Recent captures is the 10 most recent tethered sessions. Tethering is when you use Capture One to actually control your camera and shoot your pictures. The images will automatically be imported into Capture One, which is fantastic. It will show you your 10 most recent tethered sessions, not images, individual sessions, which can have multiple images inside of them. Trash is your actual catalog trash, and you get a chance to be able to review these and decide if you actually want to get rid of the images or not. So these are organizational principles, ways of finding images that Capture One has access to. If I only have 56 images, scrolling through them is really fast and really easy. No problem. But as I have thousands of images, the all image view actually becomes detrimental. That's because looking at all of your images slows down your processing considerably. So instead, we want to avoid going through all images, and we want to organize images and find them through what's called user collections. If catalog collections are the way that Capture One builds organizational principles for your images, user collections are the ways that you build organizational principles for your images. You can have as many collections as you want. Let's go ahead and build at least our first one. So I am going to show you building what's called an album. Let's come back to full screen here. I have all of my images right here. I know it's all of them because I've clicked on all images. But more importantly, I can come to my most recent import, which is right here. Right now these are the same, but this is the only time that is going to happen. So I have my most recent import, and I'm going to take this import of images. Maybe it's a particular event that I went to, or a family vacation, or something that I did with my son, and I want this to become some kind of an album. Here's the easiest way to do it. I'm going to click on any one image, and now I can simply scroll through all of the pictures that are inside of this collection. That's great, but I'm making an album. I'm making an organized concept. So I'm going to hit Command or Control A to highlight all the images inside of my browser. All of them have been highlighted. And now what I'm going to do is come to User Collections. I'm going to click plus. I'm going to make an album. We have 4 options: albums, smart albums, projects, and groups. Let's go ahead and make an album to start with. Move this out of the way, and we see that it just wants me to name it. So we're just going to call this First Album, but I like to name my albums after the event that the images are a part of. For instance, Family Vacation 2022. Select Collection after creation is asking, do I want to make this album and then select it so I can work with it? And I probably do. But most importantly, I want to add the selected images after creation, meaning the images that I have selected automatically go inside of First Album. If you are using the live feature instead of Capture One, where you can share an album with a client, you would turn it on here. I'm going to go ahead and create that. Please notice what's happened. Under User Collections, we have something called First Album. It has 56 images in it. That's great. But let's say that I wanted to add some later. I could do so. Let's say I wanted to remove some. I could do so. I could click on this image here, right click, and then I could remove the variant. That drops the number of images in the album to 55, but has the image been deleted? Absolutely not. If I come back to all images and scroll, we'll find that it's here. No problem. So removing an image from an album in no way removes it from Capture One. It's just not in that album anymore. What I want to do with my albums is have them be formatted around a theme or an idea or a particular shoot or time and place or subject matter. There are lots of ways that I can do this. The next way that I am going to build an organizing principle is going to be creating the album first. So I'm going to create an album, and we're going to call this one Second Album, but I am not going to add the selected images after creation. I'm going to pull my library back into the Tool tab here. And now I have an album that has no images in it. So what I'm going to do is just start scrolling around through my pictures. And I can drag and drop images into the second album. What's important for you to notice here is that, first of all, this is a more hands-on process. But second, images can be in as many albums as you want. This image and this image are both in the first and second albums. So there's nothing stopping an image from being in as many albums as is useful for you. The only difference is whether or not highlighted images were automatically added at the point when we created the album. Either way, a regular album is a more hands-on process, of actually organizing your images. We're now going to take a look at the alternative to albums, which is smart albums. If we come to our user collections, we can add either an album or a smart album. The smart album is an album that auto-populates as opposed to manually populates. When we were adding in images to our albums, we could do it automatically when we created the album based on the images that were selected, or we could manually drag them in or manually remove them. But what if we wanted an album to automatically add images over time? So first, smart album. Let's go ahead and add that as our name. A smart album is going to automatically add in images through time as they fit certain rules. So here, when we create our first smart album, we are simply deciding the rules and the name of the smart album. The first thing we get to decide is if the image will be added in, if it fits any single one, or it must match all of our rules, because we can have multiple rules. Let's stick with all for the moment. We also have presets. These are searchable criteria that we use time and again, and so we save them. There are some that are built into Capture One, 1 star or higher, 2 stars or higher, etc. You will notice that I have saved one here that you do not have, that I call ToRate. ToRate, you will notice if I click on it, means that the rating is equal to 0. We're going to come to why this is important later, but right now I'm going to clear it. Please note, anything you build here, you can simply come to your presets and save it, and then you'll have that accessible if you want to use it later on. I'm not going to use a preset at the moment, but I might come back and use them later. Right now I want to build a smart album. And when we come to a smart album, the first thing we are asked is what type of searchable data we are going to look for. And we have tons of different things inside of here. The white balance, the sequence count, all kinds of things that we can search for that can be used to populate our smart album. But I'm going to point out the ones that are most important. At the very top, display name is really important. This is the actual name of the file, and since we can change the name of an image when it is imported into Capture One, we are able to affect this immediately, so it's actually very powerful. The next one is going to be keywords. Keywords are phrases or just single words that we add into an image, and they make the image searchable in a way that is tailored to us. Really powerful. The last one that's really important is rating, which we already looked at with the presets. The rating is a 0 through 5 star rating that we give to an image to talk about how much we like it. And so rating your images allows you to only search for your favorites. Let's do a keyword search. Now with keywords, we have the difference between equals, not equals, contains, and does not contain. Equals means that letter for letter it must be exactly the same as what you type. Contains means that it is going to only need to have this set of letters inside of it. For instance, if I have a smart album that search for anything that contains the phrase city in it, and I later on tag images from Kansas City and Iowa City, both of those will show up because they contain the word city. But if I want to have a smart album that only has images that are from Kansas City, I'll do equals Kansas City, and then I will make sure that I tag the image appropriately. This is why keywords are saved and you can select rather than having to retype them later so that you don't have any misspellings. Let's do equals for the moment. And I'm going to just put class as a keyword. And when we create our smart album, let's take a look at something really important here.
and that is, let me try to get this to scroll down, that the icon is different. You'll notice that the albums just look like multiple pictures stacked on top of each other. But First Smart Album has this little gear. That symbol is there to show you it is a smart album. And right now I already had one image that actually had the keyword already tagged to it of being from a class. So if I come, I have one image right there. But what if I want other images to show up? Well, I can certainly do that. All I have to do is make them fit the searchable criteria or the rule. Let's come to this image right here. And now I have keywords. So I'm going to collapse this. We'll take a look. So keyword right here, and I can start typing. And if I start typing just to see, I've already typed class in previously to Capture One, and so it knows to look for it. So I could actually highlight it here. That's useful because I don't want to accidentally have a typo, and especially if you have a city that's difficult to spell from a vacation, you want to type it once correctly and then simply have it auto-populate so that it's always the same. Now, another thing I could do is come to my keyword library, open up my catalog keywords, and see that I have it right here. I could simply click on that and it adds it to the image. If I click on this image, I could click on class, add that keyword, click on it there. And let's do one more just because. Let's go ahead and grab this image. We can simply either click on class, or just so you see it here, I could type class all the way, or start typing it, highlight the auto-populating, and hit enter until it's added in down below. And here I have all of the keywords for this image. Now this image I could also type bird. I could also type Harris hawk, because that's the name of the bird. So these three keywords are inside of this image, or they tag or reference this image. They are part of my library because I have a keyword library that now includes these three. But if I was to come to, for instance, this image, class is the only keyword that's tied to this image, but my keyword library still has bird and Harris hawk because those are part of my entire catalog, but they are not part of this image. Now I can come back to my library and come to my First Smart Album, and I want you to notice something. There's no number of images that is listed inside of the Smart Album. My albums have numbers of images because they're manually populated. 53 images for first album, 3 for the second album. But Smart Albums do not have an image count produced with them. But when I come in, I have 5 images. Now, if I come to an image, I could always come to the keywords, highlight over class, and hit X and remove that keyword from this image. That will automatically remove it from the Smart Album because the Smart Album is only looking for images that have class as the keyword. Now that image has in no way been deleted by any stretch of the imagination. We have it right there. But it is no longer in our First Smart Album. Now we can start building Smart Albums that have multiple rules. Let's say this is a 4-star image, this is a 4-star, and this is a 5-star image. I'm making the rating, by the way, by highlighting the image and clicking 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 on my keypad. Alternatively, I could click the star at the bottom, or I could come up to the top, come to Adjustments, Rating, and apply the rating that I want. Any one of those three is going to do the same job. I find it easiest to click on the keyboard. So now I'm going to build a new Smart Album. So best class. And what I'm going to do is build a Smart Album with 2 rules. The first one is that the keyword must equal class, and then the rating must equal 5 stars. I now have a Smart Album with 2 images in it because these are the only 2 that fit both rules. we're going to be using the rating system to be able to do a lot of organization. And keywording is great to be able to find things. And adding keywords is really simple. If I come back to a big host of images, I could grab any number of them, come to keywords, and then I could add in keywords for all of these. All of these are part of class, so I could simply type in class, of course, or you will notice that I have class as an option here, but there's a dash next to it. Let's take a look at what that means. The dash means that this keyword is already part of at least one of these images, but not all of them. So if I wanted to add in this keyword to all of the highlighted images, I could find it in my catalog keywords and simply click on it. If it's part of one of the images, but not all, it would show up here and I could click on it here, or of course I'd be able to type it. I'm going to come to Keyword Library, and I'm going to do it this way because that's probably where this is going to happen the most often for you. But I have a keyword that I want to apply to multiple images. It's inside of my keyword library. I just need to click on class, and now the dash has disappeared and the word class has been added as a keyword to all of these images. I'm going to drag this back. Now, of course, if I come to this smart album, I have 9 images inside of it, ready to go. If I was to rate any of these 5 stars, they would also show up inside of Best Class. Let's go ahead and do an import from a memory card because I want you to see what it's like to be able to copy data as well. So we're going to come up to the top and we can click on Import at the top left or File, Import Images. That will do the exact same thing. All right. This is the memory card that I have loaded and it has 8 images inside of it. I'm going to go ahead and click on one of them, and I could just add in this one, click on another one, hit space, click on another one, hit space to add those in, or Command or Control A for all, hit S to add all of these, A to remove all, or space bar to toggle between. Let's take a look at our import options again. And I'm going to do this because I want you to see that we go through these, at least at a cursory level, every time we import. Just taking a look at all of these options and making sure we've done them appropriately is going to save us headaches down the road. So let's go ahead and do this. First, import from. We're going to include any subfolders, and we're definitely going to exclude any duplicates. We are importing from my memory card, but we could choose to import from other places, as you know. Next, where do they go to? And here I want to pause and I want to take a look at some of our options because we previously simply added to the catalog, but we're coming in from a memory card and we do not add from a memory card. The reason for that is adding leaves the file in place, meaning for Capture One to reference or use these images, your memory card has to be plugged into your machine. And that's not a good way to operate. So we definitely need to copy. Now we could copy into a folder or copy into a catalog. I'm going to take a second and I'm going to show you the way that I organize my images. So I'm actually going to cancel out of this import. This right here is my external hard drive. It's actually a RAID device that shows up as a single disk, and so it is multiple hard drives that are redundantly backing each other up, but it operates as a basic hard drive for interaction purposes. This is where I keep my images. Now you might keep yours inside of perhaps your pictures folder. That would be just fine, especially if you back up your computer to some kind of time machine thing or one of other options. However you do it is fine, but what we really want is to make sure that we have our images in a place that is convenient to us. Now, if your images are not in a convenient location, in just a bit, we're going to take a look at how you can move them, and that's great. We are actually going to simply be bringing images into an organizational process that we already like, but I'll show you how we move stuff. I have something that says photos right here, and the reason I use an external hard drive is because it is redundantly backing itself up. The second reason is it's much larger than the hard drive of my machine. And inside of here, I have simply a folder for every single year that I have pictures. That's it. That's my entire structure. If I open one of these up, we're going to see that every image is simply dumped inside. I don't have any sort of big multi-tiered structure. Capture One does not need that in order to operate. So simply having a place to throw images, I separate them by year. I don't even have to do that. I could just have one big folder with tens of thousands of pictures in it, and that would be just fine. I also have images that I brought over from my phone, and some pictures that my son has created, some Photoshop images, and I have something for sessions. Don't worry if you're wondering about sessions. We are going to be getting into that. But something that just has a folder per year is just fine. That's no problem. Let's open up Capture One again. I'm going to go ahead and import. And so we could, and this is the way that I actually do things, simply select the folder of the year. In this case 2023. But I want to show you what copy into catalog actually looks like, what it does, because that will also give us a chance to explore it, and it will give us a chance to be able to move data. So we're going to copy into catalog. Please note, this is the default in Capture One. If you have been importing, that's what's going on, right? So if you've been importing into Capture One without changing this option, the images have been going into the catalog. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. Next, group overview. I'm not worried about grouping these images, so we're not going to stress about this or the face focus settings. That's something we'll look at in a little bit. We don't need to filter these, though I certainly could if I wanted to. I could filter exclusively for images shot on a certain date. That's actually really useful. And of course, like we mentioned before, if you shoot RAW plus JPEG, this is a great opportunity to only import the RAW files through filtering for the format. Because my hard drive is backed up, I do not need to have this selected, so I will not. And now, naming. Let's spend a second and talk about how we name things in Capture One. So I had a structure set up here from the last time I did an import, but I'm going to clear it all out to start from the beginning. When you name things in Capture One, and this can be a file, it can be a subfolder, it can be an exported variant, we always use what's called the token system. The token system works by having either the ability to type into a field or have what's called a token, which grabs data and then populates that specific data. And the description of the data being pulled is inside of a token, which is just something you can grab and move. So the format is the way the name is going to show up. So I'm going to click on the three dots, and it gives us our token naming system. So the format here is exactly what the name will be. And then I am able to have groups of things, which I don't tend to use, but it's possible to group some things together. But importantly, here we have all of our tokens. And it's worthwhile to take a second and kind of take a look at these because some of them are more useful than others. The firmware version, the exposure white balance, the exposure mode, I've never used those tokens to name an image. However, a counter, that can be useful. The image's current date, the image date when it was created. The image name is its current name. And really importantly for us, job name. So I can grab one of these and drag it up and drop it. I can also let's grab a counter and drag it up here. And now this is job name and 1-digit counter. Please note, I could just type into this field as well if I wanted something that was unchanging in the name. One thing I like to do is put space in between the counters. That way they don't run together. Because if I have text from both of these and no space in between, they're just going to butt up against each other and be a little bit difficult to read. So, anything with a drop-down menu, we get to have choices. So I'm going to open this up and I can do a counter. So let's go ahead and do a 2-digit counter, just because. And right now it says the sample name is 01. So why doesn't it preview a job name? Well, the reason is we haven't given this a job name. So this right here is a perfectly valid way of naming. And we could save this if we were going to use it again. I could come to Save User Preset. And so I could type in job name counter, let's say, and I could save it. And then in the future, if I wanted to name something in the same way, I could simply come to my presets and come to job name counter, and there it is. Alternatively, I'll show you the other ones that I have built and that I use. Here is image name, which is just the name of the actual file already. I use this if I'm bringing in images that other people shot. Job name is the one I use the most often. It's the actual job name, a space, and then the image's creation date in a month, day, year format. This is what I use almost exclusively. But we're going to use our new one, which is job name counter. Now you're going to see recipe format here, something I created, but it's grayed out. Recipe format is a naming structure that I use, but not for naming an image. It's used for naming a subfolder. So much later in the class, we're going to get to that. I'm going to come back to job name counter and hit OK. And you're going to notice over here with the naming format that the sample name is just 01 because we haven't given it a job name. But job name is a space right here. So I'm going to type in class. And now the example name would be class 01, but then class 02, class 03, etc. So using job name allows you to simply type in anything you want, and that will be the name of the file. Using job name is how I name the majority of the images that I bring in to Capture One. Next is metadata. I'm going to add copyright from the business. Adjustments. Remember, we could do an auto adjustment. I do not tend to do that. And if I had a style that I wanted to use, I could do that. And I have actually built import styles previously. And you're seeing that I've got a bunch of different ones inside of here. One of them is called import. Now we're going to be building styles later, but a style is simply a collection of edits that we can apply en masse. Since we haven't taken a look at that yet in this class, I'm not going to be doing any. But please note that you can have a style that you use and that you apply at import, and then the majority of your editing will be done when the image comes into Capture One. File info is just giving some data, but these are grayed out because I haven't selected an image. If I select one, I get data about how it was shot. Lastly, after import, since this is a memory card, I will click on eject memory card, which is going to eject the memory card from my machine once the import is finished. Now if I wanted to only import some of these, I could come in and take away the check mark on some of them, and that would be absolutely fine. So you would be able to tailor what you bring in to Capture One. And now we are ready to import. The images have been imported, and if we look over here, my memory card has been ejected from my computer. So we have imported those images, and now I want to take a look at them. What you've seen me do before is bring up my browser by hitting Command or Control B, and my tools by hitting Command or Control T. You've seen me do this before, but I want you to see that there's another way to do it, and then we're going to look at organizing workspace in a little bit. But if I come to View, I could view the browser, which is Command B, and I could also click it there to remove it. View, Browser to see it again. I could come to View and then Tools to do the same thing with the tools. Oops, right there. All right, so here we have these images. They've been brought in, and now I have them inside of recent imports. I'm going to go full screen, bring those up in the manner that I've shown you. So now I have these images, and they're not part of immediately any collection. Of course, if I wanted to, I could take one of them and I could add in the word class. That would automatically add it to our class collection, our class album. I could do that with any number of them. I could also grab all of them and I could make a new album adding them. Another way to do this, by the way, is to highlight all the images from your most recent import, right click, and then come to Create Album from Selection. We could call this Product. I'm going to select the collection after creation, and there it is, right there. So Product is now a collection. So let's talk about a basic rule of Capture One, or at least a really, really high recommendation. Every image should be part of at least a collection. Now, it can be part of many, as you've seen. It's easy for an image to be part of any number of albums and smart albums, however many is useful for you. But if every image is part of at least one album, you're going to be in a much better position. And that is because as we get large amounts of images, scrolling through all images is just simply not an efficient way to find anything. I want images to be part of albums and smart albums so that I can find them. Now, one thing you're going to find is as you do that project, you're going to have lots of albums, and so it's very common to have a long page of albums. We've already, just in the time we've been working together, created 5 albums and smart albums. That grows really fast. And organizing your albums and smart albums is not hard by any stretch of the imagination. It's just something that we need to think about. And that's where groups and projects come into play, which we're going to examine shortly. But right now, it's just important to note that what we want to do as we are organizing our images is make sure all of them are at least inside of an album so we can find them. The second steps are to keyword as much as possible and to rate as much as possible. And I'd like to take a second and show you my favorite way of rating all of my images. It's very useful to rate all of your images because it allows us to sort through them. As you saw when we made our best class smart album, being able to simply have something that automatically populates my favorite things so that I can grab and use my favorite images is going to make our workflow really, really fast. But it entirely depends on rating them. Now, they give you a 5-star rating set of options, 0 through 5 stars, which I guess is 6 options. That's probably too many. What do you really need? Well, I need to know the stuff that's garbage. I need to know the stuff that's great, and I need to know the stuff that's okay. And that seems like only a few options to me. So I operate on a 1-3-5 system to start with. 1 is trash, I will be deleting it. 3 is okay, and 5-star is this is really good and worth pursuing. So how do we make sure that we touch and rate every single picture? I'm going to show you. I'm going to make a new smart album, and I'm going to call it To Rate. And then I make a search criteria where the rating is equal to no stars. I actually use this so often that I have saved it as a preset. But if we wanted to make that, we could simply come to add search criteria. The rating must be equal to nothing. And then I could, if I had not saved this previously, save this as a search preset, which I called toRate. Once I've built that, I now have something that only is populated with the images that are not rated. And here is the project. I'm going to come in, highlight the first one, and decide, is this 1, 3, or 5 stars? And do not spend more than a couple seconds on this. 5 star, that's a 5 star, that's a 3 star, that's a 3, that's a 3, that's a 5. Let's call that a 3, let's call that a 3, that's a 5, 3, 5, 3, 3, 5. I'm just going to go through and I am going to quickly, and I mean quickly, decide what are the things that I really like. And if there's something that's something I would want to delete, then I will absolutely delete that. And in fact, we're going to do that. So this one would be, let's call that a 1 star, a 1 star, a 3, and a 5. What you'll notice is that as I rated the images, they dropped out of the Smart Album because since they were rated, they no longer matched the search criteria. Now I know for a fact that all of my images are rated. So now I can make things that are 5 star and I'm going to be in really good shape. So let's come to an image and let's do an example of how this can work to organize your imagery. Let us say that I want to make some albums around portraiture. Well, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add the keyword portrait to this image. Now what I can do is click on every image that I would call a portrait. Everything that I would reference as a portrait. I'm just scrolling down. Let's call that one. Let's call that one. Let's call that one. Each one of these I would call a portrait. I'm going to come over to my keyword library, catalog keywords, find portrait, and click on it, adding the word portrait to all of them. Now what I can do is I can add a new Smart Album called Portrait, where the rule is that the keyword must equal portrait. Click on Portrait, and there they are. Every single portrait that I have. And as I bring in new images, all I need to do is add the keyword portrait, and they'll automatically come in to this Smart Album. Now, at this point, what if I want my best portraits, my absolute best stuff? Well, there are 2 ways I could do this. The first would be to create a new Smart Album that has 2 rules. The keyword must equal portrait, and the rating must be 5 star. But I'm going to add a new tool in your toolbox. We could also search. The filtering tool right here allows us to search within an album or a Smart Album in order to find specific images inside of it. I know inside of here I have 1 image that's 4 star, 6 that are 3 star, and 6 that are 5 star. I want to search, and I'm going to put this back to where you'll find it. Give me a second. Bring this up a little bit. Bring that down. Cool. So I'm going to come to filters, and now with filters I can come to my rating filter, and I'm going to filter the album I'm clicked on, which is my Portrait Smart Album. And I want to only search for 5 star images. There we go. And now I'm looking at my 6 absolute best portraits. There they are. Easy to be able to grab. No problem. This did not require building a new album. It only required that I search. So, let's take a look at what I can do with this. The filtering tool allows me to search within an individual album. If I click the three dots, I get a search parameter that looks remarkably similar to how I build a smart album. It's the same concept. This is just searching. So I'm going to search for only my 5-star images, but let's say I also want to search for a date. Is after, and now I'm going to say July 1st of 2022. So only things that are later than that date. I could create an album with the current images. I could create a smart album that automatically uses this rule, so I don't have to duplicate the effort. Or I could just hit X, and now what I have done is I have searched within my album only for images that fit those two rules. I could come to these three dots. I could add searchable criteria. I could change it to any things that fit any of those rules, all of them, or of course I could clear all to remove the search. And in this way I can search within an album to find exactly what I want. The best thing to search for are typically the things that are already here: rating, color tagging, dates, and keywords. Those are the ones that are most commonly searched, and that's why those are the ones that are built in as clickable options. But you could search for anything, and that's why the search bar with the three dots is also available. While we are on the subject of organizing, I'm going to drag out my library tool so that you can really see this. While we're on the subject of organizing, what happens when our user collections gets really big? Well, there's some things that we can do about that. If I come to plus, you're going to see projects and groups. A project is a more tailored group. So let's start with groups. So I've created a group. I can highlight here, and let's just call this first group. Now, I'm just giving it a name. I could select it after creation, or select added images to be added, but I don't want to do that. I just want to create it. And the first thing I want you to notice about groups is that their symbol is different. It looks kind of like a file folder. A group is an organization of albums. So I could drag albums inside of it. And in this way, I can organize my albums by theme. For my personal catalog, I have one that is all of my work images. I have a group that is for all family images, another for all images shot with friends, and then some things having to do with my products that I make, and I have one for my catalog organization, which includes my to rate album. In this way, you can make the actual view of the user collections really small, but still have a lot of organization inside of it. Now, what about projects? Let's go ahead and create a project. What is a project? First, project. You'll notice projects also have a different symbol than groups. Projects are used predominantly for professional applications to make sure that images do not get mixed in between certain clients or work projects. The idea is if I have an image that's tied to a specific client or job, I do not want it to be used for other clients or jobs. So any auto searching that happens inside of a project can only search images that are manually brought in to that particular project. Let me give you an example. I'm going to take my product album. I'm going to drag it into first project. So now the only images inside of the project are the images that are from this album, which has a couple 1-star, a 3-star, and a 5-star. I'm going to highlight First Project, hit plus, and I'm going to make a new Smart Album inside of First Project. This is something I'm just going to call Best. And what I'm going to do is say that the rule is it must be 5 stars. Now, here's where it gets interesting. All I'm doing is making a Smart Album that says it must be 5 stars. You would think a lot of images would show up because I've rated quite a number of images 5 stars. But watch what happens. Only one image is actually inside of this particular Smart Album. The reason is, if you have a Smart Album or a Smart Search inside of a project, it is only able to find images that are already inside of the project. So if you shoot for a variety of different clients or work projects and the images should not touch each other, then you want to make projects and bring your images into projects based on the client or the project that is at hand. And in this way, you can build things like 5-star searches, and you will not accidentally mix the images from one client to another. That's really powerful. Now, if I come to all of my images, and I find another 5-star image, and I drag it into the product album inside of First Project, it's right here, it's 5 stars, come here, it shows up because it has been added to an album within this project. I could remove it, remove that variant from the product album, and it will automatically be removed from the Smart Album inside of the project. But the image is absolutely still inside of Capture One. It hasn't gone anywhere. So that's an important distinction to be made. So if you want images to be accessible throughout Capture One, they should be inside of groups. If you want to limit where images are visible in order to put up a wall between images for different clients or work projects, then you want to use projects. Similarly, if we have a particular shoot that is discrete, for instance, a family vacation, or a particular event that happened, like a birthday party, that probably wants to be an album because you will not be adding to it over time. However, if you have a shoot that continues through time, such as images of my son or my best portraits, in other words, images that I will be adding to as time goes on, that wants to be a Smart Album. So remember, an album is for one discrete shoot or period of time. A Smart Album is for images that you'll add to throughout time. A group is an organization of albums and Smart Albums that can access images from anywhere. And a project is going to restrict the images that you can search for in order to put up a wall between images for work purposes.
Let's go ahead and talk about folders. When we take a look at the Library tool inside of the Library tool tab, we will notice, as we mentioned before, Catalog Collections, User Collections, and Folders. We said that catalog collections are the organizational principles that Capture One uses, and they are always the same. User collections are the organizational principles that you as the user create. So what are folders? Folders are truly different. Folders are the physical location of the actual file. You will notice that when we make an individual album or Smart Album, images can be in, as we said, as many albums or Smart Albums as we want. Not only that, but images being in albums or Smart Albums really has nothing to do with their physical location on your machine. To simplify this concept, we are back inside of the class catalog, which has very few images. We take a look here at the browser. It has these 59 images that we looked at previously. And now where are these images on my actual machine? If I come over here, I can grab a way of browsing through my operating system. Inside of my pictures folder, I will have my example images. And here they are just as before. So these images are in this location on my machine, and I imported them into Capture One, which is indexing, as we have discussed, meaning that the catalog simply has a pathway to find these images. And when Capture One opens, it does not open an image, it opens the catalog file. We come back here to Capture One and we take a look at folders. When I drop this down, look what it has. It has in catalog and Macintosh HD, which is the name of my computer's hard drive, which has 59 images next to it. If I have the drop down arrow, it says users, my name, pictures, example, images. Now what is this? This is the pathway to this folder right here. That is what it is. And so each one of these pathways takes us there. All right, back to pictures. Each one of these numbers says how many pictures there are in total nested inside of this location. And since I only have one folder, each one of these numbers is identical, naturally. When I click on the folder, I get the images inside of that location, which is the same. So what I have right now is a way of finding where images are on my machine. Alternatively, if I find an image, I can right-click and then I can show in library, which if I click will bring it up right there inside of the folders view. Or I can right-click and show in the finder, which will open up that folder on my hard drive right there. Now, what can you do with the folder view, and what is it for? I want to emphasize that the folder view is not in any way meant for your workflow when working and editing with photos. And the reason for that is very simple. First of all, you can move images with the folder view, as we will do, and not be able to locate them in the future if you're not careful. But more important than that, an image can only ever be in one physical location. A picture that is in this folder cannot also be in that folder, for instance. It's not possible. And so we want images to be in as many different albums or smart albums as possible. As a result, we would never want to do our organization through the folder structure. However, Capture One, being a primary editor that indexes files, must have permission to move those files. Otherwise, it's non-functional as an organizational tool. It must have the ability to move and alter the images that it has indexed to. And this is what the folder view is for. Oftentimes, we want to reorganize our images in a way that is consolidated and makes sense. And so let's explore how that is done. I can come to example images or any of these folders that I want. Let's say that I wanted to put a subfolder inside of example images. What I could do is come up to the plus sign, and it allows me to create a new folder. Please note, I can access anywhere on my hard drive or any external drive I am currently connected to. And so I can come to the example images folder and then click new folder. This one's going to just say best with an exclamation point, and I will create it. Once I've done that, I can add it to the folder view. Now, what does the add mean? Let's go ahead and do this, and then we'll explain. You will notice that this is a singular pathway. Are there other folders inside of my computer? Of course there are, but none of them show up. That is because Capture One can only show you folders and subfolders that it has accessed previously. In other words, there are lots of places on my machine, but Capture One does not see them until I have added a folder in a location, and then it's able to find it. So now I have a drop-down arrow, and we have something that says best. Does the folder actually exist? Come over here, open up an example images, and best is right there. Now, best could be quite literally anywhere on the machine, but how do we use this? Simple. I can come over to my browser, pick up any image I want, and say this is one of my best images, and drag it in. And now that one image is inside of the best folder. But is it really? Well, let's come here. Open this up, and there it is. If this image was no longer one of my favorites, I could take it and I could reorganize it. Now, making subfolders is fine, but what if I didn't want this subfolder? Well, I could hit the minus sign, and then I could remove it. Let's come over here, and what we're going to find is that the folder still exists, but we have removed it. We have removed it from Capture One's knowledge. All right. Since it is fully empty, I am free to delete it, but if there were other things inside of it, they would of course not be deleted. All right. Now, creating subfolders is one thing, but I have external hard drives. Let's go ahead and add an external hard drive to our system. I'm going to create a new folder, but now I'm going to click on one of my external hard drives. Let's click on this one, new folder, test. We're going to go ahead and create that. Now, I'm going to add this folder that I have created, and it is added to the machine and to Capture One's knowledge. So now I have the Macintosh HD and I have the HiveMind hard drives. There's one folder that it sees inside of HiveMind. Let's come over here. I'm going to open up HiveMind, and I have a folder called Test. There it is, right there. Amazing. If I open it up, there's nothing in it. Of course not, because I haven't moved anything in there. But as we were able to see, there are other folders, but Capture One does not see them because it can only see a folder that I have indexed or linked to previously. And now I could grab any number of images and I could move them in between hard drives. It tells me the activity, it's moving the images, and now we see that they are done. If I come over here, 3 images have moved from this folder on one hard drive to this folder on another hard drive. If you want to consolidate your images onto a different hard drive, this is how you do it. Let's go ahead and move these images back. What kind of organization should you have? You really just need to have your images in a place that makes sense. But now I want to show you what copying images into the catalog looks like. We've referenced this before, but now that we're in the folders conversation, it's good to be able to talk about. I have my catalog file here, but it's not the actual catalog document. Remember, in a Mac, you get a package contents folder, and then in PCs, you just see a folder structure. So it might look different if you're on a PC. If you're on an Apple, you have to go to Show Package Contents, and here we have the actual database file. We've talked about this before, as well as adjustments and other files for running the catalog. And now I have something in the folders view that says In Catalog. Well, what does that mean? When we are shooting and we import images, as we have referenced earlier, images are by default put into the catalog. And this means that they are nested inside of that folder structure. You'll notice now there is a folder that was not there a second ago marked Originals. And this is where these images are. Open it up, and there they are. And of course, that entire folder structure is nested inside of In Catalog. So if you want to move the images that you've imported into your catalog into another location, we simply have to find the catalog here. Now this will automatically be part of the folder structure when you create a catalog. You don't have to create this. Click on it, you'll find the images that are in the catalog. And what I can do is grab these and I can move them en masse to another folder. But what if you wanted, for instance, to have a bunch of images that are not organized and move them into some kind of an organization based on, let's say, the year? Let me show you how we would do it. First, I'm just going to grab these from the catalog and move them into the same folder as everything else. Do I have to do it that way? I could do other things in different orders, but this is totally fine. I'm going to take the library and for the moment pop it over here. I'm going to grab all these images under example images. And now what I'd like to do is look at the date, the metadata date view in the browser. And what I'm going to do is filter all of these images. This is why it's useful to get them into one location. I'm going to filter them not by rating, not by color tag, but by date. And let's say I want to have a folder for all of 2022, let's say. Well, here's what I could do. I could come to my example images and I could create a folder. We could call it new folder 2022. And remember, I could put this anywhere I want. I can create it. It now exists and I can add it. So it's right there. I will now filter using the filtering tool to everything from 2022. Click on one, Command or Control A for all to highlight them all, and I can move them now en masse into 2022. And there they are. If I come over here, I can come to my example images. I'll have a folder called 2022, open it up, there they are. And that is how I can create a folder structure as I did over here. Let me show you. I did this exact same thing. And this is how I created these images here. I ended up moving personally 60,000 images from one location on one hard drive inside of the catalog into another hard drive and dividing them up by year. It's not that hard. It's just going through a process similar to this. Let's do it again just so you can see it. I'm in example images. I will create a new folder by clicking on new folder, 2023 let's say, and I will create it. It now exists, and I will add this folder to Capture One's knowledge. I will take the images in example images, and I will filter by the year to 2023. I only have the one. We're going to grab it, move it to 2023, and there it is. If I come over here, I can come back, and I have a folder called 2023. And in this way, I can organize in any way I want. Now remember, an image can only ever be in one location at any one time. So I don't find it useful to have a lot of folders because we don't actually interact with them anyway when we're working. And an image might be thematically about one thing or another. So year is totally fine. Or you could literally take 100,000 pictures and throw them into one giant folder. And Capture One would work fine because, as we said earlier, where images are physically located is irrelevant for Capture One's ability to organize those images. That is critical. All right, so I'm going to take everything and I'm going to move it all back to just example images where they began. And I will remove these extra folders because I really don't need them inside of Capture One. And I'll go ahead and remove test as well. When I remove the last folder from this external hard drive, it disconnects the entire hard drive from Capture One's knowledge. But of course, it still exists, no problem. Now, let's deal with what if things go wrong. What if we were to try to do organization outside of Capture One? Well, remember, Capture One has a catalog database which includes the links or the indexes to the images. So if I attempt to move or reorganize things outside of Capture One will have no knowledge of it. So let's go ahead and make a mistake intentionally. We're going to do stuff outside of Capture One. And here is a basic rule of working with organizational software. Everything you do with photography on your computer should start in Capture One. I'll say it again. Everything you do in photography on your computer should start in Capture One. How do we import images? We do it through Capture One. How do we organize where folders and images are? We do it in Capture One. How do we organize intra Capture One or edit? Well, we do it in Capture One. And how do we export a variant? We do it in Capture One. If I wanted to open up an image in another software, I can do it in Capture One. Highlight the image, right click, edit with some other software. In this case, I've got Adobe Photoshop. Okay, so let's go ahead and make a mistake. Let's say I want to have a folder for best images. Well, of course I can do it in the operating system. Right-click, new folder, best images. There it is. And let's say that I grabbed these two images and I moved them in. Well, I just created the folder and moved data outside of Capture One. So if I come back here, I will guarantee that Capture One has no knowledge of this move. So let's pull up one of these two images. Here's one right here. And look at it. If I click on it, two things are crucial. Let's do this like this. Notice that the thumbnail has a question mark at the bottom right. None of the others do. And when I click on the thumbnail, it says offline. This is saying that that image is offline. I referenced offline images earlier in class. Now we're going to talk about them. Offline means that the image has been moved or the file name has been changed outside of Capture One. And it cannot actually work with the file. So why can I see it? I see it because of something called a proxy file. A proxy file is a very small version of the image that is saved in the catalog. When we actually do edits, like if I was to grab this image and I was to do some kind of edit of it in whatever way I was going to, that edit is actually done using the proxy file as the reference. We haven't accessed the full image, and that's what allows Capture One to run faster. It's also why when we open up the package contents, we have something that says adjustments. The adjustments are held next to the catalog. They're not part of the image. And so I can only do that with a proxy file, which is held in the catalog, meaning I can view the image, but I can't access it and I can't export it. Okay? So if I find the image, it's got a question mark, I can right click and come to locate right there. And it's going to bring up a browser window based on the last known location of the image. I know it's been moved to best images. Open that. I know that this is Bandemir, and I can click open. When I do so, the question mark disappears. Now, let's come here. Let's scroll. And we can find the other image. It also says offline. So we're going to do the exact same thing. Right click, locate image. It's right there, and I can hit open. And that will immediately relink or reconnect it. If I come back, here, I can see that example images now has a drop-down menu and has a folder called best images. Why? Because as soon as I located these files, that folder was added to Capture One's knowledge. I can now grab things and move back and forth in between them. So that is how we can solve a relinking issue. Now, let's do this a little bit differently. Let's grab a few images. I'm going to drag them into best images. But what if best images has its name changed? Well, let's take a look at that. I'm going to come back here. Come to best images, right? And I'm going to change it to my best images. Well, that's different. And if I come back, I'm going to see that this folder has an exclamation point on it. The image, it can't find these images, right? And so all of the individual images say offline. Finding each individual image would be inefficient. It's better to just come to the folder, right? Right click and then locate the folder. This folder is that one, and I can hit open. When I do, we will notice all of the images no longer have a question mark. They have been found and relinked. So that is how you use the folders view. It is an organizational tool. It allows me to have images in the hard drive and the folders that make sense to me, but I never use it when I am actually editing, because that is what albums and smart albums are for. I believe at this point we have reached a moment in class where having an example catalog is no longer really beneficial. Instead, I want you to see how principles are applied to a much larger and more complete catalog with lots of imports and lots of different subject matter. As a result, we are now going to be looking at my actual primary catalog, and we're going to use it throughout the rest of class. To start with, of course, catalog collections looks the same because this never changes. All images is still all images, your 10 most recent imports, your 10 most recent captured or tethered sessions, and the catalog trash. Nothing there changes. But now let's take a look at user collections. I have inside of here initially what we have seen before are groups. The reason I use groups rather than projects is these images do not need to be protected from one another, and their outputs do not need to worry about being mixed because they are not for potential clients or actual clients. So you're going to see me using projects only in examples, but you will not see them as part of my major catalog. And that is just the design of my catalog and the way that most home users, hobbyists, and enthusiasts use Capture One. So you're going to be seeing groups. Each one of these is a group. Education, because I teach a lot of classes. Images that are a family. Images that I shot with friends, things having to do with my business, and what I call catalog management. Let's take a look at the way that this is organized, because you will see that there are groups nested inside of other groups. If I take a look at education, we're going to see inside of here that I have Hawk Quest, which is a Birds of Prey workshop, and then I have a group called Landscape. This is a group nested inside another group. In here you will see I have collections of individual shoots from the Dallas Divide, from Maroon Bells, but you'll notice I have a smart album called Landscape. So each one of these images, if I just pick one at random and I take a look at the keywords, it has landscape as a keyword. Naturally, that means this image is inside of this shoot and inside of all landscape. I will find that same image inside of here as well. In this way, I can differentiate collections of images, whether they be a discrete shoot such as Solar Eclipse 2023, or if I was to have some smart album of all solar eclipse images. They could be nested together. When I have groups nested inside of other groups in ways that's meaningful to me, I can have a small list here that makes it easy to scroll through. So if I wanted to find an individual portrait shoot, I know it would be under Portraiture, drop-down menu, and then Individual Portraiture here. And that is the way that I am using groups, albums, and smart albums in order to find things. Let's take a look at how we might use this with an individual import. Recently, I imported images from a trip to the Denver Zoo. So here I have that import. Let's bring library back over. One thing that I could choose to do is with this import, which is all of the images I shot at the zoo, I could highlight one of them, Command or Control A, and then right click and create an album from the selection. And I could name this Denver Zoo 2024. And that would be absolutely fine. I would also take the highlighted images and add the keywords of Denver Zoo. Now the reason I might do that is I might want to have this trip be its own album, and I would want all of these images automatically put into, let's go ahead and find it, all of my zoo pictures. You'll notice that the zoo is a smart album, and if I right click and I edit the smart album, it is going to match if the display name contains the zoo. I could also do if the keyword contained zoo. Why am I having does not contain? Because I have a particular album of zoo lights. This is something done every holiday season where, let me show you these, they put up a lot of holiday lights throughout the zoo. Now I want this to be differentiated because they are really different images. I don't want them showing up inside of my all zoo album. And so, we have not looked at this previously. I put a does not contain zoo lights in, and that is to make sure those are separated out. So that's how we can use something to remove a particular set of images from consideration. Let's go ahead and take a look at some organization that might be helpful for you. Inside of here, I'm going to have catalog management. Open that up and we're going to find best, which is 5-star images. I have delete me. Now delete me is 1-star images. We've already looked at going quickly through images and rating with odd numbers, 1, 3, and 5. 1 is images to delete. I don't need to delete everything all at once. I can simply 1-star them, and maybe once every month or 2 months I can come to delete me, highlight everything inside of here, and delete it. Very simple to do. I can come into any image or images, right click, and I can come to delete, which is move to catalog trash. This is intentionally a 2-step process. This is done so you do not accidentally delete an image that you don't want to. You'll remember that catalog trash is inside of catalog collections. I can come here and I have 5 images set for deletion. I can highlight any one or all that I want, right click, and if I delete from disk, it will truly delete the file. But I have a choice. I can delete it from the disk or I can remove from the catalog. Here's the difference. Remove from catalog does not delete the file. It simply removes it from being visible by Capture One. In this case, I want to actually delete the file, which will get rid of it on my computer. The other images here, I might right-click, delete from disk, and just remove from catalog. Now you're noticing that the option to delete from the disk doesn't actually exist. We'll explore why when we come to unlinking files, but you'll notice all of these say offline. That's going to be a clue for when we get to that. At this point, I have emptied my catalog trash. Again, that is intentionally a multi-step process so that you do not accidentally delete something you don't want to. Let's go ahead now and come back into catalog management. I also have to rate. This is, and we've talked about this a little bit before, a smart album where the rule is that the rating equals nothing. That's really important because I can come in here to images that I have imported but have not rated and decide if they are 1, 3, or 5 stars. So let's grab just a few images here. If I like it, of course, I can rate it as maybe a 3. That might be a 3. And as I do this, of course, they drop out of the smart album, just like we did before, but now I have this set up as an important catalog management tool. I also have, and let's actually move it up here, to keyword. I like to have everything have at least one keyword. If I open this up, I might find any images that do not have keywords yet, and I might decide I want to actually add them. That's great. Once we've added keywords and we make sure that we are rating images, we're on our way to making sure everything is organized really well. So we have images now that are keyworded and rated, and as we go through, we're adding them to albums and smart albums. And of course, one thing that you can do if you have a lot of images already imported, but you don't have them in albums or smart albums, you could come to all images and then begin going through them, grabbing batches of them, adding at least 1 or 2 keywords and making an album out of them, and then moving your way up through the images. I did this with many, many images, and while it took a little while, I then made sure that everything was findable in some way, as we have previously discussed. Lastly, I have color tags, red, yellow, orange, and green. These don't have to mean any one thing or any other, but let's click on just red. These are the color tags, and that's the color right here at the bottom. All right. If I want to add a color tag, I can click on an image, but I'm not going to do this inside of this smart album. Rather, I'm just going to come in and take a look at an image. So here's an image. If I press 6, it is red. Take a look at the color tag at the bottom right there. All right. In fact, let's bring this up a little bit so it's easy to see. 6 is red, 7 orange, 8 is yellow, 9 is green. There are actually more choices than that. You can click on it and add any color you want, or you can remove it. The color tags don't have to mean anything in particular, but they oftentimes are useful for you to be able to add images in to a particular collection or smart album so that you know if you've used them in a project. For instance, if I'm designing a product of some kind, I will oftentimes have two smart albums set up. Usually this is green, like go for traffic lights, and red or stop for traffic lights. I'll put everything I want to use in a project and label it as green and make sure to have a smart album labeled as green. For instance, if I wanted to use this image here. Once I've used it in the project, I would change the color tag to red. It would drop out of the green smart album and it would show up inside of the red smart album. And that means I have a collection of images that I have used that I should not use further in the project, and a collection of images that have not been used that I want to use in the project. I find that to be a really helpful way of organizing my thought processes and making sure that I use the appropriate images in the appropriate places and don't accidentally use them twice. So that's color tagging, and it's very powerful. Now, one thing you will notice is that my browser is at the bottom. But when we were looking at the default workspace with our original catalog, it was on the right. Now, we did look a little bit at this, but we're going to take a look now at how to move around what's called your workspace. We are going to examine how to set up a workspace to look and feel and act exactly as you want it to. Being able to make Capture One look the way you want is one of its really great powers. And so we're going to do that. To start, of course, I'm going to come back to the default workspace. How did I do that? We've examined this before. Window, Workspace, Default Workspace. You will notice I have three things you do not have: Class, Editing one monitor, Editing two monitors. This is because when I teach some classes, I use a truncated workspace. If I edit using one of my two computer monitors, I use Editing one monitor. And if I am editing using both of my monitors, I use Editing two monitor. Now, I'm only recording off of one screen, and so I'm only going to be using for our demonstration editing one monitor, which is my default. All right, but let's go ahead and see how we can move around the pieces for a workspace. I can go to full screen here. We've already looked at this, Command or Control B for browser and Command or Control T for the tools, and we are up and running as we go. All right, so first is moving around the pieces as we've examined a little bit before. If I wanted to take the browser, I can come to View, Customize Browser, Place Below. Remember what we said before. Why is it not available to place to the left? Because the tools are already on the left. I can do that. Now, if I wanted the tools to be on the right, of course I can come to View, I can come to Customize Tools, Place Right. Interestingly, you can also come to these three, and you can, the three above it, Place Tools Left. So I can actually come to these three dots to move the tools without coming all the way to the View option. You do not have that same option with the browser. If you're trying to create a workspace that feels like Lightroom, if you're migrating in, you're going to want to place your tools probably to the right and come to your browser and come to the film strip option. Inside of Lightroom, you only have a film strip option. Here for the browser, as we will examine, you have several. But personally, I like for the tools to be on the left, so that's the way you're going to see it on my screen. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at the browser, and let's just look at browser options. I'm going to remove the tools so there's no distractions here, and we're going to take a look at these. I can grab the top here of the actual browser and change the size. I can make it almost as big as I want. And I also have three options on the left for viewing. Let's actually come to a larger collection. So we see lots of images. These are my macro images. I'm going to remove the tools so they're not distracting. And right now I'm in the film strip. This allows me to scroll at the bottom with the wheel of the mouse, all right, just like a film strip. And if you've used Adobe Lightroom, this is the way that their browser works. If I make this bigger, up to a certain point, the images get bigger, but then they stop at a certain point, and that's as big as they get. So the thumbnails can be different sizes. That's great. All right, what about this next one to the left? Well, this is the actual data. So if I wanted to find an image based on data, I could do so. Here are the names of the images, the rating, history on what I've done with them, ISO, shutter speed, the date they were created, etc. So here I have a grouping of images. Great, that's fine. I really only see the smallest thumbnail of them, but that's okay. The next thing is the grid view, where the size of the image does not change, but as I make the size of the browser bigger and smaller, I see more or fewer of them. And this might be useful to scroll through and find one individual image that you really like. I oftentimes work in the thumbnail view, and I make my browser about this big. I want it to be reasonable sized. Great. So I've got an image, but let's take a look on the right side here. I have a search bar, right? If I type a word, it will search for images that have that word in the name. Some of these images have the word botanic in them, referencing the Botanic Gardens. Some of them do not, and that's why I'm now viewing one of 39. But if I get rid of this search criteria, it is, actually, one of 46. Great. I also have on the side of the search bar the ability to change if I am filtering the images. We looked at filtering earlier. I pressed the X, and you'll notice now it says one of 2,165 images. So what was going on there? I'll show you. Click the three dots, and I am searching within the album. Let me bring over my search criteria here. This is what we looked at before, but this is the same search. If I come, we looked at this before. If I was in filtering, I could come to this search bar. This is exactly the same search bar as this one here. They are functionally the same. It's the same thing in two places. We looked at this before. We could click the three dots, but we can also do it in the browser. Click on that, and now I get the ability to search. If I look for only 5-star images, it brings up a collection of, in my case, 276. If I filtered those down further, of course, I would find just the 46 I was looking at based on other search criteria. I can press X to stop filtering, but I can come in here and I can look for only 5-star images. I can look for 5-star images that are after a certain date or with a certain keyword or whatever I want. No problem. So in other words, this is a fast way of filtering images. You don't even need to come to the filtering tool in order to access it, which is nice. The filtering tool, let's come back here, right here, is really just a fast way of doing what we just did. And it gives you the 4 options that we've already examined: rating, color tag, date, and keywords. We can access the full search tool inside of the browser. And that is options regarding the browser. Great. But now let's take a look at the tools. I am going to get rid of the browser because we don't need it for this. And I'm just looking at the tools. I'm going to collapse them. And we're just going to examine the way that this looks and understand what's going on here. All right. First, I have the tools. You have seen me many times pick one up and move it into the actual image space. I can click the top to open it or close it. Same with the arrow. I can drag it and move it back in, but I can move it into any position. If you remember, metadata was before filters previously, but now I'm going to move it underneath filters. I can do it just by rearranging them by clicking and dragging. No problem. Next, let's take a look at this black bar right here. This is the bifurcation between what's called the pinned area and the scrollable area. For me to really examine this, let's come to a busier tool tab. So I am inside of the Adjust Tool tab. If I was to scroll through all of my tools, I have to scroll through many of them throughout this whole panel. But you'll notice histogram doesn't move. That's because it is in the pinned area. Everything else is in the scrollable area. But things can be moved into and out of either one. If I was to take Style Brushes and I was to move it up, I could place it above the black line. And now when I scroll, Style Brushes is still accessible. I could grab it and I could, of course, move it down below the black bar. And at this point, it does scroll. Are there other ways to do it? Of course there are. I could click the three dots and move tool to pinned area. Click the three dots, move tool to scrollable area. But watch this. When you move something from the pinned area to the scrollable area, it puts it at the very bottom. Just a little thing that it does. So that is the difference between the pinned and scrollable area. Now let's take a look at what these different sections are. This is called a tool tab. This is the library tool tab. We looked at this before. Three dots, icons and text, library, tether, style, adjust, shape. When you add the words, these icons get bigger. And so I have to click these little arrows here to see the ones that are not fitting into the size of the panel itself. Are these all of the tool tabs that you can have? Absolutely not. Let's click these three dots here and I can add a tool tab. Well, notice that there are some that are not part of this. Quick, color, metadata, and export. I actually use all of these. So let's just go ahead and add one just for the fun of it. Let's add color. Now I can't see it at the moment because it is at the end of this list of tool tabs. But I can, of course, reorder these. So I'm going to grab my panel and make it bigger. And now, if I just hover over, it says if you hold Command or Control and click, you can drag to reorder. So I can hold that down, click and move, and I can drop these tool tabs into any position I want. So I can move tethering back there, I can take styles, I can leave them where they are, wherever I want. If I wanted to remove a tool tab, I can do so. Find the tool tab you don't want, right click, and you can remove the tether tool tab. We will be coming back to that later, much later on in class, but right now we don't need it. I can of course change to icons only. If I wanted to, it'd take up a little bit less space, but I'd need to know what these all meant. So I've got lots of options for adding tool tabs. I'm going to add the quick tool tab as well in case we decide to populate that. So we've got lots of options here. I'll go ahead and add the export tool tab also, which is pretty nice. I use that for exporting. You don't have to, but you can. So now I can bring in tool tabs. I can remove tool tabs. Can you add tools to tool tabs? Of course you can. For instance, if I have the color tool tab, and let's go ahead and take a look just at the names. This has white balance, color editor, color balance, black and white, normalize. Well, if those are inside of my adjust tool tab, well, those are being duplicated, aren't they? So I'm going to close up. I just want to see the names of a lot of these. And I'm going to show you how we can add and remove tools to tool tabs. There are many ways to do this, but let's start with the easiest one. I know the color editor is also in the color tool tab. There it is right there. So I'm going to come to it in the adjust tool tab, three dots, and I can remove the tool. If a tool is in a tool tab, but you want it in a different one, for instance, here is the quick tool tab, and it has styles and presets, but not style brushes. Well, I can grab that tool and I can just drag it out. Come over to the tool tab where I want it, and I can just drag it in. And that would work totally fine as well. In fact, one thing you can do is drag out everything you think might go into a different tool tab. I'm going to bring layers and masks up to the pinned area. And I might then bring it in here. That can go in there. So now I've moved it by bringing it out onto the image workspace, switching tool tabs and dragging it back in. But I don't want these two in there. Do I want them inside of the quick tool tab? Let's see.
Color bound? No, I don't. These don't really go anywhere. So from this area, 3 dots, remove tool, 3 dots, remove tool. When a tool is inside of this main workspace here, it is called a floating tool. And that's useful because we can actually create a floating tool. So I come to Window, Create Floating Tool. It gives me all of the tools, and I can just find one. Now, what if I want to add a tool to a tool tab? For instance, what if I want, inside of Adjust, to bring in the Dust Removal tool? I can come in here, right-click in the open space, and Add Tool. I can also come to the name of the tool tab, right-click, and Add Tool. It is exactly the same. And I can come in here and find Dust Removal. And there it is right here. I can now organize it to wherever I want it to go. In this way, you can have whatever tool tabs you want, whatever tools you want, in whatever order you want, and you can have them be scrollable or pinned. But you can also create a tool tab from scratch. Here's how you create a tool tab from scratch. 3 dots, Add Tool Tab, and at the bottom it says Custom Tool Tab. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to build, let's say, a black and white tool tab, only for the things that I use when doing black and white editing. You could name this whatever you want. Portraiture, you could name it after just detail work, or whatever. I can change the icon to anything that I like. Let's go ahead and grab this little sunset thing. I think that looks nice. Add the tab. Now, of course, there's nothing in it. I can take anything from one tool tab and bring it in. I could also right-click, add the tool, and then add in whatever tools I want. We'll probably populate this a little bit more as we go along. But that's how you can create your own tool tab if the ones that they give you are just not useful for you. Let's take a look at what kind of stuff is inside of each tool tab. For this, I'm going to make sure that all of the tool tabs are actually present. And I'm going to skip over, of course, the one that I just made because you won't have that. The Library Tool tab is all about organization. We've explored the library and making albums, smart albums, groups, and projects. We have not explored folders because we're going to do that all as one large section here in just a little bit. We have keywords and keyword libraries and the ability to filter, and of course the ability to see the metadata of the image we are looking at. We can add in metadata here if we so choose. By the way, we will be exploring all of these tools in completion in a little bit. Right now I just want to explore what the tool tabs are generally about. The Quick Tool tab is supposed to be only a few things that you might need in order to do a fast edit of an image. So just a few things, not a lot, but it's going to get an image up and ready to go. Styles are all about ways of having pre-built ways of doing adjustments. So styles and presets, smart adjustments. I'm also going to add in here style brushes because I find those really useful. Also, the adjustments clipboard is in here, which is something we will explore as we go along. The Adjust Tool tab initially holds all of the major editing tools you will use when editing a photo in Capture One. I like to differentiate it for everything that has to do with brightness and contrast, and the Color Tool tab to be everything that has to do with color. But of course, out of the box, you don't have the Color Tool tab, you just have the color tools as part of the Adjust Tool tab. Here we have the Shape Tool tab, and this is about the way that an image is viewable. So we have the ability to crop it, rotate it, the ability to keystone it, to do lens correction, and view it with a grid. Lots of ways that you're viewing the image. The Refine Tool tab is all about being able to add sharpness and reduce noise and do other kind of small refinements, usually the type of edits you do right as you finish up an edit. The Export Tool tab are all of the options you have as you export an image and create a variant with all of your edits applied. Tethering is about using Capture One to shoot pictures with your camera connected to your computer. And the Metadata Tool tab is one to give you information about an image and another place to add keywords. A lot of photographers don't use this.
I typically don't use the metadata tool tab in my regular editing, but it is something I use during a lot of classes. Let's continue with the subject of managing the workspace and managing what tools are immediately in front of us. We've examined the browser, the tools, and the tool tabs. The last thing for us to take a look at is this piece at the top, which is called the tool bar. If we come to View with the toolbar, we have Customize Toolbar. And this is where we can actually control what is inside of this toolbar for our immediate access. The toolbar has fast access tools that we might want to use on any variety of images. You can customize this, like we said, with View, Customize the Toolbar, but we also can come to the Customize option here in the toolbar itself to quickly access the customization. If you don't have this, don't worry, we're going to explore how to add and subtract things into the toolbar. If we have something in this area here, these are the tools that we can have in the toolbar. We can take one and just click and drag it and drop it into the toolbar. But if we decide we don't want it, we can take one away and just toss it. If we want to reorder these in any way, we can do so very easily just by clicking and dragging. I can also move to the left and to the right as I desire in any way that works for me. There are two special or spacing tools here, which are not tools in and of themselves, but are actually here just to piece these tools in a way that's easy for you to find. These are the space and the flexible space. A space is always the exact same size, independent of how many of them there are or where they are located. A flexible space, such as this one here, changes in size depending on the number of tools that are around it. So if it is a certain size and I was to add a tool, it would change in size to accommodate. Now, if I was to get rid of a lot of tools and tried to get rid of all of these, it would simply shift everything over to the left, which may not be the way that I want it. I can organize these pieces however I want to make sure that I get the organization and the spacing that I desire. So for me, I like for my cursor tools to be centered, and so I bring a couple extra of these forced spaces here just to get them exactly where I want. But if I wanted this My Capture One tool to be all the way at the right, I could simply reorder these in any way that I wanted to get them to look good. And now let's go ahead and take a look at the tools in the toolbar and when and how we might use them. By default at the top, you will get Import, Export, and Cull. I'm going to move my before back to this area here, which is more along the lines of where I want it. Let's take a look at these as they are relatively simple. Import is going to do exactly what we anticipated before. We can come to Import to import images. It will not import sessions, it will not import other catalogs, but we'll go to Import Images. This is exactly the same as File, Import Images. No problem. Now we are going to deal with exporting at the end of class, but this is a quick way to get to exporting. This is a limited number of options when exporting, but it works very quickly. If you have the Export Tool tab, you can use it and not use the Export tool in the toolbar. Whichever way you do it is absolutely fine. And last we have Cull. Now let's actually spend a minute on culling because we've talked about it a little bit, but we've not really used it to its full potential. In order to use Cull effectively, we're going to want some images that we can use face detection with. And so what I'm going to do is come to my portrait sessions here, and let's grab a whole sequence of images. here. This is from several different shoots that I have done with one model that I've worked with. And what we're going to do is I'm going to get rid of any filtering, because right now it's only filtering 5-star images. Now, why is it doing that? Capture One remembers any filtering or searching that you did within an individual album. It remembers it and will default back to that search the next time you open that album. So I'm going to clear that search. This will give me 166 images inside of this album. And let's go ahead and go to culling. Now, this is going to look remarkably similar to the face focus settings at importing. In fact, it is the same technology. The face focus settings at importing is actually going to allow you to control which images you import so you never need to look at them again if they weren't very good. That is one way to cull through images. If, like me, you import everything all at once and then sort through them later, we would do culling. Let's go ahead and click on that. So here we have the cull image window, and we're going to enable groups. Now, we talked about groups a little bit, but we didn't really demonstrate how they get used. So let's take a look at a group. So here I have a group of 17 images. Now remember, we have the similarity slider. If you say that things can be more similar in order to be grouped together, you will get fewer groups. All right? But I'm going to click on this one, and this is 17 images that are relatively similar because it's the same person with the same background. I could, of course, if I wanted more groups or fewer groups, I could alter this. So here I have a sequence of images, and they are of the same person in the same environment. But I said that they didn't have to be all that similar to each other in order to be clumped together, because we would definitely say that this image here is a far different image than the ones over here. So I might shift my similarity. And if I bring that, went the wrong direction, let's bring this back up that way. I want these to be requiring that the similarity be higher to be grouped together just so that these go away. And you'll see why that becomes relevant in a minute. Not yet. Go a bit farther. Maybe that's a little bit too much. 69%. 67%. All right, let's say about here. Here is, oops, still not quite there, 63. Yeah, we'll run with this. So now you'll notice that when I said they need to be more similar to each other in order to be grouped together, I get a greater number of groups. And so here's a group of 5 that are definitely very similar. So the question is, these would be comparable to each other. So which ones do I want to keep and which ones do I want to not keep? That's the whole idea. And we're going to be able to move through these images very quickly. We're going to come over not to filtering. That's not really useful for us yet. But we're going to come to face focus settings. And we have the options we looked at before. 50% zoom in, right? 100% zoom in, even closer. 200%, which we don't really control where that zooms in. Limit to the face, or my preference, as I've said, limit to the eye, which is going to come into the eye. The point of this is I can see the whole image here, and I can see if the eye is in focus. This is based around face detection technology. Now, what if you're not seeing this? Let me tell you what the problem is. If we are in the grid view, well, guess what? None of this is working. We have to be in the viewer here at the top. And face focus needs to be turned on to see this preview. And now what we can do, let us say that this collection of images is not rated. It's out of camera. So I've removed the rating from them. I can now filter by the rating being none. And now what I can do is go through these images one at a time. Is the eye in focus? Is the pose relatively good? I don't love the pose. It is in focus, so that's going to be 1 rating. Here, the eye is kind of squished. I don't love it, so I'm not going to say this is a favorite. I'm going to rate that as maybe a 3. Not a great pose. Eye is in focus. That's maybe a 3. Now we're talking. This is in focus. The pose I might be able to do something with. We're going to say that's a 5. Not bad, that can be a 5. And as we examined previously, if we filter for no rating and rate the images, they drop out of consideration. And in this way we can use culling to very quickly compare images that are similar to each other, which is wonderful. Let's go ahead and start taking a look at the most essential tools up here. All right, so I'm going to grab an image and I'm just going to very quickly do something with it. It doesn't really matter what. I'm just going to make it black and white. So we have the before and after tool here. Okay, now I can do a full view or a split view slider. I prefer split view slider. You'll see why in a second. And when you turn that on, we get a split view. But I can grab this to move back and forth from before to after the edits. By the way, you don't even need this cursor tool. You could press Y on the keyboard to do the exact same thing. Customize, as we already said, is going to bring up the ability to change what is in the toolbar. Next we have proofing. This is previewing the way that an exported image is going to look. And the options we get with the drop-down menu are going to look different than yours. Mine says sRGB JPEG full, Adobe JPEG full, etc., etc. And yours look different. Well, what does that mean? Let me tell you. If I come to the Export Tool tab, I'm going to find something called Export Recipes. These are ways that we can have an image be exported, the way that it will look when we create that variant. And all of mine I have personally made. Yours are probably the default from Capture One. And this list is exactly the same as this list under proofing, where I can actually see what will this look like when it is exported. Now, we don't expect that this will change things too much, but it's a way to double check how watermarks might fit. It's a way to double check the way the colors might work, and it's a way to make sure that our exported images are going to look the way that we want. Now don't worry, we're going to come to making export recipes at the end of this class. Let's take a look at styles. Now styles are a very big part of Capture One and the Capture One experience. A style is, as we have referenced before, a collection of edits that we apply to an image. But you're going to see that if I come to the styles, I don't just have styles, I also have something that says presets. What is the difference? A style is a collection of edits from all across Capture One, where a preset is going to be an edit done using a single tool. Let me show you this. Now I have the Style Tool tab. It's the two circles kind of on top of each other. And the way that I like to set mine up is Styles and Presets, Style Brushes, Smart Adjustments, Adjustment Clipboard, and Navigator. Sometimes I'll throw something else in there, but that's the main ones that I like. Okay, if I come to my styles, this is another way of accessing this same information. In other words, you do not, strictly speaking, need the style tool in the toolbar to access your styles. All right, let us take a brief examination of this just to make sure that it makes sense. All right, I am going to very quickly build a style and a preset. Now, I'm going to use tools that we have not explored, so I'm not going to belabor the process of what edits we are doing. That's for later in this class when we deal with the editing tools. Right now I just want to look at the styles themselves. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to come to my adjustments. We've made this image a black and white. I am going to come to my, let's say, curves tool, and I think I actually want to lower the contrast of this particular image. That works for me. I think I might want to brighten it up a little bit, and I might want to take my black point down. Now I might call that a simple, nice, smooth black and white. So what I can do is I can come to my styles, and I could save a custom style. it's going to bring up what we call an adjustment clipboard. More on adjustment clipboards later, but I've done an exposure, a brightness, a shadow, a black, a curve, a white balance, and a black and white edit on this image. Now, if I was to save that, it could be a test black and white. And then it says test B plus W dot CO style, capture one style. Where will it be saved? Inside of styles, and I can save it. Now I'm going to take this image and I'm going to reset it. That's this one right at the top here. You have to have reset. I would say inside of capture one, it's just nice and easy. And here's the image out of camera. I can come to here in the styles tool, I can come to my test black and white right here, apply it, and it's exactly the same. But I could also reset, come to styles, custom styles, test black and white, and there it is as well. Now I will go ahead and reset that. I'm going to delete that particular style because it was just for purposes of demonstration. Let's come to another way of building a style. Let's do another black and white just because it's fun. Here I'm going to take this black and white, but now we're going to do a really contrasty black and white, kind of like that. That also kind of boosts the brightness. We'll call that good just for purposes of demonstration. And this next way of actually building a style deals with the layers and masks tool. Here's one of the powerful things, and we're going to talk about this more when we get into layering and masking. If I come to the layers and come to the plus, I don't just hit plus, I go to the drop down arrow, move layer adjustments to new layer. And it creates a new layer with my adjustments applied. There are reasons why we might do this that we will explore later, but for right now I can right click this layer and I can save these adjustments as a style, and it is the same. So that is how we can, and I'll get rid of all of that, make a style in a different way. Now let's talk about making a preset. All right, I'm going to reset this again. Come to my exposure tool, and we're going to find a couple symbols at the top right. I have a magic wand. This does an auto adjustment only with the sliders within that tool. So for instance, here's high dynamic range. It also has a magic wand. If I click the magic wand in exposure, it will not move anything in the HDR tool. That is critical to understand. All right, drop that there. So I can do an auto adjustment. All right, that's great. This back arrow resets just that tool. All right. The up and down copies the adjustment to what is called the adjustment clipboard. Okay, so I could do something and I could copy that to the adjustment clipboard. Okay, so after I copy that, if I come here, I have the adjustment clipboard. I can open it up. And we're going to see that copied into the adjustment clipboard is an exposure adjustment. That's it right here. I could come to another image, come to my adjustment clipboard, and apply it, and the same edit will happen here. Now I'm going to click on one of these images, hold shift, click on the other. I've highlighted two images. I can hit reset, and it will reset both of them. Next, inside, let's go ahead and have only one of these open. I've got the 3 lines, which is oftentimes called the hamburger option. And this is where we can set a preset. So if I wanted a preset that's a little bit of brightness, a little bit of saturation, I could click the 3 lines and I could save this as a custom preset, which we're just going to say save as a test. And now I will reset the image. I come to the 3 lines and I have test right there. Now, if I've made one I don't like, I could right click. I could come to delete custom preset, and it only gives me the options of ones I've made. And I could delete test, and that is fine. And I also have inside of here some presets made by Capture One, which of course only apply to this one tool. Okay, so that's what the icons mean at the top. Now, if we have a tool that does not have all of those symbols, that means not all of those functions are available for that given tool. Let's put exposure back to where it was. Now we understand how we can make a custom style or a custom preset. We also have the built-in styles and built-in presets. Those are made by Capture One. So I have built-in styles, black and white, and I could do a black and white punch, and that is the built-in black and white, very high contrast style made by Capture One. I could like it or not. It's entirely up to me whether or not I use it. We've already used the next one of the tools, the reset tool. If I have done a bunch of stuff to an image, I could reset the whole image back to factory specs or out of the box, essentially. Now, if I have some stuff that's crazy in multiple tools, I could reset just that one tool, as we have explored, or I could reset everything, as we have here. If I have done several things in a row, I could also undo going backwards in time one moment at a time. That will just simply go back throughout steps. I'm going to get to the cursor tools here in a moment, so we're going to skip over that. We're going to come to copy and apply. So I have the ability to do a drop down, which gives me my adjustment clipboard. This is the same adjustment clipboard that we saw right here. It's exactly the same. What I'm going to do is several edits on top of this image and copy those to the adjustment clipboard for purposes of demonstration. We're going to go ahead and do a black and white. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do a low contrast edit and add some brightness and drop our black point. That is just an edit. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad for our demonstration right now. I'm going to come to copy and apply. Press the up arrow to copy. Next, I can come to another image, or 5 or 10 or 50, and highlight them and press the down arrow, and it will copy that exact adjustment clipboard onto the new image. Now, here is an important difference. I'm going to reset this image. I'm going to come to my adjustment clipboard, which has all of this adjusted. I'm going to turn off the black and white adjustment. Now when I come to this image and click apply, it does all the edits except for black and white because I removed it from the black and white clipboard. I'm going to turn it back on. I'll reset this image. I can come to the image and click down, but I could also click apply. And now all the edits, including the black and white adjustment, get applied. I'm going to go ahead, highlight both of these, and I'm going to reset them for the moment. For this next demonstration, I actually want to come to a macro image, which I think is the best way to view the focus mask. So here I have an image, and with macro imagery, it's always a big question of what is actually in focus. So I'm going to come to the focus mask and click on it. And we're going to see it highlight here. And it's not just highlighting this image. Did you notice it's highlighting my thumbnails as well, which is really interesting. My thumbnails light up, so I know the areas that are in focus, even in the images I am not currently looking at. Here I can come to it and see that the B is turning green. It is the one that I care about, which is great. Now, a couple caveats on the focus mask. If it doesn't show up for you when you click this on, that is probably because you are looking at a JPEG image. Focus mask only works with RAW files. Next, mine are showing up in green, but what if you don't want it to show up in green? Can you change that? Yes, you can. We're going to come to our preferences, which are right there. I can come to the focus preferences and the colors right here. I can click on this and it's going to give me a color tool. And I can say that I want my focus mask to be almost any color I can name. So I'm going to change it to, let's change it to this aqua color right here. I can change the opacity, which I think should be relatively high. The threshold is how in focus does it need to be in order to be seen as an in-focus pixel with this tool. You want to keep this relatively low. Once I've got that, I can get out of my presets and get out of the color, and there they are. So I know as I scroll through my images what part is in focus, even if it's in the thumbnail, which is very, very cool. Next, let's take a look at the grid. Now the grid view works in conjunction actually with one of your tools. So we're going to work with that. I'm going to come over to the grid tool, which is right here. If I turn on, I'm going to turn off the focus mask, turn on my grid, I get a grid that's there for cropping purposes. I can change the color of the lines to whatever shows up best for the image. I'm going to stick with yellow. But I can also change what type of grid I see. I can come here and I can do rectangular. I can also do the Fibonacci spiral. And then when I come to crop the image, which is going to be the first cursor tool we'll look at, we'll go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to drop the grid tool back in here. I can click on this. And now what I can do is set up so that this cropping tool works really well with the grid that I have set. Once I have that, I click on any other cursor tool, and now I have finished that crop. I can turn off the grid view, and I'm seeing the image with the crop as we indicated. So that is the grid and the grid tool. Let's go ahead and look at this image and take a look at the exposure warnings. Exposure warnings are there to say when a pixel is going to clip. It turns red if it is getting so bright that its highlight might lose information. As I grow in exposure, I'm just making the image brighter, more and more red gets into the frame. So that is not really there. It's just telling me that these are overexposed pixels. And if I turn off the exposure warning, indeed they are pure white. So this is giving me a warning sign that, oh, that area is starting to get a little bit too bright. I might need to bring the highlights down in that area. Now let's come to the cursor tools here. Really important. You should never remove the cursor tools from the toolbar. You'll always be using them. The first one is a selection tool. This allows me to click on individual images or perhaps grab a tool and move it as a free floating tool or whatever other major connectivity or interaction things I need to do. There is a drop-down menu. I can move an image to a selects folder, or I can remove an image from an individual folder. And I tend not to use these very much at all, but they do exist. Next, we have the hand or panning tool. If I zoom in using the scrolling wheel on the mouse, I can pick this up and move the image around. But if I want to then do other types of interactions, I have to switch my cursor tool. There is a way around this. If I have the navigator tool here, which I like to add to my adjust tool tab, remember that's just open space, right click, add tool, come down to navigator. If I do that, I can zoom in still with the scrolling wheel of the mouse, come to the navigator, click the box to move my view around, and I never need to leave this cursor tool. So it's just another way to do it. I do have a drop-down menu where I can move an overlay or move a watermark. So the watermark is particularly useful because if I have a watermark that is on top of an image in the way that I have edited it or worked with it, I can move it here. All right, next is the magnifying glass. This is used for checking focus. So I can simply click on an area and it will give me a 100% zoom in to double check focus. But what a lot of people don't know is you can take this cursor tool, come to a thumbnail, click on it, and you will get a zoom in on the thumbnail to check focus before you even click on the image, which is really useful. Next is the cropping tool. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. So when I bring this up, I do get a drop-down menu for the aspect ratio. It assumes the original aspect ratio, but I can change that if I want to. So if I wanted a square, I could click on square. It will give me a square. I can move this. It gives me right now, when I move it, the grid overlay, right? Even though the grid is not turned on, it still will give that to me. And if I change the grid from the Fibonacci spiral to perhaps the rectangular one, then it will change what I see. I can grab the edges to move this in and make it smaller as I want. And if I select any other cursor tool, it simply finishes that crop. But of course it's not permanent because there's no permanent editing inside of Capture One. I can come back to the crop tool, it shows it to me, and then I'd be able to expand this back out. I could also come to the drop-down menu, come back to my original aspect ratio, and I'd be able to come back to the whole image. Next, I have the rotation tool. There are 4 options. First is straighten. If I have something that should be a straight line, I can click on one end, click and drag to the other, and that will become a straight line in the frame, and it will rotate the image on the canvas in order to make that happen. The next option is going to be to rotate freehand, where I can simply grab this and click and drag to rotate the image in whatever way I want. And lastly, in 90-degree increments, I can rotate to the left or right. This is just done by clicking with the mouse once I have that cursor tool, either to the left or to the right. Next is keystoning. Let's come to an image of some kind of architecture in order to see how this is used. Here I have an image of a house, and we know that with most architecture, because of the vanishing point effect, this is not really looking keystoned or straight. So I have 2 lines, and we want to position these so that they run alongside something that is straight, and we want the other one to run alongside not only something straight, but something that is parallel to the first line. Once we do that and apply it, it will stretch or keystone the image in order to make the building straight. At that moment, of course, I can select another cursor tool and it will crop into the image, and I have a keystoned image. Next is the brush tool. Now, the tools that we use for masking, we will deal with in a lot of detail when we actually get to masking. So these are used to brush in either a brushstroke mask or a selection mask or a radial or linear gradient mask. And these are ways of selecting part of the frame. I'm not going to belabor these right now because we will be getting into them later on. The same is true of the erasing tool. So these are for erasing parts of masks, either through a brush stroke or through pixel identification or through AI masking. Again, this is a masking technique. We will deal with them in a lot of detail later. Next, we have the color picker tool. Now this is used all over the place in Capture One, and it is better to actually talk about each and every one of these applications as we deal with the tools that actually utilize them. But the most common use for the white balance picker is the first option, which is pick white balance. If we have something that is ideally 18% gray, or at least a neutral gray, we can click on it in order to set the white balance for the image. That is to make the image neutral in its color temperature. So just to show you, that is before, that is after. Just a slight adjustment that brings out the warmth in the image. Next, we have a way of copying and applying edits. So I'm just going to do a basic edit here. We're going to, let's say, just make this brighter. Doesn't really matter what we do. And I can come to the up arrow and I can copy. Then I can switch the arrow to the apply, come to another image, and I can just click the thumbnail to apply the edits without even bringing up the image. So a fast way of being able to apply edits to images even if we don't even look at them. So just another way of doing copy and apply. The last option here is going to be annotations. So here we can actually draw an annotation, right? And we can make a note of some kind so that when we come back to working with the images later, we'll have some kind of a note that we are able to use to say, I know what I need to do with this individual image. Or if there are 2 editors working, one can make notes about what the other should do. Once a note has been done, we can erase the annotations just by drawing over them. Now we're going to take a look at some of the toolbar tools that I do not regularly use, so you haven't seen them up here from me, but might be ones that could be useful for you. The very first one of these is Publish. I'm going to drag it over here. I think I'm going to move Learn over to there. And let's see what happens when we come to publish. So I really only have two options currently. I could publish immediately to frame.io or to Glass, and you can get plugins that would allow you to immediately publish to other services. Next, we're going to come to Capture, and you're going to notice I can't do much with this because when I come to Capture, it doesn't let me do anything. Now the reason for that is I do not have a camera currently connected for tethering. We're going to do a tethering section later in the class, and in that you're going to see how we can use Capture One to tether shots. But since there's no camera connected, it's not doing anything at the moment. Let's go ahead and remove that. And we have edit selected. Now I don't like this to be up here, but let me show you what this does. This is important. You'll notice mine is turned on. The idea is if I have copied an adjustment and I highlighted 10 or 12 images and I applied it, does that edit apply to all 12 images? If edit selected is turned on, the answer is yes. If edit selected is turned off, it will only apply the edit to the one that we have most recently clicked on, not all of the ones that are highlighted. I find this to actually not be very helpful, and so for me this should always be turned on, and then I actually like to remove it from the toolbar so I never accidentally turn it off. If you find that you're not able to apply an adjustment to all images selected, that's the reason why. Next, let's go ahead and grab Rotate and take a look at it. Rotate very simply allows me to rotate an image 90 degrees, clockwise or counterclockwise. Nothing more to it than that. And if you find yourself regularly doing rotations, you should have it in your toolbar. Let's go ahead and remove that, and we're going to come to Auto Adjust. Auto Adjust does exactly what's labeled on the tin. I can have an image, and then if I click on Auto Adjust, it will do an adjustment of the entirety of the image. All right. And I have the ability to turn on and off additional types of adjustments it might do, such as leveling or white balance, etc. Next, we have Cloud Transfer. Not very commonly used, but let's take a look at it. If I click on this, then what I can do is try to grab information from a cloud that Capture One has the ability to access. Out of the box, that's only frame.io. If you are able to integrate through plugins other cloud services, they would show up here. But that's the reason that this does not usually get used by users, simply because Capture One does not connect to cloud-based services very well at all. It is mostly there to connect to hard disk images. Let's remove that. Next, we have Share Online. Let's take a look at this one. So what Share Online does is specifically allow me to grab a album, and then I can share this album with an individual. This is a pretty cool feature, especially for people working with a client. You can manage the access and how you share the album, and then people are able to look at images through any web browser and rate them so that you know which images from a shoot they like or they don't like. And that star rating and other information will come through to your album in Capture One. You only get to share a couple albums for free, and it is a paid feature that you can upgrade to, which is why you're seeing an upgrade option show up on mine. So it is something that we might use in some circumstances. I'm going to drop that down there. All right. Next, we have the option to trash an image. Now, I've shown you the way that I prefer deleting images, which is to 1-star rate them. But if I have an image that I really don't like, I could just come up, I could hit trash, and that will immediately throw the image into the trash for the catalog. And that might be perfectly fast for you, and then you can remove the trash whenever you feel like it. The other option, as I've said, is I really like to simply rate something 1 star and then delete everything in the 1-star folder, but both get images into the catalog trash in a very smooth and reasonable way. Move to Selects, by the way, is something that we really only get into in sessions. The reason I can't click on it is this is not a session. This is a catalog. Sessions are different, and we're going to deal with those in just a little bit because they do function differently than sessions. But we could have a tool that moves images into selects if we are working in sessions. For most users, most of the time, I don't advise that, but it could work for you. Next, we have guides. Now, guides are actually helpful for comparing the size or spacing of objects between images. So if I turn guides on, it gives me some lines, and I can move these to double check the size or the spacing of an object in the frame. And those will maintain in their position when I switch to the next image over, so I can compare its size and positioning. Continuing with the toolbar, we're going to come up here and take a look at the next option. And so the next one is annotations, which just toggles on and off, seeing the annotations that we write with the annotation cursor tool that we saw before. Similarly, the overlay button would turn on or off seeing an overlay. So we're going to cover overlays later in the class, but this is a watermark effectively. And let's go ahead and grab an overlay here. I'll just go ahead and add it to one of my tool tabs. I'm going to grab overlay, turn that on, and like I said, we are going to deal with these in a later class. But just so you see, if I grab, drag it in from another screen, my logo, it will show up in the overlay. Now we're going to deal with the tool later on, but if I wanted to leave this in permanently, I could, and simply turn on and off viewing the overlay here. Of course, we may not put this into the toolbar permanently. We might only use it if we are actually using an overlay from time to time. But if it's a regular part of your workflow, you very well might want to have an overlay that's a regular thing and just turn on and off having it through the toolbar. Both work perfectly fine. I don't use it for many of my images, and so I am going to remove it. Let's go ahead and add in two things that are really only for tethering. All right, we're going to take a look at composition mode and hot folder, and I'm going to tell you they're not used all that much, and so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them. Composition mode specifically, if you are tethering, and we're going to deal with tethering later in class, if you are tethering, it turns off saving the last image when you are setting up a tethered shoot. Here's the idea. If you are setting up a tethered shoot and you're going to do one image and then adjust the light, shoot another image, maybe adjust the composition, shoot another image, change your f-stop, well, those test images you don't need to keep. There's no reason for them. And so composition mode, by turning this on and off here, it puts the X's to tell you you're in composition mode. What that does is as you're shooting these images that are setting up a shoot, it does not permanently save the last image once you shoot a new one. It only saves the most recent image shot for test purposes. Now that's really useful in just getting rid of the excess stuff that happens in a tethered shoot. So this is a really useful thing in tethered shooting. It is not useful other times. Next we come to hot folder. I believe that hot folder is now a defunct feature in Capture One. The idea was when tethering, you would set up a specific folder and we would actually do it through camera, select hot folder, and then we would choose a folder. That hot folder is where, when tethering, images would be imported to. Then, with hot folder turned on, Capture One would see new images added to the hot folder and would automatically display them. Now, that feature is baked into Capture One's tethering today, which is actually why if you do some searching for hot folders, you really don't find any recent information, because for hot folder to be useful today, you need to be tethering with a software other than Capture One, but then editing in Capture One, and hot folder will detect those images. So this turns on and off seeing it. By coming up to camera and then select hot folder, you can decide the folder. It would just bring up this dialog box and we could
find something maybe called hot folder and select it. But since this is now a baked-in feature to the way that tethering works in the last several years of Capture One, even tethered photographers do not use this very much at all anymore. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Next, we're going to bring in select. This is a very simple thing. If I don't want to have my browser here, I can have the browser down there and just scroll through images through the select keys, just right at the top. That way I get more space for the image and I can work on one image at a time without problems. That's a pretty useful thing. I'm going to go ahead and take it, and maybe I'll move it over to here because I kind of like it. All right, next one is print. Not a lot to it. This is where you can print directly from Capture One. So if we have a photo printer at home, we can click on this, bring up a dialog box, and be able to print. Next is variants. Now variants might be a little confusing. I want to show you this. I've got one image of this particular frame. So this is a shot. I've got one of them. All right. Now what if I wanted a black and white version and a low contrast version and a high contrast version? Well, those would be different variants. If I was to simply hit plus, look what I get. Down here I now have two of this image. One has been just created and it's number 2, and I can change this and make it a totally different variation of the original. So if I wanted to have multiple variants of an image, different treatments, that actually I would be able to store separately, and that's actually an important point. Let us say that I have an album that is my favorite black and white images, and I took this image and I made it a black and white. Well, now it would be a good candidate potentially for my favorite black and white images. And I could take this variant and store it in the library module with my favorite black and white images, but the color one would be able to be organized elsewhere. It still is only one original raw file on your machine, but it is treated as multiple images for the purposes of editing and organization. If you decide a variant is no longer that useful, you can right-click and remove the variant. Next, we're going to come to a button in the toolbar that really just doesn't seem to do anything, and that is workspaces. This is kind of annoying, so I'll show you this. If you see it, you can't really click on it or do anything. It doesn't show you anything. If we were to change our workspace, and let's go ahead and change it to something different here, right? We could, of course, view, customize the toolbar, and we could move workspace into this one just so we can see it. It doesn't look any different. If I was to switch back to my original workspace, there's no real alteration in it. So it really is not a faster way to view what workspace you're in or to be able to change your workspace. That's going to just be window workspace. And I'm a big fan of customizing your particular workspace. I think that that's a very powerful thing to do. Oops, wrong one. Right, so here's my basic editing workspace right there. I'm a big fan of saving your workspace as we've talked about, but this just doesn't give you any real additional functionality. Next, let's come to something that can be useful. However, I have found a little bit of a glitch in it, and that is the slideshow. So if I come up here, here's the slideshow, and here's a glitch that I have found semi-regularly when I've gone to slideshow and Capture One has been in full screen mode, it has crashed the software. If I come out of full screen mode and I click slideshow, it's going to bring up a slideshow, but it does so from the image in the browser that I have selected. And now it automatically runs, and I can just enjoy the slideshow, and I could put this up onto a screen or whatever I wanted. And it might be a nice way of showing images to a client or be able to run a particular slideshow through a second monitor that you thought was nice. It's a pretty cool little feature, but I did find that little bug in it that I think is really worth talking about. Next, a couple things here. Battery status If you have it, it will show the battery status of your computer. Mine is grayed out because I'm working on a desktop computer, so I'm not running on battery power, but it will give you a battery status if you're running on a laptop. Useful thing if you work full screen when editing like I do and don't see while you're working battery information at the top while you are working. I kind of like that. I think that's a nice additional little feature. Then we get preferences, and I already have this over here. There are a few important preferences that we might want to talk about. So let's spend a minute and go through preferences and actually talk about some critical things that are in here, but we'll also skip some stuff that's not as important. First, when we are viewing, does the scroll wheel actually zoom? What this is if I'm looking at an image, right, I can scroll with the mouse and zoom into it. And you'll see me do that a lot when we get into editing. That's a critical thing. All right, I can default my images to be sorted by date in ascending order, but I could change this to descending or ascending, and I can do it by any type of information that might be useful. Date is the default, which is what most people are looking for. All right. We can have the scroll wheel change the slider value, and that's when you are working and editing. That just scrolling will change the value of the slider that you're hovering over. If we are doing tethered workflow, we can create a new collection after 1 hour of inactivity, but we could change that amount of time. This is something that is helpful if you're doing a lot of tethered shooting in the course of a day, right? So you could set this to perhaps 30 minutes of inactivity, and while you're setting up the next shoot, it would immediately create a new capture collection while you are working. I'm going to skip a couple things that are not as critical. You could take a look at them, but I want to really highlight the things that are really important and go straight to backup. Catalog backup, okay? So a catalog backup is the ability, it's a small file that allows Capture One to rebuild your catalog file, and you want to back it up regularly, all right? You want this to be either every time you close the software, every day, or once a week. I would not do it for a longer period of time than once a week. Once a week works fine for most people, but please do this. And then when you close the software, it will remind you, hey, do you want to back this up? You just press OK. It takes an extra 15 seconds, and you are backed up in case you have a catalog issue. Next, I'm going to come to appearance, and the thing that I really want to show you inside of here is the mask color. Later in the class, we're going to get to masking and layering, and you're going to see that my mask shows up as a purple color. If you wanted a different color, you could do so by clicking here and choosing a different color that you would be able to show as your masked area. So this is where that is, all right? I'm not going to talk about this in that masking section, but this is where you'd be able to change that mask color. Might be useful to note that the black margin around the image, you can change the color. You could actually have it be white if you wanted to. If that was helpful for you viewing your image or its edge, you could make it pure black, but it does default to just very dark. So however you kind of want it to appear is absolutely fine. You'd be able to play with the margins as well. Next, I'm skipping a little bit here because I only want to talk about the things that are really going to be impactful inside of preferences, but we have exposure warning. So the question is, at what point of brightness or darkness does the exposure warning show up if you have that feature turned on? And for bright areas, about 250 out of 255 is recommended. It will start to give you an overexposure warning before it truly clips. But since there's more information in shadows than in highlights, the shadow warning does not actually come in until you get a true 0 or pure black value. These are alterable values if you want them to be, okay? And you can change the color if you want to. Red for highlights, blue for shadows is the default, actually across every photo editing software, but you can alter that. Those are the parts of the options that I really wanted to point out to you. So it's nice to either have this here, but there is an easy way to be able to get to it by, depending on if you have a Mac or PC, either inside of the Capture One box, which is where it is for Macs, or inside of File, which is where it is for PCs. So you don't need this in the toolbar. I think it's kind of nice to have, but by no means necessary. We've been using the Customize tool this whole time. It's how I am getting to customize my toolbar. Next is tips, which is pretty good. What this is going to do is show you the major things that are on the screen. What are they, right? The viewer, the browser, right? Your tool tabs. Give you a little bit of information about the basic pieces of Capture One and what these pieces are there to do for you. So it's a getting started kind of thing, and once you've used Capture One for a little while, you won't be needing it anymore, but it can be a nice way to get started. Next is going to be Learn. So Learn is going to bring you up to this little thing, which has a few short tutorials that were made by Capture One. Right? They don't cover everything by any means, but they do get a couple short videos on certain important aspects of photo editing. Some of them are actually built into Capture One, and other ones you can view on their website. They're pretty useful. Those are nice. Next, we're going to get to My Capture One. I've got that button over here, and this brings up information about your plan with Capture One. So you can bring this up to see information about it. You've got some more of the videos from the Learn button inside of here, information about your plan, etc. So that's what that is, and you can use it, not whatever is useful for you, but it's a fast way of getting to it without having to go to a browser and log into Capture One, etc. And lastly is Activities Progress. This I have sitting right here, actually, and it doesn't show up unless Capture One is processing in some way, either building smart previews or importing or doing or exporting or doing something that is in progress. So it'll give you that progress wheel while it is operating, and it vanishes the rest of the time. So those are the really essential things here for the toolbar. Put the ones in that you find to be the most useful for you, definitely. I'm going to move this back so that that is more centered. Get them exactly the way that you want. Make sure that your toolbar looks and feels appropriate to you, and be able to quickly get to the things you need. I like having customized just so I could easily change it if necessary, but that is my toolbar. Remember, once we have something kind of in place looking the way we want, what we really want to do is save a workspace, and I'm going to save over the one that I currently have just to keep it. We've been putting it off for some time, but it is time for us to talk about sessions. So let's actually understand what sessions are and why are they so different from catalog. So this is our catalog. We're going to grab the library tool here, and we know with the folders view that we have a catalog file. We've looked at it, and that catalog file indexes to images that are stored throughout our machine and our hard drives. Specifically, we might have an external hard drive, and we might have folders from images throughout time. I, for instance, have images going back to 2005. Now, we did have something called in catalog, but we knew that that was just a folder created by the catalog as a place to dump images if you did not have another piece of organization. And we could have images in there or not. I, for instance, have only 8 images in there, just kind of little byproducts, nothing important. In other words, this location is not necessary to the running of the catalog, and the images can be anywhere throughout the machine, and also they are stored through time. So a catalog is a great tool for storing images through time. Well, let's look at sessions. Sessions are designed to be a professional workflow. If I have a client, I might shoot for them once. And if I do shoot for them again, it would be far in the future in most circumstances. In other words, I might want to have some type of an organization that does not assume I am using images through time, but instead I want the best workflow for one set of images for a client. Well, what does that mean? If I think about shooting for a client, then I want to shoot a bunch of images, run them through my processing, and deliver the best end result images to the client. So I want a session, which is going to be for a singular workflow, to take images in, sort them, allow me to edit the best ones, and create my deliverables for the client. And that ends the workflow of the session. So where a catalog assumes adding images through time,
A session assumes images will be added once, and then the structure of the session will lead us through the editing and delivering process, where the structure of a catalog will not necessarily do that. Well, let's go ahead and build a session. I'll come up to File, New Session, and we're going to give it a name, and that's just fine. There are templates, and we can save a template, which is the way that the workspace and everything looks when we create a new session, and we will not be using one of those right now, and we're not going to bother sharing it, but we could from here, and then we look at where it will be stored. Users, my name, pictures. I'm going to click OK. So this will create the session and open it. And I'll close my primary catalog. I don't need that open right now. And here I have it. So let's take a look at what this actually looks like. So I'm going to go open up a Finder window, look at pictures, and I see something in here called name. There it is right there. So name is created by Capture One to store all of the data about the session. Well, let's open it up and see what we get. We get some stuff. Right? We get name.cosessiondb, Capture One session database. So it still is a database that is working with the files. But then I get these folders, capture, output, selects, trash. Now, here we're taking a look at them in alphabetical order, but that's not the correct order to look at them. The real order should be capture, then selects, trash, and output. If you look at them in this order, we get a sense of a flow through time. I bring images in. I either select that they are good to deliver to the client and therefore should be edited, or they are not good for the client and I'm going to get rid of them. Once I have edited the images that are selects, they move to an output folder, and that is what will be delivered to the client. This set of folders is the structure of how we work with the images. In other words, the structure of the session mirrors the structure of what we're going to do with the pictures. Now we're going to leave this up, but come back into Capture One here, and we're going to take a look at the session itself. So most of this is going to look incredibly familiar. Right? We can have any of our normal tool tabs that we might want. We would be able to add tool tabs that we might use. And of course, once we have this looking the way that we want it, we'd be able to use it as a template for further sessions. Where this gets different is in the library tool. This looks totally different. Notice I have session folders immediately. Capture, selects, output, trash. Well, wait a minute, that's exactly what we saw here. And notice that it goes straight to folders. That's going to be important here in a second. Then we have session albums. Now, these are albums like we have used before. We have the ability to create albums and smart albums, but there's no such thing as groups or projects because this is not an organization that's going to persist through time. It is one used for this one shoot. So additional groups and projects are not deemed necessary. We can, of course, build albums and smart albums to further organize the shoot as we see fit. We then might have some favorites, and so we'd be able to perhaps add in additional favorites. But if I hit plus, I get this, which is actually a window to find locations on my drive. Why is that? When we see the structure of Capture One sessions, you'll understand why that is there. And then lastly, system folders. So additional folders spread throughout my machine and hard drives that I might want to access. You notice that a lot of this has to do with accessing physical locations on the machine. And that's not the way that it was done with catalogs at all, which emphasized albums and smart albums and de-emphasized folders. Sessions emphasizes folders. Let's take a look at why. And it has to do with what's called constant monitoring. So I'm going to bring up this right here, which is actually our folder structure for the session. And then let's also go ahead and new Finder window. And what we're going to do here is find, remember our example images from before, the images that we used in order to build our catalog? Well, let's say that this is actually my session. This is my shoot from my session. Let's just say I have it in one folder on the computer, but of course, if it was on a memory card, I could come to import and I could import into the session and it would be no problem, of course. But we don't even have to do it that way. So we could import exactly as you've done with other things, but I have a captures folder. I can click on it and of course, there's nothing in here. All right, I'll take a look at the browser, open it up. There are no images because we just created the session. There's nothing in here. But if I minimize this, watch what happens here. I'm going to say that these images, all of these are actually my shoot. Now, I'm going to open up my capture folder because remember, capture comes first. So the images before editing. Open that up. And all I'm going to do here is I'm going to drag these in. And maybe I'll grab some more. I'll drag those in. And I think I'll do it again with some more of these like that. And like that. Let's see if there's anything inside of here. There's a couple. Let's drag those in as well. So I've just moved everything. All I did was move it from here to there. And notice I did it inside of the operating system. And we said earlier that you never do that, right? You never do that. But here we did. Well, let's take a look at what happens in Capture One. We're going to come here, open up Capture One. I'm going to maximize it. And let's take a look at the browser. Look at that. The images are here in the session. What is going on? Let's bring up the tools. And notice that we are in the captures folder. I can go to selects and they're gone, but they're in the captures folder. Now watch this. If I grab this image and I drag it to the selects folder and drop it, and I come back here and I take a look in the selects folder, there it is. So what's going on? Sessions are what's called live monitored, meaning that this at all times represents what is in this folder. That's why they say the word folder. And I physically move the file from one place to another. So in other words, if I was to take this and move it back to pictures and then name and then capture just in the operating system like that, it would come back into the capture folder. So the physical location of the file now represents its location in the organization of the session. And because this is designed to be used for one output, right, a shoot for a client, all of a sudden this structure makes sense. As I move images into various places, I am going to be able to know my deliverables and organize my data effectively. Okay, so we can use a lot of the exact same concepts we have used before. What I'm going to do is come in here and I'm going to filter by rating and look at unrated, and we're just going to make some notes. As I take a look at these, I'm going to start rating them, right, and give them various ratings and try to find ones that I like and say that one's good, that one's pretty good, that one's pretty good, love that one, that one's pretty good, that one's pretty good, I don't like that, I don't like that, and I could continue on with this. Once I have rated these, I can now search for that, right? I'd be able to find my 5-star images. These might be my favorites, which means what do I want to do with them? Take them and move them into the selects folder. What if I search for only 1-star images? Well, I could take these and I could move them into my trash folder. Being in the selects folder means it should be edited. And so once I have a selects folder, now I'm able to move into the adjust tool tab, grab my images and start editing them. And once I have edited the images, I simply take them in their edited format and move them to output. And once they're in output, I am able to output the entire output folder and I have my deliverables for my client. And when I take a look at the folder structure here inside of Capture One, when I do so, I am able to simply take my output and know that's a keeper, take trash, and I can throw those images away and remove them from the hard drive. So this is the benefit of your session. It gives you an amazing ability to pair your workflow with the structure of the images. Now, we don't have the ability to locate images in a variety of albums like we are in catalogs, but we never need to do that because an image is never really going to be in multiple organizational principles at any one time because this is considered an individual shoot. So as long as we follow those basic rules of working with sessions, then they can be a great workflow for those one-off shoots that should not be integrated into our full catalog. All right, what if you have created sessions, but you're moving your workflow into collections? Well, let's get into that. So I can change what I'm looking at from the Library Tool tab. I can come to here where it says Session. I can move to my primary catalog, and it's going to open up my primary catalog. And once I am here, I could come to File, Import Session, and then I could find my session file and I could import it, and then I would import those images into a catalog. So if you have sessions and you want to migrate into catalogs because it's better for long-running workflow, that is how you would do it. We are finally ready to get into editing, and I'm very excited to get rolling with this section of the class and making sure we make your pictures as good as possible. Now, as we go along, we're going to talk about the initial editing tools one at a time, but then we'll probably take some sections to look at things that are clumped together. For instance, things that might be smart adjustments or things that are kind of auto editing, we'll take a look at together. And so that's going to divide up the sections as we go through the tools in Capture One. Please note that we will be looking at things like tethering and exporting later on. This is to examine the initial tools and what they do. So let's go ahead and get started. We have our Adjust Tool tab up here, and I like to divide up my tool tabs so that I have everything having to do with contrast and brightness in the Adjust Tool tab, and everything having to do with color in the Color Tool tab. Now, out of the box, the color tools are inside of the Adjust Tool tab, and you don't have the Color Tool tab. I have set mine up, and if you want a reminder, we can always create a new tool tab with the 3 dots at the top here, and go to Add a Tool tab, and add one that's pre-made, or a custom tool tab if we so want. Once we have things laid out in a way that we want, we can always come to our workspaces and save our workspace that we are in. If you've saved a workspace and changed things, you can always default back to it. All right, let's get into the Adjust Tool tab. And I like to set up my histogram and layers and masks in the pinned area up at the top, and all of the individual tools in the scrollable area at the bottom. Of course, you could lay out yours any way that you want. We will be getting into layering and masking later on in this class, so we're going to skip over it for right now. First, we have our histogram. This is going to show us how well exposed the image is. With any tool, we can drag it out into the workspace or put it back inside of the tool tab in whatever order we want. If I take my cursor and come over an area of the frame, the line shows me the pixel that I'm on and how it is exposed on the histogram. We get an overlay of the RGB histograms as well as the overall density histogram. And this does change, so as I make adjustments, the histogram shows me the current state of the image. Once I touch a left or right wall, that is where I start worrying about clipping information. So we leave the histogram, and I like to leave that turned on at the top just so I can get a sense of how the image looks and how well exposed the current version of it is. Next, we're going to have the exposure tool. Now, the exposure tool, of course, is incredibly important. It's one of the first things you're going to touch when you start working with an image. First, we have the exposure. This is measured in stops. So as I come up, when I get to a +1, I can get to a +2. Go the other direction, I get a -1, -2. And these are stops. So this is 1 stop more exposed, 2 stops more exposed, etc. In other words, I am changing the exposure as if I had shot the image at that new value. Now I'm going to go through these icons here at the top again. I referenced them earlier in class, but I want to talk about them very briefly here and know that you will see these on many other images. First, we have the magic wand, which is an auto adjustment. That auto adjustment only uses the sliders inside of that tool. So it is a magic adjustment for the tool, not the full image. Next, we're going to have the up and down arrow. Now that is for the adjustment clipboard. The adjustment clipboard is when we save and edit and apply it to another image. Let me show you. I have two images that were shot next to each other here, and they look like they're shot at about the same exposure. If I was to make this image brighter, and let's say that I also wanted to do some other things with it as well, just for purposes of demonstration, I'll take the dehaze slider and I'll move that up. Okay? Watch this. If I press the up arrow, I have copied these adjustments to the adjustment clipboard, but only the ones from the tool, not the dehaze tool. Now I can copy these. I can come to the next image, and then I can come to my adjustment clipboard. Let me show you. I have it right here. It is its own tool. And now I'm going to apply these edits. Now what edits am I applying? Take a look. It is the ones from the exposure tool, which is the name of this tool here. And I can apply them to the image. There it is. But you will notice when I take a look at the dehaze slider, come over to the dehaze tool, it has not been moved on this image because it was not in the adjustment clipboard. Now, let's say I go ahead and I refresh both of these back to default settings. Let's go ahead and reset them. And I'm going to take one of them, let's say this first one, and I'll move up the exposure, and I'll take dehaze and move it up. And instead of copying from the adjustment clipboard here, I'm going to come to the adjustment clipboard options up at the top. I'll copy there. Now, if I take a look at the adjustment clipboard tool, dehaze and exposure have been added. I can come to the next image and either apply from here or with the down arrow here. They do the same thing. And now when I take a look at the second image, dehaze has been added and exposure has been added. Continuing on, we have the magic wand as discussed. We have the adjustment clipboard as discussed. We have the reset tool. I'll mention this a few times, but I can click it to reset the entire tool. We can also hold Alt or Option on the keyboard, press and hold the reset to see what resetting would look like. And when we release it, we still have the adjustment. Click on any slider to reset it. Then, of course, I have the hamburger menu, which is going to save presets for just that tool. Click on it and you'll see any adjustments that exist that Capture One made. But of course, I could save whatever I have done as a preset and it will be added. You'll see me do that from time to time. And then I have the three dots here, which allows me to remove a tool, maybe see if there's any help regarding the tool, or save as a default for the camera, meaning if I import images from this camera, then this edit will automatically be applied. That's something we do on only some individual tools. Exposure's not typically one of them. Let's continue with the exposure tool. Next is contrast. This is really helpful if we have a histogram pulled up at the same moment. Contrast makes bright stuff brighter and dark stuff darker, which means I should move things from the middle towards the edges. And indeed, as I increase contrast, I slide everything towards the sides. If we take a look at the image, bright stuff gets brighter, dark stuff gets darker. Most images want at least a little bit of additional contrast. However, as we will take a look at how to use tools, we're going to find that the contrast slider is actually not the best place to do it. The reason is it is symmetrical. It makes bright stuff brighter and dark stuff darker symmetrically to each other. And that is not usually the way we want to adjust contrast. However, we can come in with the contrast slider, and if we have pushed contrast too far in other edits, we can pull it back. Next, we're going to have brightness. Now, brightness is pretty clever. I'm going to remove the exposure here. And we're going to watch my highlight areas. As I add exposure, those go overexposed pretty quickly. As I add brightness, they don't nearly so much. So what's the difference? Brightness tries to add some light to the areas that are not already overexposed, meaning brightness is a more subtle way of adjusting exposure than contrast is, because it protects the highlighted region. Next, we have saturation. Let's come to a more colorful picture for this one. Saturation is the depth of all color. So if I take it and I push saturation, everything becomes more deeply saturated, and it is all of the colors. If you take saturation out all the way, of course it becomes a black and white image. So we can take this to boost colors, and it can go to a pretty ridiculous amount. You want to be careful with your saturation slider. So let's go ahead and put the exposure tool back, and we can start working with high dynamic range. Let's take a look at a histogram to really understand this. If I take a look at a histogram, we'll notice that there are a few lines that divide it into 4 quadrants. All right? So we can think of these as the brightest to darkest area of pixels. The very center of the histogram is your midtones. The darkest 25% is your shadows. The brightest 25% is your highlights. The darkest 5% is blacks. The brightest 5% is whites. So let's find an image with a little bit of contrast, and we're going to explore high dynamic range, which just deals with the non-midtones. I could take my highlights and make just the highlights brighter and darker in an image. I can take just the shadows and lighten those up. I can take just the very brightest pixels and make those brighter or darker. And I can take just the very darkest of pixels and make those brighter and darker. A little bit of advice. When we are editing, we oftentimes take the highlights or the whites down a little bit if we have very bright areas in a scene. We oftentimes lift some shadows, and we usually take black down between -5 and -15. Let me show you this as a before and after, using just the high dynamic range, before and after. And we can liven up that photograph. Let's go ahead and take a look at levels. I'm going to take this image and I'm going to reset everything to make sure we're back to the beginning and understand what levels are. And you're going to see that there's a histogram that is superimposed. So when I put the levels tool and magnetically click it with it, we're going to see that this is the same histogram just smushed inside of the levels tool. So what's going on? We're going to talk about something called remapping. Remapping is taking a value and changing it to a different value. So we're going to see here at the bottom in the levels tool, and I'll separate it just so you can see, 0 and 255. And at the top, 0 and 255. So what are these? 0 is pure black, 255 is pure white. And then at the bottom we have the actual pixels in the image. So right now, an actual 0 value pixel would be mapped or would be displayed as 0 for its value. In other words, there would be no change. But I could take my darkest pixel, which if I look at the level tool, my darkest pixels are slightly after 0, so they might be at 7, 8, 9, something like that. But if I took my darkest values and remapped them as 0, then just the darkest parts of the image get darker. If you hold Alt-Option and then click the reset button, you'll see a preview of before and after an edit without losing the actual value of the edit. Now if I take my highlights and I remap my brightest pixel to 255, then what I've done is take my brightest values and make them as bright as they can go without losing information. Alt-Option, hold it, click on the reset button, and we'll see that happen. So this is stretching the contrast. If we take a look at the histogram, look at what happens. Before, the image is smushed together. After, I've stretched the histogram values out. But because I have moved and remapped to my brightest and darkest values, I know that I have not clipped information. This is one of the best tools for using the magic wand because it automatically brings in my values to make sure that I maximize my bright and dark areas without clipping. If I take my middle slider, I can make my midtones brighter or darker. And that actually gives me quite a bit of flexibility in my editing. So here is an edit using nothing other than the Levels tool, something I've used quite a bit in my time. Now, I can also do this at a per channel level, meaning with this image, if I went into the greens, I could take my greens and I could make them brighter or darker. And that is on a per pixel level. So if we take a look at the greens in the background, obviously they are changing. But it's also moving my highlights and my midtones. So how do you use this? What if I have an image where some skin tone is a little bit too red? Well, I'd be able to take perhaps my blue channel and I'd be able to move it, and I would be able to remove reds from the skin tone, or I'd be able to shift some of the color inside of any image I wanted to. So with this image, I might want to take my reds and I might want to bring those in a little bit here. I think that might be a nice effect, though it does start to minimize some of my greens, and I'd be able to do some interesting stuff there. And I'd be able to do it only in the highlights or shadows if I wanted to. So for instance, if I wanted to bring my reds out, but only in the highlight region, right, I could do so. And I could take my greens and I could bring them in the other regions of the frame. And that might be an interesting way to be able to work with color inside of the scene. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Curves tool. Now I'm going to take this image and I'm going to make sure we are totally reset. And I'm going to bring the histogram back up top there. And let's take a look at Curves. I have made the argument for a little while that Curves is the most feared tool in all of photo editing. And the reason is people have seen it do truly bonkers stuff. But in fact, it is one of the most useful tools. And you really want to get comfortable with how it operates. So let's take a look at this. We take a look at our histogram. In fact, let's just make sure we can see that really well. And we see that this is not a high contrast image necessarily, right? We've got areas that are relatively smushed together here. And how would we add contrast? Remember the issue we had with the contrast slider. The contrast slider makes things bright things brighter and dark things darker symmetrically, which just may not be what we want. So instead, I want to add contrast, but I want to do it asymmetrically, and that is what Curves allows us to do. Really powerful tool here. So we have a superimposed histogram, and then we have our lines. Let's explore how this works. I'm running from the black to the white, and notice we're running diagonally because there is a remapping element. Remember Levels and how it remaps? You can do it here as well. If I was to take my bright areas and move them in, I'm remapping everything from this value on as pure white. So as I move this, the image gets brighter and brighter and brighter, right? So this is the same remapping that we did in Levels. And of course, that is also true of the black. If I take this in, I'm remapping all of these values here, everything from this line to the left as pure black. Let me actually take this and move this in. So as I drag this, I'm remapping these values not as a dark tone but as a black tone, and that's going to do that. Now if I move along the vertical lines, I am going to start taking things that were bright and moving them towards the middle. So I can move my whites towards gray, right, losing all of my highlights. And if I take shadows towards gray, I eventually wind up with a pure gray image. And of course, inversion of an image is just when we move the opposite direction, right? So what does this have to do with regular photo editing? Well, we have a line, and if I was to pick a point here in my exposure value, I could say everything from here, I'm going to make those values brighter, but it's from this point, meaning I have control over the anchoring point where things start getting brighter. So I'm going to lighten that area up. Now that is not more contrast by any stretch of the imagination, but I can add multiple points. I'm going to add one about here. And if I take this and drag it down, what I can do is I can make bright stuff brighter more than I make dark stuff darker. And that is an asymmetrical contrast. Hold Alt or Option, click the reset button to see before and after, and here we have just a little bit more contrast in the image, but it is controlled. Now, we can do these in any number of ways. So let me show you a couple standards. Here's a standard curves adjustment. Find where the lines cross here, make a dot, make it a little bit brighter. Find where the lines cross here, make a dot, make it a little bit darker. That is what's called a standard 2-point S-curve. Now, what's nice about this is we use these all the time and we can save them. Remember your presets. We have our presets here, and I have a couple things saved: a 2-point S-curve, a 3-point S-curve, and what I call the medium curve. These are ones I made. Okay? So how would I save one? Well, I've made a curves adjustment. I could come to Save Custom Preset. It'd be from my curves adjustment, hit save, I could give it a name and save it. And if I wanted to just apply that, I could come to my hamburger menu and I have whatever I called name, click on it and it's applied. I could alter it from that point if I wanted to, nothing set in stone. If I wanted to get rid of a preset, 3 dots, delete custom preset and choose the one that you want to get rid of. Right? Once I have that done, of course, I could change to any of my other presets that I wanted. You will find, of course, that there are some built-in ones that Capture One gives you, which are worth kind of playing around with to see if they give you something pretty interesting. And sometimes they do. A couple other things that we can do. Let me reset this. I have a little picker tool here. So if I grab that, I could say that's a highlight region and that's a shadow region. Well, look at that. I have a dot there and a dot there that are exactly those values. That's useful. So I could actually pick the point and I could add another point there, or I could add another point near the middle, wherever I want them, in order to do a little bit more fine-tuning and adjustment. Go ahead and reset that. Next, of course, we have the options at the top. If I only want to adjust the brightness, then I would work in Luma. The value of working in Luma is it will not do color adjustment. When you do contrast adjustments, they oftentimes will affect the color depth, and that's pretty standard for the way that contrast adjustments and brightness adjustments work. Luma will adjust the actual value of the pixel with the smallest impact on the color, which tends to lose some color saturation punch, but of course we'd be able to add in saturation later. If you wanted to separate the effects, you certainly can. I tend not to, and to allow my RGB adjustment to be a contrast adjustment in color as well as brightness, but you have the ability to separate those. Next, of course, we have the color channel RGBs. So if I came into one, I could pick a point in brightness and I could add or remove a color, red, green, or blue, starting at that point, making it asymmetrical. So I could add in greens more in highlights than in shadows if I did it like this. And the shadows, I could remove some greens. And in this case, I could keep some of the brighter areas of the background, maybe even more green, but I wouldn't touch the darker areas here. So there's a lot of ways that you can explore color work by separating your color adjustment by brightness, which is what the RGB curves allow you to do. Let's go ahead and take a look at clarity. So clarity is a microcontrast. It happens at the edges of subjects or details, and it adds contrast in order to separate one area of the frame from another. Oftentimes this helps make images appear a little bit sharper. So let's take a look at how this works. So first we have clarity. If I crank clarity, we're going to see that it really adds a lot of additional contrast throughout the image. The out of focus background, the flower, the bee, all of these different aspects. But if I move just structure, you notice how it really is only the bee in certain areas of the flower, right? So structure changes the bee, whereas clarity is happening to the whole image. So what's going on? Structure is for very smaller or finite details. If I crank this a little bit, I add just some detail to the actual bee. If I added some clarity, I would actually affect the entirety of the image. So we typically use clarity for larger scale objects and structure for finite details. Now, I'm going to move both of these a little bit, and then we'll take a look at the method. The method is the way that it is applied. In other words, how far out from the pixel are we looking for adding contrast? So we have different amounts. Punch is going to be more. We have neutral, which is going to be a little bit more subdued, and classic, which is going to be somewhere in between. Next, let's take a look at dehaze. We referenced it before, but this is a contrast adjustment that is specifically applies to color. So when we have landscape or highly colorful things, it sometimes is good for us to take this and push dehaze. It cuts through atmospheric haze, and it does a really nice job of taking an image and adding contrast and punch to the color of the image itself. So with this one, that's before, that's after. And it's really only a small slide that I did. The other thing that you can affect is the shadow tone. Do I want to affect the shadow tone automatically or manually? If you select manually, then you're being asked to select the darker tone that you're going to define as shadows. I'm going to select a darker tone, and that is going to define where the shadows are for purposes of adding contrast. If I picked somewhere else, then it's going to wildly change the way that that dehaze contrast is added, as you can see from me clicking around. Next, we're going to come to vignetting. Vignetting is pretty nice. It's the ability to add a darker vignette around the corners, and that's going to pull attention in towards the center of the frame. The amount is going to be how much we apply. But then we have the shape, which is called the method. We have elliptical on the crop, right? That's why this is an ellipse rather than a circle. I can come to a circle that does come with the crop, meaning if I was to crop the image and come in, I still maintain my vignette, as we can see. Let me come back out. To there. Lastly, we're going to have circular. But circular does not follow the crop. So if I come in, I lose that vignette. And that means you could crop into the vignette a little bit and lose some of its impact if that was better for you. So you get the choice of the amount and its shape. And that's how that tool works. Let me come back here. All right. And pop that back in. Next, we're going to come to dust removal. I love this tool so much. If you don't see it in the same place as mine, remember, find an open space, right click, add tool, and you definitely want to add dust removal. This is a very simple tool that automates removing dust. In this image, I have a lot of dust. So I'm just going to click on remove dust. It's going to take a minute, find all of the dust inside of the scene, and it's going to add a dust removal to it. Now those are gone, but where is the tool? Let me show you. Click on the tool and we can see all the dust that has been removed. If one of these did not actually remove enough, if it wasn't big enough, we could always grab it, make it bigger, and we can even reposition it to make sure we remove the dust appropriately. This is, by the way, the same as grabbing the actual dust removal cursor tool, but it finds everything to begin with. Once I click on this, I'm in the dust removal tool. We can see it's the same one as if we had selected it right up here. Remember, there's healing mask, cloning mask, remove dust. We're just in that tool. I could come in and I could add in more dust removal if I saw some. So this just fast cuts to that tool right there. So, wonderful tool, automates finding dust. You might come in and adjust these, move them, or add more to them, and that's fine too. In fact, I'm going to grab and try to grab a little something there, and that one right there. Perfect. Looks great to me. Lastly, we're going to come to the navigator. And I love the navigator, and I don't think it gets appreciated nearly enough. Let me come back here to our macro images that we've been looking at. So let's say that I wanted to kind of zoom around this to check focus, but I also wanted to be able to click inside of my tools and tool tabs and do other things. Well, right now I'd be able to adjust maybe some exposure. I could come into my curves adjustment tool and I'd be able to do like a nice 2-point S curve. I'd probably come into dehaze and I might add in a little bit of dehaze, and that's doing a pretty nice thing. But what if I wanted to zoom in and out, right? Well, if I zoomed in, I can scroll with my mouse, but I can't actually move. I have to switch my cursor tool to the panning hand at the top. Well, now I've got some dust that I want to remove. I can see it there, right? And then I can do some things inside of the tools, but not everything because I'm in the wrong cursor tool. I've got to come back to this selection cursor tool in order to do some of the jobs inside of tools and tool tabs and sliders. So now I'm able to remove the dust, and hopefully it'll find it inside of there. But I didn't find everything. I can use the cursor tool to be able to grab some pieces and feel good. But oh, I want to zoom again. I want to control that. I've got to come back up here to this. In other words, the selection tool and the move cursor tool, I've got to bounce back and forth between them. Wouldn't it be great if there was a way that I could navigate through the image while still on the selection tool? And yes, you can. It's the navigator, and it's right here. I like to place it at the very bottom of my Adjust Tool tab. So right now it shows me the whole image. I'm going to zoom in with my mouse. I'm just going to take it and scroll. And I've zoomed in, but now I can grab this view and move it around. Right? I could do whatever I wanted. I could move it around, scroll with the mouse. In other words, I don't need to switch to the panning hand tool in order to navigate through an image. I find the navigator really useful, honestly. Let's continue looking at adjustment tools, and we're going to look at color-based adjustment tools. Now, most of these are going to be inside of the Adjust Tool tab when you first start with Capture One. As we've said before, I have moved mine into just their own tool tab, the Color Tool tab, and removed them from the Adjust Tool tab. If I want to remove a tool, I can find a tool, 3 dots, and then I can remove the tool. I can also just bring up the Color Tool tab. Now, if you don't have this with Capture One initially, 3 dots, add Tool tab, add the Color Tool tab. Very simple. When we take a look at the Color Tool tab and the way that I have brought it up and the way that I have organized it, I have a certain number of things that are a little bit duplicative. So first, I do have histogram here at the very top. We've already looked at histogram in the Adjust Tool tab, but I like to have it in color as well. Next, I have layers and masks. Now, we're going to do a section on layers and masks later on, so we're not going to get into it right now, but I like to have it in color as well as the Adjust Tool tab. Then we get into the main color tools that we are going to be working with, and we start with base characteristics. So base characteristics is all about the way that color is actually processed and rendered from a camera. In other words, when a Nikon or a Canon shoots an image and this particular pixel should be green, what does green mean? Or pink or blue or whatever. So we have what's called an ICC profile. That stands for International Color Consortium. It's just a governing body on what defines reds and greens and blues in still imagery. And then we have our profile. So I'm going to change mine back to the default. And the default here, if I come into this, is going to be the generic. That's the way it comes out of the box. So generic is the generic way that we assume that your camera produces reds and greens and blues, etc. It is a smaller or a truncated color range. In other words, there is a larger range of color that can be applied, and that's called Pro Standard. If I want to use Pro Standard, I can do this, drop down, Pro Standard's right here, click on it, and it changes the range of colors. If I like the way that that looks, I can come to the 3 dots and save this as the default for my camera. Meaning every time that I import images from this camera, it will default to the Pro Standard as opposed to the generic. Now you can actually make your own profile for your own camera, and this is something that we do with other pieces of software. And you actually saw that a moment ago. If you make them, they show up underneath Other, and we might take a look at doing that later on in the class. But for right now, we just want to look at the Pro Standard and generic and see the Pro Standard is a larger range of color tones. Next, we look at curve. This is a way that contrast is automatically processed inside of Capture One. There are 3 defaults that are based on film, having additional shadow information, a high contrast, or a lower contrast film standard. So if you're trying to reproduce a certain look, this might help. We also have what's called linear response, which is a darker and less contrasty version of the image, assuming you are going to be adding in contrast yourself. We're going to leave this to auto for right now because that works most of the time. And then we're just going to pop this back. Next, we're going to take a look at white balance. So white balance is a tool you're probably very comfortable with, or one that you've used at least several times before. And this is the color temperature, the overall color tone of an image. Initially, we can change the white balance setting as if we had shot the picture in a different white balance mode, which is useful. So I can come here, I can come to mode, and instead of custom, which is simply defaulted to how the camera shot it, we could change it to as it was initially shot. We can change it to daylight, we can change it to cloudy, we can change it to tungsten or fluorescence or whatever we want. So I'm going to make this daylight because that's how the image was actually shot initially. I could also alter this. If I thought this was too cool or too green, I could change it. The Kelvin is blues to yellows, so I could move this and warm up the overall color temperature, which I think works. I could also move the tint, which is green to magenta. So if I felt that I wanted this to be a little bit less magenta, add some more green, I could do so. And so here the change is made with just this tool right there, and I think this is a very nice alteration to color. Now, what if we have an image that has something that should be truly white or a neutral gray in it? Well, we can actually tell Capture One that that should be white or gray. I'm going to reset this image here. I'm going to take the exposure and just darken it down a little bit because it was a little bit overexposed. And now we're going to look at the white balance. I can grab this white balance dropper tool here, click on something that is white, and Capture One will alter the whole color temperature of the image to make sure that that picked tone is a neutral tone. But there are some caveats to this. First, when I pick something that is white, it might be so bright that it doesn't hold all of the color that we actually need. In other words, it wouldn't be able to white balance properly because not all whites and blues and greens are actually encased in the pixels that we sample from. This, if we do so, could make the entire image go to a pretty crazy color, either usually incredibly green or incredibly blue more often than not. The other thing that we need to keep in mind is that not all gray tones are actually created equal. That's a pretty significant thing. There is an actual tone called 18% gray. 18% gray is what we use to actually measure white balance in the photography industry. Now, if we have an actual 18% gray card or cloth, then we would be able to white balance off of it and get exactly the accurate color in exactly the same way every single time. And that is a great thing to be able to do. But if we have something that is just generally gray, it might be slightly more warm or cool than other gray tones we've white balanced off of in the past, and we might get different results. One additional thing I want to point out, this white balance picker right here, where we actually pick the white balance or something that is a neutral tone, this is the same as the one up here in the cursor tool. So I could come right here and that is the same white balance tool. I could drop down and make sure it's the white balance pick tool right there, meaning I actually don't even need to have the white balance tool up and operational in order to do a white balance selection. I can do it from the cursor tools at the top. Let's go ahead and pop this back into here. And now we're going to take a look at one of the most powerful tools in all of Capture One, which is the color editor. I'm going to grab the color editor and drag it out. Let's get rid of some of these other distractions just to take a look at the image. And the color editor is an incredibly powerful tool that does a whole lot. It's able to shift and change the way that color manifests. So we have a couple options here. First, we have the range of color editing capacities that are in front of us. There's basic, advanced, and skin tone. Basic does not mean underpowered, by the way. You can actually do a whole lot with just the basic portion of the color editor. Let's take a look at how it works. So I could say change the yellow tones in the middle here by clicking on the yellows. And then I get some options: hue, saturation, and lightness. So what are these? Hue is the actual color, saturation is the depth of the color, and lightness is the brightness of the color. So if I'm changing the yellows, look at the hue. It goes from an orange and red to a green. And if I take a look at the color wheel, orange is to the left and greens are to the right. So I could drift that yellow more towards an orange or more towards a green and shift the hue of those pixels. So what pixels am I changing? The ones that start off as yellow, and then I could change them to a different color if I wanted to. Next, we have the saturation, the depth of the color. I could make that yellow really vibrant, in fact, almost unrealistic, or I could take it all the way out and make it monochrome if I wanted to. So I could take my yellows and make them more saturated, and take the purples, for instance, and make them less saturated to make the yellows stand out more. So I'd have quite a bit of flexibility, which is great. And last is lightness. I can make those tones brighter or darker. So here I have purples selected. I can make the purples brighter or darker, but not change the yellows. Or of course I could take the yellows and I could make those brighter or darker as well. If I brighten them up, it seems like it's kind of glowing from inside of the flower, which is kind of fun. Now that's changing an individual color. But if I wanted to adjust all colors, I could do so. I could grab all colors here and shift the hue of all colors in the same direction along the color wheel. I could also take global saturation and change it as well. Lightness does not show up because that would just be a straight up exposure edit, which we would be able to do with the exposure tool that we've already looked at. One last interesting question here on the basic part of the color editor, and that is if I have the yellows, maybe some areas of the yellows are more orange and some of them are yellow. So in other words, what's the dividing line? Where does something stop being yellow by definition of Capture One and start being orange? Or where does something stop being green and become a teal? That's actually a pretty difficult question to answer mechanically. Where does one color by definition end and another begin? Well, that's actually what we can answer with the 3 dots. For instance, I have some areas of this flower that look more blue up here and some that are more purple, but I want to adjust the color of the whole flower universally. Well, I'm going to redefine what is blue. Let's come to the 3 dots and we see the Edit Color Range window. So I have the blues right here, and I'm just going to stretch the definition of blue to include a bunch of purple tones and a bunch of blues and teals. And I am viewing the selected color range, meaning that anything that's black and white is not part of the selected range. So if I was to look at oranges, it's just this area. Look at yellows, it's that area. But if I look at blues, it's all of this. And we have the smoothness. This is how much we are smoothing out or feathering the transition between the two, right? So that's these areas outside of the lines right there. That's a smooth transition so we don't get very weird edits. If I apply this, then I should be able to change the hue of the entire flower, independent of if originally Capture One would have defined all of these as the same color. I'm able to redefine those colors. So here I can just change it into a purple flower with more saturation, darken that area a little bit, and totally change the image from one color flower to another. Now let's go ahead and we're going to take a look. Let's get something with a little bit more variation of color inside of it. In fact, let's grab, let's say this image right here, and come to the advanced options. Advanced really just means targeted. That's really all that it means. It's not a very complex idea in the end. So with the color editor, we originally were choosing the color and then seeing if it matched the color on the screen. Here we can actually just define the color on the screen. Let's say I want to work with these pink tones. I'm going to grab the color selection tool and grab pinks, and it defines a range. Well, let's take a look at this range. So I have the range of colors that I want to include. Do I want to include more purples? I could do so. Do I want to include more reds and oranges? I could do so just by grabbing and redefining the edge or the parameters. What about the up and down portion? I can grab here and come in or out. I can grab from the top and come in, but it stops at the dot. I can't go past the defined pick point. So what is this? This is saturation. The outside is deeper saturation, the inside is less saturation, which is why the inside is white and the outside is a deeply saturated color, reds, pinks, blues, etc. So I am defining a range of colors, and now I can adjust that range of colors just like before. Smoothness, we already looked at that. That's this transitional edge on the outside of the line. Hue is the actual color, saturation is the depth of the color, lightness is the brightness of the color. So I could take just the pinks and I can shift their hue to a different color, right, as I desire. I could boost them in their saturation, and I could change their brightness. If I wanted to look at the defined or picked color range, I could do so. I have View, Select Color Range here. And now I'm going to see the image and only look at the colors that are being targeted. I have the ability also to look at everything except for my color in grayscale. So only the grayscale is actually selected. I personally think that's a little bit of a weird way to work, but you can do it if that's better for you. I'm going to look here, and now I can take just this area and redefine the color that I really want, which I think might be nice, and then turn off View Selected Color Range to see how it mixes into the total image. Now, we have the color added here. So let's say I wanted to do other editing and then come back to just this color. I do not need to pick it again. In fact, let's say that I grabbed some greens like so. We have a green tone here where I could take the greens and I could shift them more forest green and boost their saturation. And then I could come back to the pinks right here. And I would be able to redo my adjustments to just that color range. I wouldn't want to reselect it because this already has all of my alterations to the selected range, which is very, very nice. So I could just come back to adjusting greens or back to adjusting pinks right there. When I take a look at one, we're going to see these symbols here. This is the delta, which means change symbol. Delta H is 4.2. Well, if I take a look here at H hue, it's 4.2. Delta to saturation is 13.8. There's 13.8. So that's where these numbers come from. So this is how we're able to target individual colors, limit the range that we are editing, and then alter just that color range. Really powerful tool. So next we're going to take a look at skin tone. And we're going to start by looking at an image that has no skin in it. And we're doing that for a reason. The skin tone tool does not need to just be used to adjust skin tone. It really doesn't. It's actually incredibly powerful for a huge number of things. This is actually better called the uniformity tool. It makes one range of colors more uniform to a picked point. That's what it actually does. Let me show you what I mean. The initial part of this looks incredibly similar. I have a color picker tool. I pick a color. It defines a range. I can alter that range in any way I want. To have a lot or a little. Let's say I want this much range that I'm going to work with. I have the smoothness, the hue, and the saturation, the lightness of this range. So I could take this range I've picked and change its hue. I can alter its saturation, all right, which is fine, and I can alter its lightness. So far this is identical to the advanced section of the color editor, but there's more to it. We have the uniformity section. The uniformity section, hue, saturation, and lightness, this is the same as this area. So I'm going to turn on View Selected Color Range, and this is the range I am affecting. Okay, so I have some purples, and I have some light blues, and I have some darker blues, right, inside of here. So the question is, I have a picked point. You can actually see the dot right there. The question is, how much are the rest of the colors inside of this slice of the pie? How much are they similar to that picked point? Because this range is different colors and saturations, right? So I have here the purples, and let's actually come in closer so we can really see this at work. We have purples, light blues, dark blues. But what if I made all of this range of color more uniform to the picked point in terms of hue? As I drag this up, the purple goes away. I have the same lightness, I have the same saturation values as before, but now there is no difference in the color, the actual color of the flower. If I bring this back down, we get alterations in color. If I bring this back up, there's no alteration in color. Okay, what about saturation? Well, let's say that I was to pick an area that is deeply saturated, right? Well, I could take the saturation, bring it up, and now all of this is deeply saturated. And if I brought up hue, saturation, and lightness, it would be all the exact same tone throughout the flower. Now, you might ask yourself, why is this called the skin tone tool? And it's because of our ability not only to match color, but also to pick up and move the point. So what if I picked up this dot and moved it? Well, I could change the color of everything just by picking up and moving this. And then take the hue and move the hue's value up so that I uniformly match all of the rest of the values in the wedge to that one picked point. This is how we change color in Capture One incredibly easily. And you might wonder, well, this is great for changing the color of a flower or a car or anything, but how am I going to use this on skin tone? Well, let's take a look at that. So here we have a portrait. I have reset it so that there's been no editing done whatsoever. And we're going to do this initially without layering and masking, but when we get to the layering and masking section later, you will see how that could be really helpful for targeting this type of adjustment. So as I come in here, we're going to see that with our subject, I have some areas that are red that I probably don't want to be. Most people, when they have a portrait taken, want to remove some red from the skin tone. Well, how can I do that? How can I do that in a targeted way? Well, skin tone is actually made for it. What we're going to do is use the picking tool to pick a skin tone that we like. So I'm going to come over here and pick a skin tone, and this is one that we like. We would want everything to be about the same value right here. Great. It has a certain hue, saturation, and lightness, which we're not going to move right now. All I'm going to do is make sure that this range of color encompasses all of the skin tone. So I'm going to view the selected color range and make sure that I'm not missing any skin tone at all. And it's not a bad idea to take these walls and come down all the way until we start losing some values, right? Like if I bring this all the way down, I'm getting some grayscale in his face. That means I'm not including all of the skin in the face. I'm going to bring this back up until I get that. And I can limit the other side as well, but I definitely don't want to start losing anything. And we can come in on the saturation value as well, but we are encompassing, I think, all of the face. That's good. And now all I'm going to do is bring up the hue slider, and I'm going to do so till the red in the face disappears. So I'm just going to bring up the hue uniformity up, and the red in the face vanishes. Let me show you a before and after here. Before, after. And we just have a difference in the redness in the face, which is great. As simple as that. Now, that is a great way of working with skin tone, removing red in the skin tone. We love that. But the question is, can we do that with other things as well? And the answer is yes, we can. So let's go ahead and grab his sweater here. Well, I'm going to add in some range of color because it'll only work with the range of the color. Bring up the hue so that I'm matching it in uniformity and grabbing the picked point and dragging it over to blues. As soon as I do that, I don't have to view the selected color range. I have cleaned up redness in the skin tone and changed the color of his sweater. Simple as that. Let's go ahead and take a look at color balance. Now, color balance is about having different white balances for different areas of the frame depending on their brightness. We have highlights, midtones, and shadows. Brightest area, midtone value, darkest area. And so we can change the white balance of these regions independently. So we do have the master white balance adjuster, which is just the white balance of the entire image, which doesn't really do a whole lot for us, but we could adjust white balance in this way if we wanted to. We have adjusting the shadows, the midtones, and the highlights, but I like working with the three-way, which is all of them together. It's important to note that three-way is not an additional part of the tool, it's just these three things all layered together, so I don't have to go to a lot of different places. So this image here, all I've done is brighten it up a little bit, but what I would like to do is have the highlight regions be a little bit warmer in color temperature. And I'd like to do this because it's going to make the scene feel like the sun rising is warming up everything that's on this snowy area. So I'm going to have my highlight region right here. I'm going to take my center dot, which is centered, meaning no alteration, and just move it towards the yellows. Now, if I move that and it's slightly wrong, like if I moved it towards the greens, that's fine. I can grab this little notch right here and just drag it to the color tone I want, which would be right about there. And then I could move it in and out to the degree I want and do another alteration. I could also take the highlight region, right, and I could make it a little bit less or more just through here, right, so I don't have to do it by clicking and dragging. And I could change the brightness here if I wanted to as well, meaning that I have a high dynamic range adjustment that's possible too. So I could come to my shadows, I could do a little bit of alteration, move it towards the blue area, and now the shadow areas are cooler in color temperature and the warmer areas are the highlights. So now I get a scene that appears like
the sun rising is warming up the scene, which is pretty nice. That's also known as split toning many times, but it's a nice little way of adjusting color temperature into targeted areas. Next, let's take a look at black and white. This is a really useful thing. Of course, we know that if we click on this, we will enable this as a black and white image. No big surprises there. But what do the rest of these things do? Well, they take the individual colors and they make them expose brighter or darker. We used to do this with filters with black and white film. Press Y on the keyboard to see before you made it a black and white. And I know this area is blue. So if I wanted to really brighten that up, I could do so and make this interesting kind of stark image. I could also take any red areas from the sunrise and kind of darken those, and really play with some of those values right inside of there and get a totally different way of exposing the image. So black and white not only gives us the monochrome, but allows us to play around with how colors manifest. It's an easy way of making a flower turn pure white in a black and white image or do other very cool effects. We have taken a look at exposure and contrast editing and at color editing. Before we get into some small details in sharpening or noise reduction, let's actually take a look at ways that we can speed up our editing process. Now here I'm going to be expanding quite a bit on the Style Tool tab. Now the Style Tool tab normally comes with only a few things in it. I'm going to show you everything that I have put into this. I have put, of course, styles and presets, style brushes, smart adjustments, the adjustment clipboard, the brand new match look tool, and we might look at a couple other tools as well along the way. These are tools that are made to make your workflow fast. So let's get into how they work. So first we come to styles and presets. Now we've looked at this a little bit because up at the top we have styles here in our toolbar, and we've built some presets in various tools which we can access. If we have a preset for a tool that comes from Capture One, it's here inside of built-in presets. What we see right here are all the different tools that have built-in presets, black and white, the color editor, curves, etc. If the user, or us, has made a preset, then that shows up under custom presets. And the only tools that show up here are ones where we have made a preset. Base characteristics, curve, exposure, these are the ones that I have done some work for myself. But then we have styles. Now what is the difference between a style and a preset? A style is an edit that comes from a collection of tools, whereas a preset is a certain setting that we've done inside of one individual tool. So a style is really a large and wide-ranging option of edits. And let's go ahead and take a look at how we might do this. I'm going to build a couple of them here for you. Let's take a look at this image here. I want to do some edits. That would be a standard landscape edit, and I might want to save that as a style, but I already have an edit. Is there a way I could save this edit? Well, there's actually a kind of clever way. I can come up to the top and I can come to Image and New Variant. If I do that, I get a copy of the image. Now, it has not been duplicated as a file on my computer. I just, for the purposes of Capture One, have two of the same image. This is the unedited original version. Well, let's go ahead and do an edit of some kind. I want a nice poppy, high contrast image. So I'm going to bring my brightness up, which is going to increase the brightness of areas that are not already highly exposed. I'm going to pump up my saturation a little bit here, and then I'm going to take curves and I'm going to do a nice contrasty adjustment, kind of like that. Probably take dehaze and add some of that, while I might take my overall brightness a little bit brighter, dynamic range, take highlights down. That's a pretty standard landscape edit, but I did it using multiple tools, so I couldn't do a preset. How might I save this as a style? Well, that's simple. I can come to Styles and Presets, and then I could save Custom Style. And this is going to bring up my adjustment clipboard. These are all the tools I've used. If I wanted to take one of them out, such as my curves adjustment, I could do so. But I actually don't want to for this purpose. I'm going to save using the adjustments from all of the tools that have check marks. Hit save, and it's going to ask me for a name of the style. Let's call this colorful landscape. And it's going to be saved in the styles. That's actually a folder that's part of the Capture One kind of selection of folders. That is how it operates in your operating system. That's what that means. Leave that defaulted. We're just going to hit save. So now I'm going to take this image and I'm going to reset it. Why? Just so I can show you using a style. We don't have to do that. Okay? And now I can come to my custom styles. They're right here. And what I can do is find inside of it colorful landscape. Click on it and all of those edits are applied. If I come in here, highlights, exposure, curves, they've all been adjusted as we had done before. So I can save this. So if you have a way we edit landscapes or macro images or black and white images, we could do that. Now I'm going to go ahead and show you another way that we could save a style. All right. We're going to come to layers and masks. All right. If we have a series of edits that we have done, one thing that we oftentimes want to do in layers and masks is take those edits and move them to their own layer. This is so we can pull down the effectiveness of a collection of edits. We'll explore that later. But right now I'm going to do is come to the little drop down arrow here, move image layer adjustments to new layer. So this is now a layer that has all of these edits. And one thing that I can do is right click and save the adjustments as a style. I can do that with any layer except the image layer. And that's another way that I could do it. That works just fine. So what kind of stuff do I have styles for? Well, a very contrasty black and white grainy landscape, a rich landscape with deep greens. I've got one that I use for color flowers. I've got a fireworks one that works really well, but not very well for landscapes. Lots of different things. Some that reduce greens, just different types of effects I can easily punch in. And that's the power of styles. Now remember, when you import, you can apply a preset or a style. And that means that we can build these and apply the edit at import, which I love. Next, let's take a look at style brushes. This is where we have a style that we paint onto the image with a brush. Let's go ahead and make one so you can see this process from beginning to end. I'm going to make a new adjustment layer. So I come to layers, drop down menu, add new empty adjustment layer. I need it to be empty. Now I want to have something that's going to add some punch and darkness to the sky. So I'm going to take my exposure down. I'm going to take my contrast up, my black point down, and take my dehaze up. Now nothing's happened because I have not applied this anywhere. I'm going to come over, I'm going to right click, and it gives me the brush settings. Let's take a look at these. The size of the brush, how big do I want it to be? I want it to be relatively big. Hardness is going to be how much we feather the effect. Well, with a sky brush, I might want this to be quite low, kind of like that. Opacity is how much we see through the layer. We can actually adjust that later, so I always leave that at 100%. And if I'm brushing in an effect, I want the flow to be lower. The flow is the building up of the effect, all right? Whether or not it's applied 100% all at once or very incrementally. We want this incremental, so we're going to leave this at somewhere between a 3 and an 8. Now, once I have done that, I'm in a good position to save this as a style brush. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I can right click and I can save adjustments as style brush. And this is going to have the same adjustment clipboard that we have seen before. All the things that we have as part of our edit, we're going to save. And it's going to be class cool sky. And we're going to save it. So now I can come over here. I've got my brush, all right, and let's actually brush this effect in. And remember, it's going to be only 3% at a time, meaning it's not going to change 100% all at once. But if I take the effect off and on of just that brush, it's really changing the image. If I press M for the mask, this is the area that I brushed. And I could always brush on more or less. Now, how do I use the style brush tool? I'm going to go ahead and take this layer that I've made. I'm going to delete it. We're going to come to style brushes here. We have built-in style brushes, and they are some that Capture One built in, which is great.
But what I want is the custom style brushes. These are the ones I made, and we have one here called Class Cool Sky. And if I just click on that, it automatically gives me my brush tool with the same brush settings we had before, and all I have to do is just start painting exactly as we did before, adding in a little bit of time. This is just painting on. And of course, look what happens. It added Class Cool Sky 1 as a new layer that I can turn off and on right there. And that's the effect of that brush. Very, very fun. I'm going to delete that just for purposes of moving on with the class. Come over here. I can turn that style off, and that's how we use style brushes. So we can create them and we can use them super easily. Love that. Next, let's come to smart adjustments. Now, I'm actually going to reset this tool entirely. And I'm going to take this image, which we're going to come to, and I'm going to reset that one. And I'm going to take this image here and reset that one. You'll notice these are all images of the exact same model. This is a model I work with in several classes that I teach. So let us say that we understand the concept of copying an adjustment, right? Now, this is something we've looked at a little bit before, right? That I can have an image, I could do an adjustment of some kind, I could copy the adjustment, come to another image, paste that adjustment on. What adjustments do I copy? Whatever's in the adjustment clipboard. We've taken a look at this. But the problem with the adjustment clipboard copy edit is that in order for it to work effectively, the two images need to start at the same place. It's okay that they need to be edited, they just need to be edited to the same degree. Well, that doesn't always happen. I might have images of different brightness values. I might have images shot of the same subject on different days. I might, for any number of reasons, have images of the same subject that are needing to be adjusted, but they need to be adjusted differently from each other. So copying an adjustment means that I assume they start at the same place and need the same edit. But what if I have subjects that need to end up in the same place? So I have the same goal, but they start from different edits. That is where the amazing tool Smart Adjustments comes into play. Now, Smart Adjustments only works perfectly with face detection. It's running face detection in the background. You can actually use it for images without face detection. It just is not using all of its algorithm capacity. It is made for portraits predominantly. So here's how we use it with a portrait. I have a subject. Great. I am going to have one image that I think is exactly the way I want that subject to look. I'll spend my time really making sure I get that adjustment exactly the way that I want it. All right. Once I have done that, I want to say, this is the end result I want. I want this end result whenever I edit images of this person. Well, I have Smart Adjustments. I'm going to take the image that's on the screen and set it as a reference. Now I have set it as a reference for the exposure and white balance of what? Of the person's face. That is what I'm targeting, and I'll edit the whole image in order to match the exposure and white balance on the face. Then I can come to another image of the same person and I can apply the reference. And now if I take the two images, they're going to be closer to each other, right? Which is nice. Take an image that's wildly different, apply it, right? And now I am matching the image, all right? So you might look at this and say, well, the problem is the Smart Adjustments only allows me to have one reference at a time. But I'd like to save one of these. You can do so, right? We can take the reference that we've made and we can save it as a style for all of the things that we have, all right? I actually did that. This is a model I work with named Michelle. And so I actually saved this. If I come to my styles, I have custom styles. I have Michelle right there. And that is a custom style I made based off of the Smart Adjustments tool. All right. Anybody I take pictures of regularly, I make a style off of. I have them for members of my family. I have them for anybody that I'm shooting regularly. I could also do this if I'm doing a shoot for like a family, right? Take one image, edit it the way I want, and then apply that reference to all the other images in the shoot. And it works fine. I just might not save it into the future. This can save me a considerable amount of time. And remember
that when I am importing images, I can apply a style. So if I use Smart Adjustments and create a style, I could then apply that whenever I'm importing images of that subject in the future for amazingly targeted edits. I love this. It is an incredibly useful way of working inside of not just studio work, but any people pictures. You can do Smart Adjustments, like I said, for non-face detection or non-people pictures. It just won't be as targeted. It will not work as consistently, but it can work. Next, we come to the Normalize tool. Now, you probably don't have this in any of your tool tabs, so it's right-click, Add Tool, and just come to Normalize right there. And I like to have this inside of the Style Tool tab. And the idea is to take one color and turn it into another known color and edit the whole image to make that work. This is used a lot in commercial applications when we have branded colors, but it also normalizes images of the same subject between cameras or at different parts of a shoot, which might be useful. I'm going to find two images where I have a color that needs to be normalized, just for purposes here. I'm going to click on one, hold Command or Control, click on the other to get comparison view. And what I want to do here is I want to come into this area right here. Make sure I'm looking at the same thing. Grab the panning hand tool, and it should be that right there. So we can see that these are slightly different. So here's how Normalize works. I can normalize for the white balance, the exposure, or both. I'm going to grab the up arrow. I'm going to say I want this tone right here. And I have defined it. It's 29, 112, 255. Now I have defined it for white balance and exposure. I can click the down arrow. And what I'm going to do is just click the same pixel here to turn this pixel into that color. By doing that, we can match a brand color. We can take a white balance or a color from one image that should look like another. We can match two images from different cameras. There's a lot of applications for being able to use Normalize. Lastly, let's take a look at Match Look. Now, this is a brand new tool. If you don't see it when you come to Add Tool, come to Find Match Look, that's because you don't have the most recent version of Capture One. Just update to the most recent version and you will have it. Match Look takes the way that an image looks and then can edit another image to match that style. And it does not rely on face detection, unlike our Smart Adjustments tool. So the other great thing about this is that the reference image does not need to come from our Capture One catalog. You could literally grab an image you like off the internet, drag it in as a match, and then use that to edit your own images, and it will simply reference the way the image looks. Let me show you how this works. It's pretty great. First, we need a reference image. You could literally take an image from outside of Capture One, right? Just have it on your desktop and drag it right on and it will work. But it will work from Capture One. I'm going to find an image that I have just for this purpose. And it's right here. And so what I'm going to do is just drag this image right there. And this is now my reference image, okay? And now I have the option of, well, what parts of this image do I want to use for the purposes of the Match Look? Well, I have Normalize, and that's exposure and white balance, the same as the Normalize tool that we've already looked at. I have the light and the contrast. I have the color adjustments, right? I have the color tone. So it's everything about the way the image looks. And the other thing I can do is apply whatever I do as a new layer, right? Which is pretty nice. So what I am going to do here is apply this to another image. Well, let's find another image. And I'm going to come to some landscape images. And I have one, let's say something like this guy right here, which is a pretty just normal, very, very basic landscape. If I come to Match Look, I could say I want to apply this effect. And it makes it this very stark image, exactly like the reference. And that is a great trick to pull off. It's a way of getting a style from an image you really like and seeing how it was done, because this happens at the Capture One level. Meaning if I come into the image, I see how the exposure has been moved and the dehaze has been moved and how levels has been moved and how anything inside of here has been moved in order to create the effect. So that also means it is adjustable afterwards. Once that's done, this is a layer. I could take the layer, right click, save as a style. I could also come here with the Match Look tool and I could save it as a preset. So I could click on this, save preset, stark look, and I could save that. Well, now what I could do is come to another image, but let's say I don't even have this reference up anymore. 3 dots, reset tool, it's gone. Come to another image, let's say this one here, and all I have to do is 3 lines, stark look right there, and it applies the same effect. So now we can get references from anywhere and recreate effects and save that effect, and then we don't have to live with the results. They are completely editable right here in Capture One, and we can continue to add or subtract to that edit as we want. I want to make one additional point regarding styles. We have been examining how you can build your own, which is great for expanding your own style and the way you want to edit. But if you wanted to perhaps grab the way another person edits and grab a style that someone else has put together that creates an effect you like, you can download styles. So for instance, I have here in my downloads folder a style. This is actually one that I made and I moved to my downloads folder, but it is just a style that is not imported inside of Capture One. If I come up to styles and then import styles and style brushes, I can add in a style that someone else made. I just need to have it on my computer. This will bring up a dialog box. I'm going to come to my downloads folder and I'll find that style. Notice that the extension is CO or Capture One style, so it's a very specific type of file. I can open this and I can import it. At that moment, I will have the style show up as black and white landscape film grain. That is one that I made, and for some images creates a really dramatic, impactful image. And in some images, like this one, it's not particularly great, but no style is perfect for every image. So how would you add styles to your collection so that you can expand the range of editing potential or effects that you can play with? Well, over at my website, thefstopshere.org, if you come to the shop, I have a section for Capture One styles. So I'm going to scroll down here, Capture One styles. Some of them are completely free, such as this color flower style that I made, and other ones are as low as $5, such as this low contrast black and white that I have for portraits, or this very smooth black and white that I use in some professional portrait outputs, or one that's great for working with backlit birds. I have a bunch of these on the website, some free, some very inexpensive. You should go and check them out. When I first begin editing, I prefer to do my exposure and contrast work first, and then my color work second, and lastly, my detail, sharpening, noise reduction, those finite ending pieces last. And those are the tools we're going to look at next. So I'm over here in the Detail Tool tab, but of course you could come in, add a tool tab and add it, or of course you could create your own tool tab and you'd be able to just populate it with the tools that we are going to discuss today in whatever way you want. So you have lots of options. Remember, if you want to make a custom tool tab, it's under Add Tool tab, Custom Tool tab, and you'd be able to add the tools that you want. 2 ways to do that. Right click in the open space, add tool, and find the one that you want. Or we can come up to Window, Create Floating Tool, add whatever tool comes into this floating space, and we could drag it into a tool tab if we so chose. Anytime we want to get rid of it from either a tool tab or a floating workspace, 3 dots, remove tool. So let's take a look at the detail options that we have. And the first one is focus. This is really here to check focus. We have a little magnifying glass. Click on it, come over to an area and click there, and we get a nice zoomed in view of that portion. And our cursor tool, you will notice, changes to the panning hand when we come over the zoomed in version, so we can pick this up and move. Now, one nice thing about Capture One, of course, is that I can take tools out of the tool tab and enlarge them to really double check focus. And we get an ability to zoom in on this here to do finite checking. You can go so far that you are seeing the pixelization itself, but we can come back
to be sure we got focus exactly at the critical point. Now, we do have focus area center to eye or center to face. That works with human face detection, which is why here it did not default to anywhere in particular, but it will work with portraits if you so choose. We can check focus there and of course pop this back. This is a great way of double checking exact focus wherever we want inside of the image. Now, of course, this pairs with the ability to come up to the top and click on the focus mask and see what areas should be acceptably in focus, and then see what those areas actually look like. So those two options work together rather well. Next, let's take a look at noise reduction. We're going to come over to a set of noise demonstration images here, and let's take a look at, let's say, this image. If I take a look at the metadata, I know this was shot at 800 ISO, so let's actually go a little bit higher. Let's say this one, which is at 1600 ISO. And now we are going to simply zoom into it. Use my panning tool to kind of come in and take a look at the noise and the lack of detail that's inside of here. We have a couple options inside of noise reduction. Luminance, that's the type of noise we are reducing. Details, which attempts to bring back any lost detail. Noise reduction works by smoothing over pixels, which has a loss of detail inherent to it, so we can attempt to bring that back. We then get color, which is a type of noise reduction as well. If I take this all the way out and we zoom in, we can see little dots of color spread throughout that were not actually there. And these little dots that are red or green, those are color noise reduction. Now we can attempt to identify these individually or with stuck pixels or things like that with the single pixel slider, which we drag up to remove those individual stuck pixels. Now I can come in here and I can say I want to remove some more noise, which smooths over this fabric but loses detail. I can then attempt to bring it back with the detail slider. Let me go a little bit too far so that you can see that what we start getting if we move detail or sharpening sliders up too much is small artifacts, or we're actually sharpening areas that should not have additional detail. Once we start getting those very strange areas, we pull this back until those disappear. And that is how we can begin to remove noise from an image. What we want to do at this point is we want to go a little bit too little in the amount of detail that is recovered, because sharpening always comes after noise reduction. I like to have them next to each other, with noise reduction first, sharpening second. So this means now we can go into sharpening. So with sharpening, and we have some amounts that are defaulted in, we can begin to bring this up. Now I'm going to go too far so that you can see what artifacts really look like when I add these in. So we see these kind of weird squiggles that appear. This is where we're actually sharpening or adding contrast at the edges of what should be just normal transitions in value or color inside of a fabric or an area. And we obviously want to pull back until those vanish. Radius is the distance away from pixels that the sharpening occurs, and that actually bears a little bit of explanation. Sharpening is what is called a micro contrast. That is, it happens at the edges of objects or lines or values. So it finds only the areas in between objects and adds contrast between them in order to make the image appear sharper. You can't take an out of focus image and make it in focus, but we can highlight the edges of the in focus area so that it becomes more prominent. The question is, how far away from the pixel does that actually occur? Now here I think I'm getting still a little bit too much of an artifact. I'm going to pull this back a little bit. And radius says I can pull this away, and you'll notice that it adds this sharpening on the outside of this fabric. Actually seems to make the sharpening a little bit more prominent. Typically with small details, flowers, things like that, we move the radius very close. If we want to work with larger sized objects and make the sharpening more prominent, we could take the radius up. But be warned, it does add in artifacts that we want to be careful of, so we want to pull that back. Next is threshold. Now, threshold controls the difference between brightness of adjacent pixels where sharpening will actually happen. And so this is saying, when will the sharpening actually kick in? It only happens when there's a certain amount of difference between the pixels. So if I was to take this and drag it up, you're going to notice that the sharpening goes down. Why? Because I'm saying that the difference between one area and another area needs to be higher in order for the sharpening to take effect. I am making the threshold higher for the sharpening to occur, which is why you see the value of it go down. If I reduce this, then sharpening happens more easily, and we get some additional artifacts, and the sharpening is more prominent. We typically want to take this and we want to move it to a point a little bit higher, because in the areas where artifacts occur, there's actually very little difference in the exposure value between the regions. We want to have the threshold high enough to remove artifacts in the same region, but we want it low enough that we still see sharpening between one area and another area. Lastly, sometimes when you are sharpening, we get a halo effect, or an exposure that gets popped between one area and another. If we see that, we bring halo suppression up, but don't move it until you see it, which is why it defaults at 0. Next, we have film grain. Now, film grain, we can put this into any type of an image. I prefer to kind of play with it with a black and white because I think that looks nice, but it can be any type of an image. And we have a couple options. The first is the type. I'm going to bring the impact up so that we can really see this and understand what's happening with the film grain. I'm going to bring this up, and we can see it start to be introduced. And I'm going to change this to different types. First, we get a very fine grain. We can come to this kind of more obviously speckled, or what they call silver rich, which I think has a really nice old film kind of style to it. I like that. Next is a soft grain, and that's going to have this added contrast to it, but it does blend in relatively well. This is a more noticeable value. Come to cubic grain here. Might be a style that you like for some types of effects, particularly when I add grain into like background elements or into images that I'm going to use for a particular stylization. I think it looks nice. Tabular comes in here. Very prominent type of grain, but something that, depending on the value that you want to go to, might actually give you a really nice effect. And lastly, we can go harsh, and this is designed to really look very old, very faded, type of an image that has a harsher type of style to it. Could be nice. So I'm going to change here. I think we're going to go to cubic grain just so we can see. Impact, of course, is the amount that we see, and granularity is the size of the grain. I can shrink it down, I can make it larger. And so we can actually create some really nice types of grain effects that can add certain stylization to the images you create. I would actually create combinations of of the grain type, of its impact and granularity, and then I would save those as presets. Now, there are a number of presets already built in. For instance, this is their intense look, or of course we can come to something that seems really smooth, and we see that it's just a different combination of granularity, impact, and type. These are really fun to play with, and they give you some more style that you can create in the image. Next, let's come to lens correction. Now, lens correction automatically tries to find the appropriate lens. If your lens is one that has an easily available profile, then it will be applied. You might, if you have older lenses, some very manual third-party lenses or adapted lenses, it may not know your lens type, in which case you might actually have to build a profile yourself here or download one that somebody else has made. That's always a possibility. In our case, we have a lens that is identified, and it automatically does a chromatic aberration and diffraction correction, but we're going to turn those off so we can see them. So let's deal with these one at a time. Chromatic aberration is the merging together of bold colors. It happens usually with very backlit subjects and with older lenses and optics. A lot of modern day ways of pouring glass removes or completely eliminates the need for chromatic aberration correction. Sometimes we will see this called purple fringing, and we're actually going to have a tool here in a second, purple fringing, which helps us remove this if the chromatic aberration automated function here does not do everything that we want. All right, so we're going to get to that in a second, but right now we're dealing with the automated section. So chromatic aberration is a merging together of bold color that can happen at the edges of objects. And then diffraction is really important. whenever light passes through a small opening, small being relative to the periodicity of the wave, in case you wanted to know, it actually tends to break apart, and the movement of the waves actually interferes with each other. We call it an interference pattern. And this manifests as a lack of sharpness. Now, this happens with lenses, basically f8 and dimmer. And that means this image here, which was shot at f11, definitely has some diffraction. But with lenses, that diffraction is correctable through at least f11. Now, some lenses, depending on their optics, are correctable all the way through f16, but that is a lens-dependent thing. One thing we want to do is we want to do a diffraction correction, because we take a look at the sharpest part of this mountain peak here, and watch what happens. I'm going to turn on the diffraction correction, and it gets a little bit sharper. So let's watch this. Before, after, before, after. And so we're actually seeing the image get a little bit sharper. We can also turn on chromatic aberration in order to try to eliminate any of that fringing that can happen at the edges of options or images. Now, what else do we have? If we have an image that is being distorted, if it is shot relatively wide, for instance, then we might see that it's actually bowed a little bit. A certain amount of distortion correction happens automatically with recognized lenses, which is very nice. And so that typically works pretty well for us. If we come in and we feel that we need to try to build back some sharpness in the lens, we can do so. Now, how is this different from the sharpening effect up here? It attempts to find the ways that the lens fails to have really good sharpness and build it back. And this as a lens correction is nice because we could save a preset of the way we want to adjust every lens that we own with an amount of distortion correction, sharpness, light fall off correction, etc. And then simply apply that preset to an image when we start working on it, or even at import. If you remember, you can apply presets and styles at import. And if we are importing images all from a single lens, then we could do a single correction if we wanted to. And that might work really, really well. Light fall off, and let's find an unedited image here. I believe this one's unedited. Let's go ahead and reset it just to be sure. Fall off is when the barrel of the lens, which is round, right, casts a shadow onto the corners of the image, which of course is rectangular. Every time you shoot an image, you punch a rectangle out of a round hole. And that means that the corners often are going to get a little bit darker than the rest of the image. We can attempt to bring that back, and you'll see that doing this brightens up those edges. What we want to do with the lens is make sure that we bring this up just enough where the exposure about here is the same as the exposure to the corner. As soon as you have that, you're done. It typically doesn't need to be very much at all with the lens. Once I have a combination of sharpness recovery, light fall off, distortion correction, turning on diffraction correction, at that point I can save a preset for the lens and have something that looks really good for me. Now let's go ahead and take a look at purple fringing. And so I'm going to turn off chromatic aberration adjustment for this just to really see it. And this backlit area is really hitting this slide, and I'm getting a lot of chromatic aberration here. We can attempt to bring this up to remove it, and I would do that in conjunction with chromatic aberration right there. Now the thing about purple fringing is it tends to work with purples more than blues, and so you might see some areas that cannot be removed with purple fringing. So let's take a look at an image that has multiple different colors to it. Let's come in here and try to find some. So here I have some greens and some purples. I'm going to try to drag this up, and we can see the purple aberrations start to vanish, but the green remain. So the purple fringing is the most common type of chromatic aberration, and it is adjustable, but it will miss out on other colors that can manifest. So that's just an important thing to realize. If you see this in your image, go ahead and bring this up. I would do it on an image for image basis because it happens in backlit scenarios. Next, we come to the grid. Now, we took a look at this when we were looking at cursor tools and the toolbar earlier in the class. But let's really examine this. If I turn on the grid in the tool bar, I see the grid here. But why can I see it? I come to the grid tool and show is checked. If I turn that off, I still can't see it. So let's talk about how we can see or view the grid tool. If I have both of these on, I will see the actual grid. But if I turn one of them off, then I will not see it. So some people leave the grid option at the top on full time and only see the grid when they click on show. Other people, myself included, leave the grid tool turned on all the time and turn on and off seeing the grid with the toolbar itself. Whatever's convenient for you. We get three options: rectangular, golden ratio, and Fibonacci spiral. This is the shape. Because remember, the grid is there to assist in cropping. That's what it does. Each one of these has different options. Let's take a look at them. The grid gives me an evenly spaced grid, but it does not have to be a 3x3. I can change it to a 4x3, or I can change it to a 4x5. Anything that I can think of that will be an evenly spaced grid that's useful for me, I can do, which is nice. I can also change the color of the lines. Whatever I think I would see best in this particular moment. I think this teal or this yellow is pretty nice. Next I get follow crop. Now follow crop is exactly what it sounds like. If I turn that off and I go to crop the image, then I can crop and go into just a section of the viewed grid, right? And it looks like that. On the other hand, if I come back here, I can grab that all the way out. If I follow the crop and I come in, it maintains with the crop itself, which is always nice. Okay, what else do I have? Well, I can change this to golden ratio. Now, golden ratio is a set ratio, so I cannot change the way the grid looks here, so I get fewer options. Lastly, I get the Fibonacci spiral. Now this I can change in its orientation. I can change it clockwise or mirror in whatever way I want, and I can, in that way, position the Fibonacci spiral where I think it will be most interesting and crop to that particular shape. Now let's take a look at the crop tool. Remember, we see the grid in order to use the crop tool, which is why we leave show grid while cropping just turned on, because it is helpful when using this tool. First, I can change the ratio. If I'm cropping to make a 5x7 print, I can make that happen, and then I can crop using that orientation. Or I could come to an unconstrained crop, and that means that I can really make this go to whatever I want. Notice that the Fibonacci spiral just kind of gets oriented within the alternative crop. I'm going to come back to 2x3 and orient this where I want. It will also tell me the size of the image in either inches or pixels or whatever I'm looking for, and I can rotate to vertical or horizontal. But let's really deal with the thing that's really interesting, and that is the AI crop. So that's going to be an interesting one. Here I have a sequence of images all shot relatively at the same time, and I'm going to get this image looking just like that. That's Fibonacci spiral. It's going to be oriented on the right side. I like that. I'm going to set this image as a reference, and now I can click on the other images that are inside of here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply that reference, and it will automatically crop each one of these, as we can see, into a shape or a crop that it finds to be very similar to the original. Now each of these, of course, is totally adjustable, because if it gets one of them a little bit wrong, I can come in here and I can still grab a cropping tool and come a little bit wider, or whatever I feel I need to do. It's totally adjustable, but this way I can get a sequence of images cropped to basically the same shape, and that can be really helpful in batch editing. We have one more section of tools that I want to examine before we look at tools that are for special purposes. Those purposes are going to be tethering and exporting. And so we're going to take a look here at the metadata tool tab. So if we have the add tool tab, we can add metadata, but I've added a couple things inside of here so that we examine the last few tools that I use with at least some regularity. But please note, these are some of my least used tools, except for the ones that are duplicated. Let's get into them. The first one is the metadata tool. This is actually a very helpful tool in learning from your own photographs, taking a look at how you shot an image and what kind of an image it produced. So if I was to open up the metadata tool, I will get the file name, star ratings, I'll know what kind of file format I shot it in and the date, but I'll also know the lens, the flash compensation, the white balance, the image, the information about the camera and lens, exposure data, everything that I really need to know when it comes to understanding my image. I will also have the ability, if I did not add in any metadata earlier with IPTC information, I could actually type that in here and have that be added to the metadata of the image. So alterable data is actually changeable here, including the content, the creator, the location. Now, IPTC is a standard set of information for photojournalists, but you could add in your own information here if that's useful when you export a file. Next, I like to add keywords and keyword library into my metadata tool tab. The reason for this is that I might be looking at a sequence of images, and I might want to look at the keywords that I've added to an image, or perhaps easily add information to these images because I'm looking at the data behind these images. And so it's a convenient place to double up on these tools. Now I keep them in my library tool tab as well, of course, because that's another very convenient place for them. So this is one of the few times when I double up on tools inside of tool tabs. Next, let's take a look at annotations. Now we actually looked at annotations previously when we were looking at the toolbar tools up here because we have the annotations tool right here and we're able to draw and erase annotations. But we also have a tool for it and it works in an incredibly similar way. This is particularly useful if multiple people are editing one sequence of images or if you want some notes on what to do when you come back to your computer at another time. We have a writing tool and an erasing tool. I'm going to choose the color I want to write in, and I would be able to write any type of note or maybe circle an area that I think needs to be corrected. Once it's been corrected, of course, I can grab my annotation eraser and I can come through and erase on a line-by-line basis. I'd be able to change the size of the brush itself if that proves useful for the type of note-taking that I am doing. Next, we come to overlay. So we can drop in an image here if we want to as an overlay. So I'm going to just drag in a logo and drop it in. It doesn't need to be a PNG or a JPEG. PNGs are easier to work with because they allow for transparencies. And now I have a logo right there. Now, I can choose the logo here and it will show logos or other files that I have recently used, or I can choose a file or I can just drop it in. If I grab the hand tool right here, I can pick up and move this wherever I want it to go. I'd be able to change its opacity, I'd be able to change its size, I can move it using sliders if that gives me a little bit of specificity for where I want it to go. And I do recommend having follow crop turned on, because if I was to then crop the image, let's actually turn that off. If I was to have follow crop turned off, you'll notice this image was already cropped. The image goes back over here and we lose that logo, and that's not a very useful thing. So leave follow crop turned on by default. Showing it is a pretty interesting idea. We can add in the logo at any point in our process, and then we can turn off seeing it while we work, but it will still export with this logo attached. And that's a useful thing if you are putting out images that are for professional usage and you need your information to be stamped on them. You don't have to see it the whole time that you are working. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit bigger here. Come back to our original crop, and let's take a look at rotate and flip. So I can change the angle right here, which is just another way of rotating a crop. So we can get to this in the cropping tool, but it's nice to have it as its own tool here. And we can do 90-degree flips as we find necessary. And we can do immediate flips horizontally and vertically in case we need to really reorient the photograph. You've got all kinds of reorientation abilities built right in, or of course we would be able to use
the back arrow here to come back to an original crop of the image. I want to go back to a vertical because this does take you to an original crop of the image. And of course we do have a magic wand with this. So if it felt that we really needed a slight angle adjustment, we would be able to automatically apply it. Lastly, let's take a look at exposure evaluation. Now I've got to tell you, I use metadata every now and then. I use keywords and keyword library all the time. I use overlay for professional outputs when I need a logo stamped. I use annotations and rotation and flip very, very rarely. Exposure evaluation is my least commonly used tool. It really is. It just gives me a superimposed histogram that really is the same. As if I have a regular histogram. It's the same information, right? They look exactly the same. The only difference here is it gives me an evaluation of where the average of my pixels lie, a little bit over 0 or neutral exposure, or a little bit under 0 or neutral exposure. That's about all that it does. The other thing that's weird about the exposure evaluation tool is that it does not alter as I alter the exposure. It references only the original exposure, not an updated exposure as you edit. So it tells me what is possible in my editing. And that might prove useful from time to time, but mostly I don't take a look at it as I'm working. But if I want to get a sense before editing of how much is possible with this file, I can get a sense of it from exposure evaluation. And now we come to the main event in editing, which is layering and masking. Let's make sure we understand this incredibly powerful tool. A layer and a mask in Capture One are really considered just about the same thing. A mask is something we wear on our face so that we can see part of our face and not see other parts. Similarly, in Capture One, a mask covers parts of the image so that you can edit part of the image and not other parts. We see each one of these individual masks and call them layers. In other software such as Photoshop, the ordering of them matters, which is why we really separate layers and masks in things like Photoshop. But in Capture One, we just call it layers and masks, and we don't worry about their ordering nearly so much. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we see with the layering and mask tool. We see a couple buttons. We have subject, background, and people. And then we get these brushes of different forms. We're going to see a regular brush, a brush that has some stars, a brush that says AI, a line that's fading away, a circle that's fading away, a band-aid, a stamp tool, and then 3 erasers with the same symbols as the brushes. These are the erasers, these are the brushes, and they work off of essentially the same algorithm. A regular erasing brush, an intelligent or a magic eraser, and then an AI eraser. The little star is for finding similar pixels. AI tries to find and identify shapes and objects. Alright, so let's take a look at how these effectively work. I like to keep layering and masks inside of both my Adjust Tool tab and my Color Tool tab and above the bar. So I keep them in the pinned area and not the scrollable area, just because I find them to be that useful. Let's go ahead and start with people. So if I find an image, I have select subject, and this is going to find an easily identifiable subject, which doesn't necessarily have to be a person, but it does work with face detection to find a person relatively easily. So if I click on subject, it works, it identifies a subject. Now if I press M for mask, I will see the mask of the person. And we see that this one was actually imperfect. It didn't get the rest of her arm right there. We're going to deal with that later on. But this is an adjustable and correctable thing. We have found this, and notice it comes in as subject mask 1. This tells us that the mask 1 is the first one made, and then the subject says we created it by clicking on Find Subject. Once I have this mask, I can press M to see the mask or not. It's entirely however I want to view it. And if I was to do an edit while holding this mask or having it selected, I would only affect the highlighted subject and not
other parts of the frame. And this gives us the ability to differentiate one part of the subject quite easily from other parts of the subject. I could bring down highlights, I could alter this and not change my background, which is very useful. Now the subject button is exactly the opposite of the background button. So if I click on background, it will find the area that is exactly opposite of the subject. So it's given me a background mask. I can click on it, press M, and it's going to give me that mask. And notice that this area of the arm is included in the background because it is not included in the subject. Similarly, I could take this mask and I'd be able to do any kind of work that I wanted to inside of it. Now let's take a look at the people mask here. So if I click the down arrow, I get the ability to create a mask for parts of an individual. So for instance, if I want a mask of skin, I could have body and face skin both selected. Then I could create a mask off of that. It comes in as the skin mask, and now I would have a mask only of skin tone. So if I wanted to edit skin tone in some way, for instance, if I wanted to use, as we've taken a look at, the skin tone section of the color editor, I could do it only within a mask of the subject's skin tone, thereby not altering other aspects of the image. Really useful. Other options inside of here are the eyes, the eyebrows, the lips, and the hair. And I'd be able to add any of these or take them away from any individual mask I wanted to do. So making an eyes mask in order to be able to maybe brighten up some amount of the eyes, add some saturation, drop the black point, might be really nice. But now let me show you something pretty cool about this. Let's say that I take these effects a little bit too far, like that's way too far. We have an opacity slider with any mask other than the image layer. The original image layer, there's no opacity mask because you'd be seeing through the actual base of the image. So with any created mask, we get the opacity slider, meaning I could take the effect all the way out and dial it in to the amount that feels right. In other words, it's not a bad idea to take an edit in a mask a little bit too far and then dial it down. Now you might be saying, oh, why don't you just take the sliders down a little bit? That would be essentially the same thing. You're right, but there are two benefits to the opacity slider. The first is, what if I have a very small adjustment? This is only 0.75. I could come in and click in and type a different value, of course. But it's a small amount of change and it's kind of difficult to get a really finite or graduated adjustment. The second benefit is that I have multiple sliders that have been moved and they are in ratio with each other. So if I move exposure down a little bit, I need to move saturation down by an equivalent amount to maintain the same ratio. That is automatically done with the opacity slider. And this brings us to a really good point about doing an edit just generally in Capture One. We're going to come to this image right here and we're going to do some basic adjustments. It's going to get brighter. I want to bump my saturation. I definitely want to take my highlights down a little bit, lift some shadows, drop some black point. Next, I think that I might want to bring in levels a little bit on both sides. Always a useful edit. And let's take curves, and I might want to take it and do a little bit of an asymmetrical adjustment there. Then I probably would come to dehaze and I would boost some dehaze. And if I feel I've pushed my contrast a little bit too far, I could take the contrast slider and pull it back a little bit. Now that's a lot of edits, a lot of adjustments. And if I wanted to perhaps take this full edit and then dial it up or down, well, it's difficult to do so because on the image layer we have no opacity slider. And that's where we get to a really clever thing that we can do. I can come to layers and then with the drop down arrow, let me show you that again and make sure you see it. Under layers I have a plus, a down arrow, and a minus. If I come to the down arrow, I can add different types of layers. Add an empty adjustment layer, which is where no part of the image is selected for the layer yet. Add a filled adjustment layer where it's all added, and then I could take areas away. Add a clone layer where I'm going to be cloning pixels from one area to another, or a healing layer where I'm going to remove blemishes or dust. But below this line I get move image layer adjustments to a new layer. And this is powerful. It takes all of these adjustments and puts them into a move from image layer
layer. And the benefit of that is being able to take my opacity slider down. So I could drop all the way, or I could dial it in until I get the amount of that edit that I would like. If I come to the image layer, all of the sliders are now no longer moved because all of that was moved to this layer. So now we don't have to touch the image layer at all. This is actually a really good way to edit. If I want to take my edits to their own layer for what we call global adjustments, this is where I'm editing the entire image, but I have the opacity slider to be able to dial it down. Really powerful, really good way of building an edit. Let's build a couple of these layers just to see what they kind of look like. So if I was to add an empty adjustment layer and press M to see the mask, nothing happens. And we see at the bottom it said always display mask. Take a look again. If I press it, never display mask, always display mask. So in other words, it's trying to find a masked area, but it can't see it because I haven't added an area to the mask. Now if I grabbed a brush where I can brush in parts of the mask and come over, I would be able to brush in areas. And now these are the areas added to the mask. Okay? If I was to brighten or darken or do any other edits, it's only in this brushed area. Now, that is starting with an empty mask and adding to it. I could always, if I didn't like a layer, click on the layer and then the minus sign, and it would remove it. Let's go ahead and add a filled adjustment layer. Now, if we take a look, press M to see the mask, all of the image has been added. If I was to grab an eraser, I'd be able to come in and erase parts. If I was to change the exposure, everything except for that area would be adjusted. Let's go ahead and remove that layer. Let's take a look at building layers with each one of these masking tools to see how we might work with them or use them. First, we're going to just start with trying to brush in maybe some kind of a dramatic sky of some way. So I'm going to add in a new empty adjustment layer. And I'm going to grab the brush. Now let's take a look at brush settings because these are important. Hover over the image, right click, and you get your brush settings. If the cursor moves outside of this box, it goes away. So just make sure your cursor doesn't leave the box. If it does, no problem. Right click and there it is. I'm going to change my size and make it bigger. And we're going to see two circles with the size of the mouse, an inner circle and an outer circle. Okay, so the feathering happens between what's actually the middle circle and the outer circle. Okay, we actually see a center circle, so there's really three. The center one is finding similar pixels for finding an edge. More on that in a second. But right now, if I am feathering, the effect of the brush gets less and less as I move from middle circle to outer circle. That is the hardness slider. So if I bring this in, the outer circle comes closer to the middle circle. And at 100%, there is no difference between them. All the way out, and it's much bigger. Opacity is how much I see through the mask. Now, I never play with this because I have an opacity slider with a mask anyway, and so I really don't need it. I view this as just a really duplicative option. But the last one is flow. That's the building up of an effect. Let me show this to you. If I bring this down, just make my size a little bit smaller so it's easy to see, and I come over and I bring my brush settings brighter, I can draw a line and it's 100% of the effect added in. Why 100%? Because flow is at 100. But if I bring this to only a 5 and then I draw that same line, it's a 5% adjustment. Now I could go over the same area and it is additive as it goes along. Critically, that's important. If I continue to brush over an area, then the flow is additive to itself. I'm going to go ahead and just delete that layer just because we don't need it. And let's go ahead and grab our brush setting. If I'm brushing in an effect, I really like it to be somewhere between 5 and 10. That's really powerful for brushing in an effect, like some kind of cool effect on the eyes, some kind of nice effect in the sky. And now we take a look at the other options here. Next we come to airbrush. Now airbrush controls the opacity or the fade out effect at the edge of a brush to give it more of that actual physical airbrush feel.
And then we come to use pin pressure. Now, use pin pressure only works with certain devices, specifically tablets or editing tablets with specific pins that can be used for photo editing, where the pressure of the pin can control aspects of the actual brush, such as its size or its flow or its hardness, things like that. We're not using one of those devices in this class, so I won't be talking about its use. Next is auto mask, and this does actually ask us to understand something a little bit. If I take a look at the brush, there's an inner circle. That is looking for edges, and it's assuming an edge by itself. When I have auto mask turned on, if it determines a difference between the inner circle and the middle circle, it determines that that is the edge. And when that is true, any effect from the brush will not carry past the inner circle to the middle one. And this was the way they found edges until AI masking was introduced in Capture One a few years ago. The last options are brush with layer and eraser with brush. Here's what that means. The brush size and setting, size, hardness, opacity, flow, do those continue with the layer? In other words, if I was to build another layer or go to other images and come back to this image in this layer, would the brush settings remain? Or would they just change as I work with other images? I like to leave this checked. The next one is the eraser with the brush, meaning that if I grab a brush tool, would that eraser have the same settings as the brush tool used to create the layer? And I like that to be checked as well. And so now let's go ahead and use this to brush in a sky. We're going to maybe darken the exposure a little bit and bump the saturation and maybe add some contrast. And now if I brush over here, I'm going to be darkening that sky again and again and again, and it's only a 5%, meaning that as I go along, I am going to be building up the effect slowly, which allows it to look really nice. If I press M for mask, you're going to notice a nice line over where the water meets the sky. The reason for that is the auto mask was turned on. It was finding the difference between the inner circle and the middle circle, and as long as that inner circle never crossed over the horizon line, none of this was added, and created a pretty nice effect in the sky. Now, we probably remember from our discussion a little bit ago that if I right-click a layer made with the brush, I can save those adjustments as a style brush. It will then show up under Style Brushes as a custom brush, such as ones we looked at before, like Dramatic Sky or Portrait Eyes. This is just getting to that same system through the layer as opposed to looking at the style brush first. Now let's take a look at the magic brush. This is trying to find similar pixels. Similar to what? Similar to the area sampled within the brush size. So brush size does matter. Here it's very small, but if I right click, I can move the size. If it's larger, it's sampling a larger array of pixels, meaning that I can actually alter the selection. And if I'm just going to take this and click and drag around here, it's going to find similar pixels. So it finds something similar in the sky and similar down here. Now let's take a look at something pretty important. I have the Refine Mask button that we have not talked about. So if I click on Refine Mask, I can change what's called the radius. If I bring this down, look what happens. The actual parts of the mask get smaller. If I bring this up, it gets a little bit bigger. What's happening? The radius is how far out from the sampled area we are looking to find similar pixels. If I take this down, it won't find as many similar pixels because we are looking a shorter distance away from areas that have already been added. And of course, display mask just allows us to see it, yes or no. That is the same as pressing the M button on your keyboard. And so if I change this option, I am changing the range of pixels being added to the mask. Now, this would be alterable because I've added these areas, but I don't want the sky, let's say. Well, I could grab the eraser, and then I could erase the sky. Now, why didn't it erase very much? Because the flow is still down from our previous work. So I'm going to bring the flow back up, and now I can remove the sky from this mask itself if I want to. And now I have a mask only of this bottom part of the water. And of course I could remove that and simply start all over again if I wanted to. Next, let's take a look at AI masking, and this is finding objects. Let's go ahead and find something. If I grab, let's say, this image, and I click on adding an object, when I start hovering over, it finds individual objects as I hover. So I could grab this car and just click on it, and now I have a mask of the car. But it just says AI mask. Why? Because that's the method I use to create it. But I like to name my masks so that I can actually remember what each one is and have an easy time working with them. So we're going to right click, we're going to rename this as car. And now I have a mask of the car. I could start to brighten it up. Maybe I could bring its shadows up at least a little bit. I could push its saturation and make this a little bit more viewable in the image. That's probably a little bit too far, so I might take the opacity of the mask down until the actual adjustment feels realistic. So that is renaming a layer and using the AI masking tool. Now, critically, if I have added a large section of an image and I want to remove pieces, well, that would actually be a pretty easy thing to do with the AI eraser. So for instance, if I was to create a new mask that was a filled adjustment layer, and then I took a look at it, M on the keyboard to see the mask, and I clicked on the AI eraser. As I went through the image, I could subtract areas. I could subtract this thing from the mask and that. I could subtract this from the mask. I could subtract the floor from the mask and maybe that. And I've been able to create a relatively complex mask here. And I've been able to do it by erasing pieces with the AI eraser. You will notice, by the way, that the AI eraser erases, highlighting in green. The AI additive brush highlights in your mask color. They're differentiated so that it's easy to know if you're adding to or subtracting from a mask. Let's take a look at another interesting way to add a mask, and that is a linear gradient. A linear gradient is based on lines. And so let's actually find a pretty simple way to look at this. I'm going to grab a linear gradient. I click down, and if I hold the shift key, it turns into 90 degrees, right? Or actually 45s here that I'd be able to just move and rotate to. And I'm going to create my gradient there. Press M on the keyboard to see it, and we see 100%, and then we see where the feathering starts and the feathering ends by here. I'd be able to rotate this if I wanted to. Again, hold shift and it's going to force it to only 45-degree increments. I would also be able to pick it up and move it if I wanted to. And now I could brighten up only certain areas of the image. Now you might say, well, that seems to be a pretty old-fashioned way of being able to make a sky mask. And you'd be right. I could grab an AI brush and come over the sky and click, and guess what? I've got myself a really good sky mask that was even easier. So the question then is the linear gradient still useful? And the answer is yes, if you're using it to reinforce the direction of light. So for instance, if I have an image such as this, and I wanted to add in perhaps an effect of that light streaming in a little bit, I could create a radial gradient in the direction of light, and then what I could do is perhaps add a little bit of exposure, and I'd be able to perhaps add in a little bit of a warming effect. And now I've emphasized, let me change cursor tool so you can see very easily, I've been able to emphasize that direction of light, and I've been able to do so with the mask running in that direction. Now I would probably want to remove this rock from the mask. Easy to do. AI masking, come on over, remove that area. And now we have a mask that's not hitting this foreground because the light is coming from behind that object. And I have a split tone of different color temperatures, and I have this light coming in, and that feels really nice. I'd probably then be able to add a new empty adjustment layer and maybe AI mask the sky itself in order to take the highlights down a little bit. And now I'm really emphasizing that light coming in and warming up, and it feels very dynamic, right? So that's my before and that's my after. So is there another way to make a gradient? Well, there's linear gradient, that's going to make a gradient based on lines, and there's radial gradient, which makes a gradient based on circles. Go to that, click up, over, and out, and we get a circle. From the middle point, I can pick it up and I can move it. The inner circle is where the effect happens 100%. The outer circle is where the feathering totally ends. The middle circle allows me to reshape it and to be able to rotate it. Now, what can we use this for? What can be used to emphasize certain areas of landscapes and to create spotlight effects? I want to show you both. So let's do the spotlight effect first. So I have a subject here, and I really want the subject to stand out from the background. I have a subject with dark hair against a dark background, and that can kind of start to blend together. And I want to separate the subject from the background. Well, the easiest way to do that is to add a backlight effect, a light that hits the background and not the subject. And we can do this very easily with a radial gradient. So we're going to come over to our layers, create a new empty adjustment layer, and a radial gradient. We're going to click up, over, and out and make it kind of larger here. And I want this to be pretty big, but I want the inner circle. By the way, a little trick for you, we could take the inner circle and make it smaller, which actually increases the feathering, or make it larger, which decreases the feathering. I want the feathering to be the majority, or all really, of the effect that we see. So I want this circle to be entirely within the subject. And now I'm just going to add some exposure. But of course this hits the subject. Well, I don't really want that. All I need to do is grab my AI eraser and then come over the subject. And now it's going to highlight the subject to be erased from the mask. Click on it, right? It will remove the subject from the mask. There we go. And now, switch my cursor tools. What do I have? I have a backlight effect that is not affecting the subject. A light hitting the background, which separates the subject from the background. Before, after. I really like that effect. So that is one way to use radial gradients in order to create spotlight effects. Now let's do a demonstration on using a radial gradient to emphasize part of a landscape. So we have a landscape image here, and let's go ahead and do a couple things with it. First thing that I think we're going to want to do is let's go ahead and create an empty adjustment layer, and let's go ahead and try to add in the ground. So I'm just going to start clicking around and adding parts of the ground. Press M on the keyboard to see the mask. We're missing a couple places. That's okay, so I can come in. And of course, if a brush would be faster for a particular one, this might be it. We could use a brush. A little trick for you on the keyboard, the bracket keys change the size of the brush. So I'm going to press the bracket keys to make that a little bit smaller. I want the size about that size, but the hardness needs to come up because I'm adding to the mask. And when you add to a mask, I find it best to have it be a relatively hard mask, and I want the flow to be up at 100%. Make this a little bit smaller, come in here, add in this line. Now, we've got the question of whether or not to add these mountains to the ground, and it's a tough question, but I'm going to leave them out for the moment. I can always change that later. M on the keyboard to be able to see the mask that we have created or not. And remember, just move the cursor away from the box to get out of the brush settings tool. So now I have the ground, right click, rename as ground. And I want to make this a little bit brighter there. So I'm going to use brightness because it's a more subtle effect. And I also want to leave this a little bit darker. And the reason I'm leaving a little bit darker so I have room to enhance the ground with a radial gradient here in a second. Okay, so that's going to help out a little bit. I think I might warm up this area just a little bit, but not too much. Okay, and next I can create another empty adjustment layer, put a radial gradient up, over, and out, and this time I want it to be a oval, and I want to rotate it, I think. So I'm going to take this, let's move it kind of into position, and let's grab there, let's rotate, and I think I might bring it a little bit bigger here. That feels pretty good. I'm going to add in some exposure into there, and I'm going to warm that up.
And so what I've got is a center portion being warmed up in the frame. Now I'm going to take this a little bit farther than I probably want and just drag down the opacity of the entire mask. So something kind of like that feels pretty good. But I'm adding to the sky. I probably don't want to do that. So I'm going to grab the AI eraser and I'm going to subtract the sky from the mask, and I'll subtract these mountains in the background as well. Just a little trick there. We're actually going to come back and do a full edit of this image later in the class, so I'm not going to belabor this too much, but I want you to see just working with this radial gradient. I want to come to the eraser because there's some areas in there that are going to be problematic. Drop down the navigator, zoom in a little bit, and come in here, M on the keyboard, and I want the size of the brush to be smaller. I'm just going to get rid of there, get rid of there, come over, and I feel pretty good about that. All right, like I said, we're going to come back to this mask at this image at a different point in class and do a fuller edit, but I wanted you to see the radial gradient being put into a landscape to emphasize part of this scene. Let's do an edit that combines a couple other essential features. Now the first one we're going to do is the Band-Aid, because we have dust. Zoom in, grab the navigator. I want the healing brush for dust and blemishes. Give it just a little bit larger than the area. Bracket keys will change the size, or you can come into the brush settings, put it over a piece of dust. You can click and move it to wherever you want, and you're in good shape. Could we do a dust removal tool? Of course we can, but this is another way to tackle it, and you should know how to do this for blemishes as well. Well, we've looked at the healing brush. Now let's look at Clone Stamp. If I click on Clone Stamp, I'll be able to copy pixels and put copies somewhere else. This is mostly done for cloning an object or moving an object. Let me show you how it works. I find something I want to move. Let's say we want to move this rock. Hold Alt or Option, click on it, and then I can start painting. All right, but it's going to be a little bit imperfect, and that's okay. So what I'm going to do is I want to get rid of this area here. So we are going to use the navigator just to zoom in a little bit and cover right over this area. Then I can grab the healing brush tool, come in, let's make this a little bit bigger. I want the hardness down, and we're going to try and come in and fix these areas that are not blending. Because remember, the healing brush does not blend very well. I'm going to grab that, come over here, and try to blend those areas. If some area doesn't work perfectly, we can come in and attempt again until we get it right. We could always, of course, come in and we would be able to make the brush a little bit smaller, come in and try to paint to copy those pixels if we wanted to move an object. Now I'd be able to find an area here and perhaps get rid of the rock that we were looking at. Come in, do a little bit of work, and we've effectively moved the rock. Does this come up very often? Almost never, but it is something that is possible. Now I want to get rid of this clone layer. It doesn't do a whole lot for me. I don't care about the placement of the rocks. I'm just going to come to it, subtract that, and let's really get to working here and trying to do several different types of edits. Well, first of all, I'm going to come to the image layer and I'm going to brighten it by a little bit. I think I'm going to take down the highlights, drop the black point, add a little bit of saturation. I think I'm going to come to levels just to make sure that I'm maximizing it. I think I can do that. Come into curves, and I think what I want to do inside of curves is just add some contrast, bright stuff brighter, dark stuff darker. That's looking pretty good. And then dehaze, always nice in a landscape. Let's add some of that. And at this point I have a good edit, but what do we want to do? We want to come to that image layer, right click, move image layer adjustments to new layer, because if that becomes too much, I can always drag it down, no problem, and I can bring it back up. All right, what's the next thing I want to do? Well, let's grab these mountains and add some texture just to those. New layer, empty adjustment layer, and let's see what happens if I come in and try to highlight all of the mountains with AI. Well, it'll actually do a fairly good job. And I've been able to add all of that in, but we have a missed section right here. So I'm going to zoom in, come over here, and now what I want to do is grab the magic brush, make it maybe a little bit bigger, and drag through here, and it adds it right in, and I feel super confident. This is a layer, right click, rename,
mountains. What do I want to do with the mountains? When you see me turn the mask on and off, it's just M on the keyboard. Well, I think what I want to do there is come to clarity. And I think I want to add in a little bit of clarity. I think that's going to be pretty nice to it. And I might come into color, right? And I might come into the advanced color, click on it, and I might try to take that region and I might shift its hue a little bit. Not a lot, but I think I might want to shift it a little bit that way. Make it a little bit more orange. I like that. Feels pretty good. All right, so if we want to see what a layer does, we can come to just that layer, turn it off and on, and we see I'm adding a nice bit of contrast to it. What's the next thing we might want to do? Well, let me show you a hidden last way of making a mask. I'm going to come to the color editor, and I'm going to come to advanced, and I'm going to use the color selection to grab the greens. And I want to view the selected color range, so we're seeing it, and I want to expand this to see all of the green areas in the region, but I don't want to see any blues in the sky or in the water. And so I'm going to move this out until it starts to make some mistakes, which would be right about there. And if I go this way, then right about there is probably my limit. Now this is all of the greens. One clever thing you can do is come to the three dots and create a mask layer from the selection, meaning you can make a mask of just one color. I can come to it, it's right here, and I can rename that as greens. And now I'm able to take just the green area and perhaps add a little bit of brightness to it. Add, let's say, a little bit of a levels adjustment to it, and create something that feels nice and bold. I could also take it and just change saturation on that green region anytime I want to, very, very easily. Here's my before and after, and it's already looking really good. I'm feeling pretty happy. But you know what I'd really like? I'd like the sun rising over here and spilling some light onto the mountains. Well, that sounds like a radial gradient to me. New layer, empty adjustment layer, radial gradient. Up, over, and out. But I want this to actually be almost all feathering. Did you notice? I can actually grab the feathering by grabbing the middle circle and dragging it in. So you can change the feathering just off of the radial gradient itself. I'm going to grab this and move it over here. Now, I might even make this even bigger, really make it big. And I want to add in this sunrise effect. So take the radial gradient, and I just want to add in some warmth. Just grab the Kelvin slider in white balance. But we have a problem, don't we? This mountain range here is being affected, but it shouldn't be because the sun is rising behind it. Now you could say, we'll come into the mask, grab the eraser and erase this area. And that would work fine, but let me show you another thing we can do. I'm going to refine the mask, not here, but with the Luma range. The Luma range is making a selection or a change to a mask based on brightness or luminosity. Let's come into the Luma range. So here we have it, and let's take a look at what the Luma range looks like. Here I have a feathering effect from one arrow to another. And then I have the full range of brightness. I can choose to see the mask or not see the mask. You always want to see the mask. And then we'd be able to change the radius and the sensitivity of these alterations so that we can kind of refine that mask however we want. What I want to do is take the dark areas away from the mask, drop that feathering a little bit until they go away, and that feels pretty good, and then I can apply it. And now I have the sun rising and not hitting this foreground. Awesome, but there's a problem. That should be reflected in the water, which means we have to do it again. Find that layer, right click, rename, warm sky. But now we're going to do it again. Add new adjustment layer. We want a radial gradient, up, over, and out. Make this smaller, position it in the same place. Make sure it comes over and hits exactly in the same area. We're going to warm it up in the same way. And then do the same thing. Luma range. And we are going to slide this until it disappears from the water. Right about there starts feeling good. And we can apply it. But we have a problem, don't we? Because of this part of that rock that's sticking out. So, M to see the mask. I could always subtract with a tiny brush. I'm going to zoom into this area here and just take this brush and start to remove. But my flow is all the way down, drag it up, and I can remove it just like that. And now I have that effect happening in the sky and the water, but the water is too much. So what am I going to do? Opacity of the layer, drag it down. I could also take the effect itself and change its value. And by doing so, I get a completely adjustable effect. Looks wonderful. Right click, rename, and this is warm water. There's only really one other thing we might do here. This sun is rising over here, so wouldn't it be brightening up the area over here? It probably would. So, new empty adjustment layer, linear gradient, and I'm going to hold shift, click over. Why am I holding shift? Because, if you remember, that forces it into 45-degree increments. And I only want this to hit these regions here. I can take just this, rename bright right side, and I could slightly increase its brightness, right? And slightly increase its color temperature because of the sunlight coming in. Here's our before and after. Before, after. And in this way we can completely alter our image and make masks that really do whatever we are looking for. You probably noticed there are a few other things that we're able to do with a mask. If I right click, I get clear mask. That gets rid of the selected or masked area. Invert mask is going to take whatever the masked area and percentage is and reverse it. So if it was 100% in a mask, it's now 0% or completely out of the mask. If it was at 45% added into the mask, then all of a sudden it's going to be 45% taken away from the mask. I could completely fill it. Rasterizing locks a mask in place. Rasterizing is essential for some types of edits you might need to do. Feathering a mask might be really important. So let's come to this right side. We're going to come to feather the mask. And now I get the ability to take this and feather it more or feather it less. Take the effect and dissipate it a little bit more or less. This is going to make a mask, it's going to make it integrate into an image and feel realistic much more easily. Next, I have Refine Mask. It's really the same thing, by the way, as the Refine slider right there. Same thing in two places. Luma Range is the same thing as the Luma Range button. Same thing in two places. The next thing is Copy Mask From. Well, why would we do this? It actually has to do with adjusted masks. Let's come back into this image here. We will remember that the subject mask is missing this part of the arm, right? And so if I was to click on Create Background, I'd have the same problem, and I'd have to fix it twice. Well, it would be a lot easier if I was to just take the subject mask and add in the arm now. So this is going to be an AI addition brush. Just hover over, click on it, and we're good. But now I'm going to create a brand new empty adjustment layer, and I'm going to copy the mask from the subject. Then I can invert the mask, and at that point I can rename it as the background, and I don't have to fix the same problem twice. So if I create a mask through some mechanism and then I adjust it in a myriad of ways, I can simply copy those adjustments to invert them and not have to duplicate my work. So copy is actually very powerful many times. Next, if we do any sort of an edits within a mask, we can save them as a style or a style brush, or we can apply adjustments from a style or a preset directly onto a masked area, meaning that you can make your editing really, really fast. And lastly, of course, we could simply duplicate a selected layer. So if I didn't have that background, let's go ahead and just subtract it. I could click on the subject mask, right click, duplicate the selected layer, then I could invert it, and then I could rename it as background, and that's another great way of being able to create an inverted mask with any edits to the mask that we need. So those are all of the things we are able to use for creating masks. It's incredibly powerful. This is where your edits go from good to great. What I'd like to do now is walk you through in real time my editing process with two images. I'm going to do a landscape and I'm going to do a portrait. And I'm going to do these in real time. I'm not going to cut in order to save time in the video. And if I make a mistake, I want you to see me make a mistake and see how I might correct it. I want you to see my workflow and my thought process. So I'm going to take my time and I'm going to just show you my thought process as I edit. And we're going to use all of the tools that we have at our disposal from beginning to end with a given image. And I want to start with this landscape image right here. Let's get rid of my browser just so we can see it a little bit bigger. So that feels pretty good. Okay, so what do we want to do? Well, the ground is too dark. We've got the sunrise, which I think I want to emphasize. And I kind of want to have some kind of focal point to the image that feels kind of exciting to look at. So I've got a couple things I'd like to do with this image. Well, we're going to start with our basic global edits, and that's going to be, let's brighten a little bit, but we have to maintain control of our dynamic range. I'll take down some highlights. I'll bring up a little bit of shadows, but I want them to not be too bright, right? Because I want to differentiate an area that is getting brighter. Okay, that's really critical for me in this particular edit. I'm still going to drop my black point. That's really important. And let's take out our levels tool. Super important. I love working with levels. And it is worth kind of noting that really there's nothing here in levels that I can't do in curves. That's true, right? I can remap values inside of curves, but I like the simplicity of working like this. I find it to be a nice simplified way of doing a contrast adjustment. And it works well for me to do a simple remapping here. The visualization of it, I think, is easier to get your mind around a lot of the time. But you could get rid of the levels tool entirely and do this process of remapping in curves. That's entirely true. So that's fine. I'm going to take that, pop it back. Now, do I want to, on top of that, do a curves adjustment? Well, I could. By the way, if you wanted to know how do we remap, here, what I'm going to do is just reset my levels tool. So if I was to take this, which is my brightest point, right, and move it inward, because right is the bright stuff, left represents the dark stuff. If I moved it in here, I would change what's called the input-output value. Okay, so I could bring this line this way, and it makes, if I bring it here, let's say, it's taking everything this value and to the right and remapping it as the brightest value, 255, right? So if I took a look at this, right, and we look at the numbers down here, I take a look at this point, what we're saying is that everything that is a value of 210 and brighter, we're remapping it as 255. So if I was to take this and just bring it to right at the brightest one of my values, I'm remapping everything, in this case 250 to 255. And everything brighter. And I can do that with the dark values as well. Just bring them in here. And by doing that, I am remapping those given values. And that is the same thing that I'm doing here with the levels tool. So that is the same. Now, if I want to do a contrast adjustment on top of that, I might want to. Like I might want to take bright stuff a little bit brighter, and I might want to take dark stuff a little bit darker, kind of like that. And drop my curves tool back inside, and I feel pretty good about that. It's nice and contrasty. I'm not clipping any values, and we're doing a good job so far. Before, after. All right, cool. So let's come to dehaze, and every landscape image I add some dehaze. Do I want to change the shadow tone? No, I'm going to leave it in auto. I could manually select it based on the darkest value down here, but I just don't think that it's going to do anything significant for me. I really don't think so. I think that's good. Okay, now it's really time. I'm not going to be able to push this any farther until I'm doing some layering and masking. I wanted this to get to a pretty good area so that I can add in additional adjustments on top of it. So I'm going to do a little bit of general or global edits before local edits. All right, so what's the first thing that I wanted to do? Well, the first thing is to move my image layer adjustments to their own layer, right? That's important to do that, right? So there's my before and after. I feel pretty good about that. I think I'll bring down
Yeah, we'll take highlights to about there. Okay, so that feels pretty good. Now we're going to make another new empty adjustment layer. And let's do that same thing. You saw me do this in the last video, but I really want to have an area where I really emphasize the sunrise happening. So I'm going to kind of bring that up. And this is easiest done just with color temperature, right? So I'm just going to warm that a little bit. And what I want to do with that mask is remove the ground from it, right? Because I'm just changing the sky at this point. So take my AI eraser, M to see the mask. I'm just going to start getting rid of ground areas. And that feels pretty good to me. And there we go. Now, if that mask is a little bit much, I can always dial it back. So I think somewhere in that neighborhood feels pretty good. I'm happy with that. Okay, so we're going to rename this, right? Warm sky. I like that. Feels pretty good. Now, do I want to brush anything into the sky itself? Maybe I do. So let's go ahead and come back to our brush tools. All right, so we've got custom brush tools, and I should have a dramatic sky brush. And if I click on that, we'll notice it's going to, as soon as I start brushing it in, right, it adds it as its own layer, right? So there it got added in, right? There's my mask, and it's only a 5% flow, so it's very low, but we're just brushing in a little bit. I think I might add a little bit more, right, into there, and that little effect is kind of nice. I like it. So that's dramatic sky. That's just a brush tool, same thing that we've used before. All right, I want to have that sun coming in. I want it to kind of warm up this center area, I think, a little bit. So that sounds like two things. I might work a little bit with linear gradient, but I think another radial gradient is actually going to be really called for. So we need to make sure we make a new empty adjustment layer. Otherwise, if we didn't, by the way, if we just were on dramatic sky and created a radial gradient, we'd be adjusting the mask of the dramatic sky, okay? And that would not be a good thing, okay? So we want a new empty adjustment layer. I'm going to do a radial gradient, and this time I want it to be kind of long and thin. I think that's going to be cool. So let's do kind of a rotational thing. Let's bring it into this area, and I really want this to kind of come through here. And I'm not worried about the area in the sky, by the way. I'm going to remove the sky from this mask later. And I think kind of long and thin is what we're going for. Now I'm going to move brightness. Remember, the difference is exposure changes the exposure as if the image had been shot at a different brightness level, okay? Where brightness is going to adjust and make an area brighter while trying to not overexpose areas that are already either highly saturated or bright. So I'm going to brighten that area up a little bit, and that feels a bit more realistic. But I can also come in and I can warm that area a little bit more. So this, it's actually a sunset, though you can't necessarily tell. It's coming in, it's warming this area that it can see, and that feels kind of cool to me. I like that. All right, so we're gonna go with that effect. I like it. And now we're just going to view the mask and delete the sky from the mask. And I think these mountains that are in the background, I'm gonna remove those as well. All right, so now if I take a look, I've got these two spots in the mask that the AI brush did not figure out. So we've got to deal with those. That's fine. I'm gonna come to my navigator, so this is really easy to see. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in and use my navigator to come over and just find them. Easy to be able to take care of. I'm going to do this with a regular brush, bring my size down, and I'm going to bring the hardness up. And the reason is I don't want to accidentally feather a removal, okay? But my flow is too low. I like flow to be at 100% when I'm actually adding or removing from a mask. And I like it to be at 5% to 10% if I am adding or subtracting an effect, right? By the way, you saw as I was doing that trick where the very, very inner circle of the brush, as long as I don't cross over this line, it detected that edge, and I was able to figure that out pretty easily. All right, so now that feels pretty good to me. M do not view the mask, and that's feeling pretty good. I'm liking that. That feels all right. Did I want to do something with this bush? I think I want to try, and I don't know if it's going to work, right? So let's do rename, bright center, create a new mask, empty adjustment layer, and let's do an AI brush and grab this guy here. And I really want to see it. Yeah, it's all of that.
And the reason you see me change cursor tools, by the way, is just so that if I have the AI brushing tool still, it keep on highlighting stuff, and I find that a little annoying. So white balance, I could warm that area a little bit, and then I could come in and I could add a little bit of brightness to it. But I think we're going a little bit far there, so we are going to refine the mask, and I want to kind of do that to kind of bridge it out a little bit. And I also want to feather the mask. I want to add a little bit of feathering so that it kind of blends a little bit better. All right. And then I'm going to take its opacity down a little bit. And just doing that, where it's only like 50% added, is kind of nice. And I think a little bit warmer will still be good right into that kind of area. Yeah. Take the opacity to about there. So I want that to be kind of a subtle effect. And if I come into it, right, just that area there, all right, and the effect of the mask, see how it's being feathered out, it's not a hard edge along there. That's kind of what I was going for. That way it feels a little bit more natural. That's kind of the goal. All right. I could always use some kind of a brush to feather and subtract if I wanted to, but I'm going to leave that and maybe just put the amount, let's call it at 30%. All right, so just a subtle effect that the light's coming in and just barely touching that. Okay. We could also, by the way, do a luma range if we wanted to, and have that that effect happen only in the brighter areas if we wanted. That would be a possibility. So that's something we could always do. All right, what else might we want to do? Well, this bright center, I think along there, I'm going to add in some clarity. That's probably the area where I care about the sharpening effect the most. So I'm going to come in and try to add in a little bit of that. And it just kind of sharpens up that center and makes that a little bit more of a focal point to the image. Now, this is the kind of image where a little bit of vignetting is not necessarily a bad thing, so I'm just going to do a very subtle amount there. I've seen people go over the top on vignetting all the time, and that's not necessarily a good thing, right? I think that's very, I think that is a little bit too obvious. A little bit too obvious. So a little bit of a subtle vignette, and I think I'm pretty good there. All right, what else might we want to do? Well, we've got some ideas. If this is happening here, I could see what would happen if I did a linear adjustment to kind of see that sunset fading. I wonder what that might be like, right? So we're going to rename this greenery, and then we're going to add a new empty adjustment layer, linear gradient, and I'm not going to hold shift this time because I want it along this angle. So I'm going to come in and drag over and out, kind of like that, M to see the mask, and I think I want to drag this relatively high up, kind of like that. I'm going to use an AI eraser to subtract the sky. I don't want that. And now I've got this linear gradient, and I think we're going to do a similar kind of thing. I think I can brighten a little bit. Okay, I think I can warm it a little bit as well. All right, I think that is okay. Now, does that create the effect I'm really going for? Well, let's find out. We're going to rename this as, let's call it light on ground, something like that. And if I take it out and back in, I think it's definitely adding something to the image, right? It's warmer over here than it is over here. Now there's a color differential. I wonder if the bush is now no longer working. I don't know. So let's take out the greenery, and that might work a little bit better. I think it's a very, very subtle effect. I'm going to leave it in for the moment. So this is the light on the ground. It's at 100%. I don't want it to be too bright because the light's coming from here, right? So it should be stretching and hitting this area. But I like the idea of having this kind of color differential that's kind of happening. That's feeling pretty good to me. I'm liking that. All right, so we're going to come into some refinement here. Now, is there any noise I need to remove? I don't know. Let's find out. So I'm going to come in and take a look at it, and I just am not seeing any real noise to worry about, so that's a good thing. Sharpening, I don't think I'm going to worry about. I'm not going to add film grain into this particular image. Lens correction, it knows the lens. I'm going to turn on diffraction correction. Now, if I take a look at the metadata, right? This was shot at f11. I turn on diffraction correction starting at f8. I don't think it's making a giant difference here, but it certainly can make a little bit of one, and I want this centered area to be nice and sharp. So I'm going to leave that turned on. I think that's nice. All right, there's no purple fringing really to worry about off of this lens, and I'm not going to alter the crop, I don't think. I'm kind of liking that the way that it is. I think it looks pretty nice. Now that I want to do anything with other colors, because I didn't really get into my color tools here, right? I can get out of layering and masking, or I could come back to the moved from image layer. Remember, that is a global layer, right? If I press M, it's the entire image, right? So if I wanted to come in here and perhaps do something with the color editor, I could certainly do so, right? Like I could say, are the greens really the way that I want them to be, right? And maybe they're not. Maybe I can click on one of the greens, right? And drag that over and out and do the selected color range. And this is the greens. And I could take them and take the hue, and I could start shifting the hue. That was a little bit more forest green, right? To the left is going to be a little bit warmer. I think I'm going to take it a smidge warmer. That's not a bad idea. And there we go. All right. I would probably be happy right about here. This is a good feel. It looks nice. I like the effect. It's nice and contrasty, and it doesn't have this extreme quality to it that I really don't like. I like a nice and contrasty and bright image. I don't want it to be really over the top, and I think this is a very nice kind of color palette. So that would probably be my stopping point with this particular image. So let's go ahead and do another edit. This one's going to be a portrait. So here I have a portrait. I've got dust on the sensor in a few places. I've got a subject I feel is a little bit underexposed, a little bit too shadowy. I want to differentiate from the background. I've got a couple things I want to do here. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we might want to do. We'll start with dust removal. So I'm going to just hit remove dust. And let's see what it finds. And that took care of, yeah, pretty much everything. Looks good. So great, we've got a nice dust removal. I'm happy about that. I'm adjusting the exposure mostly for the skin tone of the subject. Okay, is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to lift a couple shadows. I think that's good. I'm not going to touch black point yet because I don't want to get too contrasty with a subject. And so I'm not going to touch levels or curves right now. I'm not going to do any of that. I just kind of want to be there. Now, as far as skin tone goes, I think we're pretty good, but let's go ahead and just be really, really sure here regarding skin tone. So what I want to do, come to skin tone, and I want to find an area that's what we're aiming for in skin tone, okay? And I think right in this kind of region feels good. All right, I want to view selected color range. All right, and I'm feeling okay about that. And so what I'm going to do is just move that hue and probably a little bit of the lightness uniformity, right? And that's just going to get the skin tone really under the kind of control that I'm going for. If I go all the way, it's all exactly the same tone. That feels very weird. So I think somewhere in that region gives enough differentiation of skin tone. But if she had any redness that was in her skin tone or things like that, we'd be able to remove. Okay, so that's feeling pretty good. I'm happy about that. All right. I think the actual color temperature of the image is good. I know it is because I did some white balance adjustments before shooting. So at that point, I'm kind of ready to move the image adjustments to their own layer. That feels really good to me. Okay, let's go ahead and we want to differentiate the subject. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's grab a subject layer and let's see how it did. Of course, there are problems because there with the hair, we've got an issue, right? And it's going to be a little bit difficult to solve, and I'll tell you why. Because this area here, the brightness value isn't that different from her skin tone. Because one way that I would love to adjust this mask is to come to a Luma range, okay, and have all the dark areas, and I'd love to take some bright areas down
until I removed that area in between here, right? But there's a problem, okay? The problem, of course, is that I'm removing part of her skin tone because it's about the same luminosity value. So that's a shame. That would have been a nice, convenient way to do it. So instead, what we're going to do is what you kind of saw me do before, which I'm going to grab the magic brush, actually the magic eraser, my bad, and I'm going to start removing areas here. I'm going to start removing areas based on brightness. Now you got to have a pretty small brush for this, right? And we've got to just click inside of these kinds of regions and find the best areas. All right, so that feels probably okay. Come in there. All right, that area's definitely got some issues, so we'll try to adjust that. All right, and now we are going to add back in there. Okay, and I added in just with a, because I did the Luma adjustment and it removed some areas I didn't want, so I just came in with the magic brush, just dragged, and was able to add back in. So now I've got a mask of the subject. That feels pretty good, so we're going to rename this as subject. Awesome. But of course what we can do is we can have a new empty adjustment layer. We can copy the mask from the subject, so all of those little adjustments we did carry over. Right, and then we can invert the mask, and then we can rename it as the background. All right, cool. So now that I have a background mask, what do I want to do with that? Well, I could go any way that I really want. Like I could darken it, which I think is kind of a nice effect with this image. I feel pretty good about that. You could try to go brighter for the background. That's not a bad effect either, but I kind of want to go darker. Okay, I'm going to grab the subject, and now I'm going to lift some shadows, right? That's going to lift some shadows, add some highlights to the hair. I feel pretty good about that, and I wanted, if I'm brightening the subject, to have a darker background here, but either one could work, all right? Now, I could always do the same thing that I tried to do with that spotlight effect, right? So let's go ahead and give it a try. So new empty adjustment layer, all right? And of course, since we've got the hair that we'd have to take care of, it may be more trouble than it's worth, but we can always give it a try. And so with this, I kind of want to make it kind of thin, put it there, open up that area, right? I want this area where the effect is added 100% to actually be entirely covered by the person. And the reason for that is that it's going to be masked out, so the entire effect will be feathering, and that's kind of cool. Here I'm just going to add a little bit of exposure, and then I'm going to subtract the subject, okay? The problem, of course, is the area in the hair, right? So what I need to do is, well, we're going to name it first. Rename is spotlight, or you could do backlight, whichever one, but I need to add back in. And I'm going to come into this region, right? And I need to start doing the same thing that I did before, right? Just kind of adding in there, add in there, and if you don't see an area, you might need to change the size of the brush a little bit because we want to get exactly the pixel quality that we're looking for, right? So come in here, because if you brush over a hair, then that hair value becomes part of the algorithm, and that's actually what you don't want. All right, so we're going to do that. Oops. I know it added part of the outfit there. That's definitely not going to work for us. So, cool. And now if I come back, let's change my cursor tool. That's not bad, right? That's a pretty good kind of spotlight effect. So I feel pretty happy about that. All right. Now, the subject, I think I brightened up the hair a little bit too much. Okay, so I'm going to come back to the subject and take the shadows back. But what am I going to do? I'm going to create a new adjustment layer based off of the hair. Create mask, and lo and behold, there's a mask of the hair, but it added this area over here. Okay, well, oops, that's easy to correct. Grab a brush, change its size,
flows 100%, and we're just going to quickly remove that, and we're fine. No big deal. So here I would be able to bring up some shadows in the hair just a little bit, but I'm not affecting anything else. And it's on its own individual slider, so I can change the amount in whatever I want. All right, that feels pretty good. Next, let's go ahead and do eyes and create a mask. Now, of course, I could do a brush, and you've seen me do this before, by the way, where I create a brush for like, portrait eyes, and I could brush that in. I wanted you to see another way of doing it with the actual masking tool, because both are really valid. So with the eyes, you want to add in some brightness, okay? That is, if I look at the mask, it added in the hair. I don't want that. So let's go ahead, subtract that mask. We're going to add a new one. Hair is still checked. And now it's just that area. Great. So we're going to come in. We want to take this too far. And the reason is we can dial it down with the opacity slider. So I'm going to brighten, right? I'm going to add in saturation, drop some black point. I'm going to come to clarity. I'm going to add a little bit there. Now, of course, that's crazy, right? So we're going to just drag that down. There's 0% and just drag it up a little bit until we get a glow in the eyes. And it's pretty low. I'm at 15%, but I think that they really stand out there, okay? So that's not bad. All right, what about if we had blemishes in the skin? We don't have a lot here, but I want you to see the process. Okay, so we're going to come to our healing brush. Of course, we could add in a healing brush or healing layer. We could do it either way. And we're going to come over, let's see. All right, healing layer. We want this to be small. We want to feather this a little bit. So let's say that we had a blemish. Okay, we're going to come down a little bit. And we're over the size. Now this could be wrinkles. This could be almost anything. So I'm going to show you, working with wrinkles, right? I can come over an area and I can click and just make sure I'm referencing a similar value, right? That's really the key thing about that blending, right? To make sure that it blends nice and evenly, all right? Now, if you were doing wrinkles, let's say we had wrinkles underneath the eyes, right? So here's kind of the trick to that. I'm going to create them on their own new healing layer. And here's what we would do with those, right? So let's say we were going to work with like some wrinkles under the eyes. So I could come in to those areas, okay? And I could really reference anywhere I wanted to. Find an area that feels natural, but that removes all of them. The thing with wrinkles is we expect to see a little bit because that looks very unrealistic. So if we were removing wrinkles from the skin, we'd actually take our opacity slider down and then we would see them a little bit, but not a lot. In other words, you minimize the impact. However, they still exist, right? And that's the way we deal with wrinkles. Now here, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be removing that layer because I don't feel I need it on this subject. But that's the way that we would approach it, is you heal brush over the wrinkles and then you remove that through opacity so that you lessen their impact. That's the trick, okay? All right. At this point, I can start thinking about contrast because I just don't want to go too contrasty beforehand. I'm going to come back to our move from image layer. And at this point, I can pull up curves, all right? And we can start playing with it, all right? So I can start doing a little bit of brightening there. And I want to be very, very careful with the dark values because I don't want to add too much dark values to the skin, right? And I could always drag this area up as well. And I think that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. So that would probably be the way I would approach this given image. I like it, I'm happy with it, it feels good. I've done some stuff with the eyes, I've lifted the hair, I've removed some shadows. I've got an image I'm happy about. All right, so that'd probably be the way that I would approach this given portrait. Now that we have done some editing, I want to introduce you to keyboard shortcuts, ways of actually changing the keyboard itself so that you can interact with Capture One and make your workflow faster and easier. We're going to come up to Edit, Keyboard Shortcuts, Edit Keyboard Shortcuts. And this is going to bring up this little dialog box with 3 options: Shortcut Keys, Speed Edit Keys, and Custom Shortcuts.
Let's start with shortcut keys. Now, let me show you what this looks like without anything opened. We get basic functionalities such as filters or windows or view inside of Capture One. And we're going to look at basic functions of how Capture One operates and things that it does. If I open up File, I'm going to see that New Session is Command or Control N. Open something is Command or Control O. Closing a window is Command or Control W. And these are in kind of their own gray space. If I click on one, it says that it cannot be changed. These are non-changing functions of Capture One. But look at this one, import images. Well, there's a black space right here. If I click in it, it says Command or Control 8, which I set. But I could type something else. I could change my shortcut key to Command or Control 9, and it changes it to 9. Now, what does that mean? If I wanted to import images, all I have to do is hit Command or Control 9, and it brings up the import dialog box. Look at that. That's fantastic. Well, that means that I can quickly get to one of these basic functionalities of Capture One just through a keyboard shortcut. And whatever major exporting or importing or other functionality of Capture One that you want, you can have a shortcut for it. Most of these are blank. However, they don't have to be. I could have something for creating a new album, a new smart album, and then I don't have to find the box and hit the plus sign and choose the type. So whatever function you find yourself doing a lot, set up a shortcut key for it, and you'll quickly change the way that you interact with Capture One and go about your workflow. Next is speed edit keys. And I'm just going to show you the way I've set mine up, because all I have to do is come into the space, type a letter, and it will change it to that letter. It's the same idea as what we just did, but this is for editing. Shortcut keys are about functionality. Speed edit keys are for editing. And you're going to see that basic sliders, not tools, but sliders are listed here. Exposure, contrast, brightness, saturation. And you notice that the drop-down menu here is the exposure tool, or the high dynamic range tool, which has sliders inside of it. Now I've set up mine, and you're free to copy my homework here. I've set exposure as E, contrast as equals, brightness for B, saturation for R, highlight for H, shadow for S, W for white, K for black, 1 for Kelvin, 2 for tint, D for dehaze. Okay. And some other ones down here as well, with any tool, any editing tool that has a slider on it. So now these are set up. Feel free to copy this. Pause the video to copy this down if you want to. But now I'm going to close this and bring up this image here. So how do these work? Let me show you the tools. Here's the exposure tool, high dynamic range. And by the way, when you see that little yellow line, if I drop this, it magnetic attaches, and I can move them as one tool. Little thing you can do with your floating tools. Just a little convenience factor. Okay, so I'm going to put these here. Now watch what I am going to do. I'm going to hold the E key. Remember, E is exposure. Hold E. What do I see? At the bottom it says exposure right there. Now I could grab this and move it and change it if I wanted to. And notice it's moving and changing the slider up here. But that's not really the best use. Now here it is. If I hold E, I could then just scroll with my mouse. Scroll up, brighter, down, darker. Simple as that. I'm not touching the actual tool at all. Let's say I wanted to come to about there. Great. Now remember, if I wanted to change my saturation, it was R. Hold R, drag up, and I have a higher saturation. Hold K for black, drag it down, black point gets darker. Hold S for shadows, drag it up, shadows get brighter. And it changes on the tool here. It's just another way of accessing the tool, which is really, really great. So let me show you that again with an image. I'm going to come over here. I'm not going to touch the tools at all. They don't even need to be on the tool tab that I can view. I'll come to, let's go ahead and say the metadata tool tab. I don't even see the edits, but I can hold B, I get brightness, drag that up. I can hold equal for contrast, drag it up. W for white point, drag that up. K for black, take it down. Maybe E, I'll add some exposure inside of it. And D for dehaze, and lift some dehaze inside of it. Maybe bring in a little bit more brightness. And there we go. If I come back to the exposure, all of those sliders have been moved. And in this way, I can do a fast edit. I don't even have access to the tool to be able to do it. This is actually the way that I edit when I'm not teaching and working with the tool to teach the tool to somebody, because it is so fast. Edit keyboard shortcuts, edit keyboard shortcuts. We come back and we can see custom shortcuts here. And now let's talk about custom shortcuts. Custom shortcuts are more restricted in what they can actually do. They really only have one of 4 functions. All of mine say style brush, but that's just because that's what I've set up. Let me show you the 4. We get applying a style. Well, we know what that is. We take a style that we like, we automatically apply it. Select a style brush. We know what that is. We have style brushes. We know what they are. We can automatically choose one. We can open with and edit with. Let's explore what those are. Edit with we're going to talk about first. If I have worked on an image and I decide I want to edit it with Adobe Photoshop, let's say, I could edit with, and it will take the image and it will open it with Adobe Photoshop, and all of my Capture One edits will come over. So I will begin working on the edited version of the file. Open with, on the other hand, opens the original file inside of another software, but it does not maintain any of the edits you've already done. It starts fresh. So that is the difference between those. Now mine are all style brushes, but that's just the way that I tend to use this particular feature. So I have a style brush called Bright and Clarity. It adds brightness, it adds clarity. That is a style brush that I made. So if I was to say I want to select a style brush, I want the style brush to be bright and clarity, all I need is a keyboard shortcut. And I chose Command or Control and the number 1. Well, what does that mean? I'm going to close this. All right, let's come to a brand new image here. And I'm going to hold Command or Control and press 1. And you'll notice that my cursor has changed to a brush. And now I can brush on brightness and clarity. We can see the alteration right there. It automatically selected the brush. The brush automatically created a new layer, and I can simply brush in the effect. So this is a fast way of accessing your favorite styles or your favorite brushes. We just have to select them. Remember, edit, keyboard shortcuts, edit keyboard shortcuts. And we need to choose a style or a brush that we like, and then a keyboard shortcut. I like compound keyboard shortcuts for these, which means Command or Control or Alt or Option or Control, and then a number or a letter, in order to make these differentiated from speed editing keys, which really want to be just one key on the keyboard. But this is how you can quickly access your brushes or your styles. And that is the heart and soul of speed editing. Customize it to the things you use the most, and you're going to work. Let's get into the next section of what Capture One can do. And this is where I think a lot of people are initially introduced to Capture One as the most powerful tethering software in the world. And that is something that Capture One talks about a lot, and in my experience and in many photographers that I have worked with, their experience, that is a sentiment that has proven to be true, at least from my perspective and the things that I have tested. So we're going to look at tethering, and we're going to examine the tethering tools that are at our disposal, the tethering tool tab, and we're going to do some tethered shoots. First, let's understand what we're talking about. Tethering is when your camera is connected to the computer. So I have my camera set up, and I have a USB cable running from it into my computer. I turn on the relevant features inside of whatever camera I have. I won't be more specific on that point just because they are different for different cameras, but there will be tethering output options on your USB options inside of your camera. You can always Google what they are for your particular camera to turn on. And then I'm able to use the computer to run the camera. Now, why is that useful? It's really useful to be able to do this in controlled shooting environments. For instance, if I am doing product photography, then I might just bring something in and operate off of the computer. If I'm doing portraiture, then it's really fast to be able to shoot using the computer and have all of my basic editing done at the moment of capture and be done with my deliverables right about the time I'm finished doing the actual shoot. So this is used in a lot of commercial endeavors in controlled or interior spaces. I've used it professionally a number of times, and it's really a great way of operating when it is feasible. So I have my camera connected, and I'm going to come here to the tethering tool
tab. If you don't see it, of course, 3 dots, add tool tab, and tether is the second one. And I have it just right here. I'm going to collapse a bunch of these, and we're going to go through them a piece at a time, just so you can really understand everything that we are doing. Now we're looking at a test shot that I did before beginning to film, and we're going to shoot our own. But we first start with the tool, Next Capture Location. So when you are tethering and you take a picture, the image is not even stored on the camera's memory card. It is brought in via USB into your computer, and Capture One sorts it into whatever space you want it to go to. This is the same as your import dialog box. So for me, I'm just dumping them into the destination folder 2024, which is my folder for every picture I take this year, and it's 2024 as of recording. And then I have the option of putting them into a collection. So I can do just recent captures, which is honestly the easiest way, or I can do a capture collection. But recent captures only is really useful. What does that mean? What it means, if I come to my library tool, well, remember that under catalog collections, which is the collections that Capture One makes, we have all your images, the most recent 10 imports, but also the most recent 10 captured sessions right here. All right, so we create a new capture session when we begin doing this. And so they're going to go into that place as our kind of starting workflow. And then we're going to build other collections from there as need be. All right, so that's what this means. And it tells me how much space is left. I have 8 terabytes left on this hard drive. That's fine. Next, we're going to come to Next Capture Naming. And Next Capture Naming is a token-based naming system like every other naming system that we have looked at. So we can come to Format, and we could choose any kind of style that we want. For me, I like name and then date, but the name's really powerful. What does the name mean? Well, look right here on the tool. It says name, and then I can type in anything I want. So I've typed tether test, useful for me. All right. And then I like the date. So when I have 2 tokens, I like to have a space in between them. So I'm going to click there and just add a space so that the sample name will be tether test and then the date that I am shooting this. So I'm doing current date. How would we make that? Well, all I would do is find the relevant tokens down here, right? So one for name, and then for me, it is current date. Right, so right there. But I could also do a sequence. I could do a counter, and you have the option of doing a counter anywhere between 1 and 6 digits. That's just the drop down arrow. And then I'd be able to make that name. So when I actually create an image, right, as I have done here, I'm going to bring up my browser and take a look at this image here. We take a look at the name, it's tether test, and then the date, right? Now, the problem, of course, is that that can end up having images of the same name. And so I'm going to just change this here. Instead of current date for this particular sequence, because I don't need the name part of it, I'm just going to add a counter. And I think I'm going to make this a 2-digit counter. I don't expect on shooting more than, a couple dozen pictures here, right? But I could go higher if I really wanted to. All right, so the next one will be tether test and then 57. Right? Because that's the 57th picture that I have tethered using this version of the software. All right, so I don't tether that much on this particular machine right here. All right, so that feels good to me. So now we're kind of set up and ready to go. We know where the images are going. We know what they're going to be named, which is really powerful. And I like naming things after the shoot or the client or whatever I'm doing. Next, we're going to come to the camera tool. And this is where we really see the power of working in tethering. All right, so here we have the essentials of the camera. So we know that the camera is set in manual, and you'll notice that that's gray. Why is it gray? It's great because it is non-changeable, right? In order for me to change the mode of my camera, I have to spin a physical dial on the camera. So it is non-alterable, okay? The battery is non-alterable, all right? Now, why is exposure compensation and the F number non-alterable? This requires some explanation. The exposure compensation is non-alterable because I'm in manual mode, right? If I was in a different mode where exposure compensation operates, it would work. However, in manual mode with nothing set automatically, it doesn't. Now, why is the f-stop grayed out. The reason for that is I'm using a fully manual lens. So this is a lens that is so manual you have to set the aperture on an aperture ring on the lens. With electronic lenses, you will be able to alter this. Okay, so I wanted you to see that sometimes something may not show up and there will be a reason for that. Okay, but shutter speed is completely alterable. So I can come in here and I can choose different stops, and these are of course in third stop increments. I'm going to go to a 200th. Next I could choose my ISO, and I can come anywhere inside of my ISO range with the camera. So for me that's 102,000 all the way down to 50 or auto. I'm going to choose 100 because I've already done some test images using these exposure settings. Next, I have the drive mode, and I can change that and alter it. I can do a sequential shot, I can do self-timer, but we're going to do individual images, so I think one at a time is fine. Then I can come to my metering mode. I'm in fully manual, so it's not going to affect anything, but I could choose anything I wanted to, and it will alter. Next we come here, and I know it says flash, but it's actually not my flash. This is the white balance setting, right? So the white balance is set to flash because I am using a flash for this sequence. Now, if I wanted to, I could grab the white balance picker and come over to an area on my subject and do a manual white balance. And I'd be able to make a selection based off of that. So you can do a white balance. This is particularly useful if you're using something like a gray card or an Expo disc or a color checker passport. In order to gather correct white balance, you'd be able to do that if you wanted to. For me, just being in Flash would be fine. Next, I get how the image is saved, right? So I could simply send the raw file over to the computer, but it can default to saying, hey, I'm going to send the image to the computer, but I'll save an image on the memory card. I just want it to come to the computer because I don't need these on my memory card. That will be just fine. And so there I have the basic settings from the camera. We'll actually be able to change others if we want to. And please notice the benefit here is that I can run my camera without being behind it. And that's useful if the camera is farther away. And that happens in some types of shoots and some types of studio environments. But then I get the big gray button. Well, what does the big gray button do? Well, you guessed it. It shoots a picture. After I shoot, notice it comes over here. And we know this is the new one because I changed the naming convention from the date and a name to the name and a sequence. And notice that the white balance changed because I altered the white balance setting, right? So we got a slightly different white balance, which is nice. So this is the most recent image. They go in sequential order here because I have them arranged by date, right? And this is the most recent, and I can go up or down. That's why that switched. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of the browser because I don't need to see that. We have the little camera. And what's nice here is this is a live view of what the camera is seeing. And I'm going to prove to you that it's live. Here, just wave my hand in front of it. That is live right at this moment. Okay, and that means that I am able to take a look at everything and make sure it looks the way I want. I can still shoot a picture. It works totally fine. Okay, now I get camera focus. This only works not just with autofocus lenses, but specifically with autofocus lenses where the motor is made to be responsive to a computer telling it micro adjustments, which is why mine does not alter. You might see this work, but there are still a number of lenses that are non-compatible, so I don't worry about it too much. You can do small or large focusing alterations off of the software. Okay. Next, we can come into camera settings right here. And this is even more stuff. We've got ISO, we've got white balance. We can change the aspect ratio. We can change the flash mode. We can change the flash compensation. We can change nearly any alterable menu item inside of the camera, stuff that you may not ever want to change, right? So for instance, we have the option of changing inside of here the type of raw file, whether it's compressed or uncompressed. And that's something that we wouldn't expect that we would need here in a tethering software, but you have access. The idea being that we can completely control the camera in anything we might want to do without actually touching it, which is really nice. So this is the live view, and it does give you several nice benefits that would happen if we were behind the camera. So let's kind of walk through some of those. So a couple of the features. If I have a watermark, I can turn the overlay on and off, just like we've done previously looking at the overlay. I can turn the grid on and off, and please note that it's not restricted to only the live view. I can see whatever type of compositional grid I might want. I can shoot the image and preview it black and white. And then if the camera and lens are compatible, I can do a depth of field preview as well. That might be nice just to see by stopping down the aperture what kind of depth of field I'll get. Now the reason this doesn't operate is with a fully manual lens, the software cannot stop down the aperture for a depth of field preview. That's the reason for that, but you will see that it clicks down the aperture so you can see what your depth of field will look like. And then we can bring up the Capture One preferences, and it defaults to the tethered preferences that are here so that we could alter any of those if we felt that they were necessary. I'm going to get out of live view here and back into regular shooting. I don't use the live view all that often, but it might be nice for a little bit of previewing and to see live what the kind of composition in the image looks like. Next, we're going to come to camera settings. Now we looked at this inside of the live view. It's the same thing in two places, but it's a bunch of options that we might have inside the camera that we might want to change. I think it's pretty cool that we get that. Same thing from before. All right. Next, and this is a really powerful one, is next capture adjustments. I want to take a minute and go through this because there's some really important stuff inside of here, particularly at the end. First is the ICC profile, and this is the color profile. Typically, I just leave this as a default. If we were working with one, we could utilize it, but this is going to operate the same way as ICC profiles for the other images that you're using, so I don't worry about it all that much. Orientation, I can reorient the image, so if I was to shoot, the next image would come in with a 90-degree reorientation. I'm going to bring that back to 0. Shoot another picture just so I'm not looking at a sideways dragon. And there we go. Next is metadata. So I can use my regular default, but if I was adding in any metadata, I could copy from the last one. So type it in once and copy from the last, or copy from a specific image. If I needed to have specific data that was being added into the image itself, I could do that. Then I get where the magic really is, and that is under Other. And it says copy from clipboard, or copy from last, or copy from primary. But the main ones we're going to use are copy from last and copy from clipboard. Okay? So what does that mean? Well, once I dial in an image, let's say that I've got this image here, and we'll notice that my exposure is exactly the same because I have it set manually. Well, the trick, of course, is if an image is shot manually, as we typically do in tethering, then they would all need the same basic editing, wouldn't they? So let me show you how this works. I'm going to come to an adjustment, and I'll probably brighten it a little bit. I may take down a couple highlights. I might lift a couple shadows, right? Drop some black point. I think I might kind of lift here and drag down there just so my background doesn't get too bright. I might add a little bit of structure, let's say, and that's a pretty good edit. I'm happy. Okay, now this is the last image that I shot. All right, so if I was to come back into tethering and I have this to copy from last, which is the last image, when I shoot another picture, and the new one comes in, I can take a look at the edits and look at that. They are exactly the same. But what if I come to a older image? Okay, so here's an older one. It doesn't have the images. But what if I did an edit here, right? I'm going to brighten it a little bit. And then just to make sure it's really obvious, let's go ahead and let's make this black and white. Okay, so now I'm going to come to tethering and I'm going to say copy from clipboard. Oops, but I need to actually copy these edits. So I'm going to come to this image and I'm going to copy the images to the clipboard. Now we know there's a number of ways to do this, all right? One of the easiest is the adjustment clipboard. So I'm going to copy these edits. And look what they are. Black and white is enabled with an exposure adjustment. That's the adjustment clipboard, okay? Now come to tethering, and I'm going to copy from clipboard. I can shoot a picture, and look what happens. The next image that comes in is a black and white with those edits applied. So those are the main ways that we apply this, but we could do a style, of course. So if I was to come here, and I'm going to come to just default, and then do a style, I could do a, let's say, a black and white image. Here's kind of a gritty black and white thing. That seems like fun, so I'm going to automatically apply this style. That comes in with a different black and white because that style has been added. Okay, so we typically do either a basic adjustment, okay, from either the last image or the clipboard, or we do a style. We can, of course, combine both. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever, but the two would stack on top of each other, so that you know. Okay, so this is how we can build an edit, and every image coming in will not only be automatically imported into the right place, it will also come in with a specific edit. So your editing is almost completely done when you are tethering, which is pretty neat. Okay, now I'm going to change my adjustment clipboard, I think. I'm going to come to this one, and I'm going to take my adjustment clipboard, and I'm going to copy. And now I have these edits as my adjustment clipboard. Come back to tethering, and adjustment clipboard's there. Next we come to overlay. Now this is the same overlay we looked at previously, right? And we mentioned that in the live view, we have the option of turning the overlay view on. And the reason nothing showed up is I didn't have an image set up for the overlay. But just like the last time we looked at overlay, we'd be able to add our image in here, move it wherever we wanted, and turn on and off viewing. And of course we can do that, like we said, in the live view setting right there. Just to mention, camera focus here is only for specific lenses if they are responsive with their particular motor to be able to focus based on a computer's guidance. The reason mine is turned off is simply because it's a manual focus lens. So I can say, I would love for you to work, but none of the buttons actually operate, right? So that's what that is, and you can dial it in. The way that I would do this is with live view, definitely, because what you want to do here is see the image perfectly and then turn focusing on and adjust it slightly until it looks in focus off of the live view screen. That is a convenient way to be able to do it. Next we get to exposure evaluation, and exposure evaluation I consider mostly useless. It really just evaluates the initial exposure coming in, not the one you've edited, the one that initially came in, superimposed histogram, and showing kind of where the quality exposure values are and where your pixels tend to fall. I don't put a lot of stock in this. I would actually remove this tool from here, and if anything, add in just a basic histogram, which is a really useful tool to be able to see how your image looks, but it also, as we adjust exposure, the histogram alters, right? So that's a useful thing. So have it, don't have it, whatever you want, but I'll keep a histogram around. Now I know there's a couple other tools like the Live View Focus Meter, which basically lets you pick the area that you want to focus on, works with autofocusing lenses, and giving some info live while shooting. I don't really turn them on while I am working. All that I really need is the ability to make an alteration on the camera's exposure and other adjustments here, be able to see live in case I want to preview the way that something's going to look or maybe superimpose a grid. And then be able to do a basic exposure adjustment and have that adjustment be automatically applied to images as they come in. We've explored how to do all of that, so we have a lot of capability. We know where the images are going, and so really the only thing left to do is just be able to make a collection out of these. Unfortunately, that's super easy. So we can shoot any number of these that we want. We'll shoot another one here. And now, once I'm done with this session, what I'm going to do is come back to my library tool in the library tool tab, come to recent captures, and all of them are right here. right? They're all right here. These are the images. And I'm just going to grab one of them, right? Command or Control A for all. And then I'm just going to do what we have done before, user collection, and I'm going to create a new album with all of these highlighted images, Dragon, Tether, Test, select the images as part of the collection. And now I have Dragon, Tether, Test right there. And I've been able to make an album out of the chute. And if you're doing several tethered sessions in a row, every time you switch to a different product, let's say, or a different person, or a different perhaps pose, you can change the naming here, and then it will automatically show up and automatically be well organized for whatever you want to do going forward. So that's the way that tethering works. It's really great. It works awesome. I've used this in a number of professional settings, and you can shoot and edit simultaneously and have your deliverables to your client literally the same day with the way this works. And I think it's great. You should give it a try. We come to our last section, and that is on exporting. Now, before we actually get into exporting, it's actually really useful to think about why we export images. As we said at the beginning, Capture One is a non-destructive editor. That's why the catalog exists, because we have images on our machine, and then we have a catalog that references those images, and the edits that we make are stored in the catalog. Now, why was that all done? It's done as a non-destructive editor. Nothing that I have done here. Remember, this is the image we edited a little while ago. That's before, that's after. These edits, these exist in the catalog file, critically. They do not exist on the image itself, because the image is not to be altered permanently. So if I want a file that has these edits applied to this image, well, in that case, I need a new file. That's the heart and soul of non-destructive editing. In order to have a file with these edits applied to this image, I need a new file. And that's what exporting is. Exporting creates what is called a variant. A variant is a version or a variation of an image that has edits applied to it. So that's the logic behind variants. Now, as we work and as we edit, and this is a common question I get asked, there is no such thing as saving. There's no such thing as finishing. We just have wherever the current process is of the image. I could go in and edit this forever if I wanted to and never stop. And there's not a necessary stopping point. Of course, we stop when we think it's done, right? But the edit just remains. Why do we create a variant then if there is no need to finish or complete or save progress? The answer is very simple, and this is an important point that I think a lot of people completely miss. I do not need a new version of this file in order to look at an image that has the edits applied. Here it is. It looks great. Wonderful. I do not need to save this in order to have some final version of the image just for the purposes of having it, because I have it right here inside of the catalog. No, I make a variant of a file for a purpose. I'll say that again. We create variants of our images for a purpose. Maybe that purpose is to put up onto a website. Maybe that purpose is to print and hang on your wall. Maybe that purpose is to go into a photo book. Maybe it's to make a metal print. There are lots of things we do with images, but notice that the active word in that sentence is to do something. So when I want to do something with this image, perhaps make a print of it as a gift for somebody, I need a variant. Now that variant, by definition, has a job. The job is to be used to make the product or go onto the website or attach to the email, whatever. Once that job is done, we delete the variant because the variant has served its purpose. It's done its job. I can make an infinite number of variants off of this image. I just need to export it again. But I do not save them. I'll say that again. I do not save them. We do not collect or save variants. They get used for a purpose, they get deleted. If I have another purpose down the road, I make a new variant. And that is the way exporting from a non-destructive editor that has a catalog is supposed to be. That's the entire concept. And I'm surprised how often I run into people who believe that they need to export a version of the image and then import that exported variant back into the catalog. That is a meaningless thing to do. Now you just wind up with multiple images of the file, and it's a little bit tricky to see which one you're supposed to keep. So we don't go down that road, but we do export images when we have a job for them. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Now there's two ways to export, and they do give you different options. One of them is at the top going to export right here, and I could export the original file, right? Or I could export some variation of it, whatever I really wanted to do. But the way that I actually prefer working is to go to the Export Tool tab. Now, weirdly, a lot of people do not use the Export Tool tab, right? They will have an image and they decide they want to export it, so they'll go up to Export, and when they click on it, they get this export dialog box. Okay, now you would not necessarily get this, by the way, if you were going to go up and do the drop down arrow and export the original file. You would just get another raw file, okay? But if we click on the actual button, we get this. And these tools are not movable outside of the left panel, and we can't add or subtract exporting tools from here. So this is a more limited workspace, but it is a perfectly sufficient workspace. Okay, there's nothing wrong here. It is just a limited amount of things. Now, everything inside of here also exists inside of the Export Tool tab. So we'll be going through the tools in the Export Tool tab, but if you go to the actual export button, you will see many of the same tools listed here, and they will work in the same way. I just wanted you to know that either way works fine. You don't get necessarily a different product at the other end, but we do have more choices in the Export Tool tab, and that's really the only reason that I will be using that. So without further ado, let's say we wanted to export this image. We would go to the Export Tool tab. So let's go ahead and do an export. We're going to be exporting this image, and we're going to produce it for a certain usage. And we are going to build a recipe so that you understand how to build one as well. And let's introduce all of that. So the first thing here are the recipes. Let's take a look at this. And you're going to see a number of what are called recipes. Now these are presets for exporting a file. What do I want this file to be? Well, the file is going to be created for a particular use. So I want multiple recipes for different uses. And you're going to see that mine are all custom, right? All of these are ones I have made. I'm going to show you how to make one, okay? They are infinitely changeable. So I could just highlight one and change some stuff and it will be changed. So we never really save a preset. It just exists with the choices we've made until I change them again in the future, okay? And you're gonna notice the ones I have: Adobe JPEG Full, sRGB JPEG Full, okay, which I might move up there, sRGB JPEG 50%, sRGB JPEG Small, and TIFF. TIFFs are always large files, so there's no point in having smaller versions. And the only time we ever, as we will explore, use an Adobe JPEG is for large-scale reproduction. And so we don't need smaller versions of that, okay? But sRGB JPEGs that come in 3 different sizes for my purposes: full, 50%, and small is about 20% or so, okay? Now, how do we build one of these? Well, I'm going to walk you through building them, but the goal of having these is to easily get a repeatable quality exactly the same way you want it every time. If I highlight one, that is the way that the file is going, that's the one that I'm going to be working on, right? So if I highlight this, then I would be able to change factors about it Okay? If I check mark it, then I'm going to export the file and I'm going to get that export recipe. But if I check marked multiple of these, I would get 3 versions of the file, one for each one of the recipes checked. So yes, you can export an image and get multiple treatments of it for different usages. You just check mark them. The one you highlight, that's the one you're changing. The ones that are check marked, those are the ones you're going to get. Now we're going to build one from scratch, and let's build my my sRGB JPEG full. So in order to build one from scratch, I'm going to delete an old one. So I'm going to hit the minus sign. But I need to make a new empty recipe first. So I'm going to hit plus, new recipe. And we're going to call this sRGB JPEG full. There it is. I'm going to move it up here. And I'm going to be editing this, so I want it highlighted. Very critical, you highlight the one you want to change. I'm going to move this back here. The next choice is the export location. So let's bring this over here. Where do I want this to go? Now I'm a firm believer that exported variants should go to the downloads folder, right? So if I come here, I could choose a folder. It brings up a window. I make sure to choose downloads and I hit choose folder. Now what if I want a subfolder? What if I want to have a subfolder where the images go? You could do that. We could always have some given name, right? And then they will always go into that location, so as long as I leave it here. But what if I want exporting to create the subfolder, right? If it doesn't already exist and I typed in name, then it would create a subfolder called name and put the images in there. But if it already existed, it would just put them in the same place. But what if we wanted to create subfolders based on the image? Now, I'm going to show you the way I prefer to do this, but this is going to be the token recipe here, okay? So the subfolder would come in with a name, because this is a naming convention, based on some value, and it could be anything. The aperture of the image, the color space of the image, right? But here is actually the hidden trick inside of here. Scroll near the end, and the name for the subfolder should be subfolder. I know that sounds weird. I know it's weird for the subfolder's name to be subfolder, but this references something else that we're going to get to in just a minute. So it makes sense in just a second, okay? Now, what if I have 2 images that have the exact same name? What do? Well, that's called existing files. I could add a suffix to the new image, I could overwrite the previous image, or skip creating the image because there's already one with the same name. I'm going to go to add suffix, which makes a ton of sense to me. Next, I'm going to see the sample path. That's where the image will go. And then how much space is left in this location, or on this machine rather. Okay? Now let's answer the question, why is it that if I want to have a subfolder, why the naming convention should be subfolder? Seems a little bit weird, but here's why. It's because of something called the export cross recipe tokens. I love this tool, and it's actually the main reason why I use the export tool tab, not the export button, because the export button does not have export cross recipe tokens in it. It's not there. You have to come to the tool tab to get this. This allows us to cross-reference, right? Or cross recipe token, right? So cross-reference for the purposes of creating tokens and names, different parts of the export tool tab. So here is the first thing called subfolder. So if I have a subfolder named subfolder, what that's referencing is I'm going to have the subfolder named whatever information is here inside of this subfolder. All right, this subfolder header. And what I want is recipe name. This is super powerful, okay? Because I have my recipes here, Adobe RGB, sRGB. What if I exported this image twice? Once as an Adobe, once as an sRGB. Well, if I did that, I could have them go automatically into different folders based on the recipe, and I'll never be confused about which image is which. So you could choose lots of stuff inside of here, but I think the most powerful are the recipe name, which is my favorite, or the recipe format. Okay, I prefer recipe name. Next, I get job name. Now that's weird because there's no job name anywhere around here, but I'm going to type in landscape, as you can see. So that comes in with the next tool called export naming. What if you don't like the name of the file. So for instance, right now this file is called DSC00038. Well, that means nothing to me. What if I wanted the export to have a given name so that I would know what it is when I go to print it or do whatever with it? Well, if I came here to Format, got rid of image name, which by the way, image name is a great one if you just want the name of the file as it is, no changes, and I came down to, you guessed it, job name. Well, now it's going to be called landscape. Why? Because that's what I typed here. But what if I'm exporting 2 or 3 landscape images? Well, I might want to do the kind of thing that I regularly do, put a space, add a 1-digit counter, and maybe make it a 2-digit counter. And so now this is going to be landscape 02. All right? That's a really nice naming convention. And so I leave export cross recipe tokens right near the top and location and naming below it so that I can very, very quickly know what's the subfolder going to be and what is the name of the file going to be when I export that given variant. And that will not change the name of the original file, only the new variant. Okay, next let's get into export format and size. And this is where we actually make it an sRGB JPEG full. All right, so first, the format. Well, I said I wanted a JPEG, so we're going to say JPEG. But let's talk about this. We have JPEGs, all right. We have TIFFs, okay, so a very large scale image for much larger reproduction. DNGs, or a digital negative, which is a universal raw file format created by Adobe. PNGs, which is a more compressed version of an image that does support transparency. And then PSDs, or Photoshop document. Of these, the ones you're going to use easily the most are JPEG and TIFF. JPEG for smaller scale reproduction, TIFF for much larger scale reproduction. Okay? DNGs and PSDs are much larger files for additional editing, but I don't think it's really useful to work with these when we are exporting. Here's why. I could come to the image thumbnail, right click, edit with, and then I could edit in another software like Adobe Photoshop. When I do this, if I'm going to Photoshop, for instance, it will take my image and save it with all the edits applied as a PSD and open that PSD in Photoshop, meaning I get to do this export and the open step with one click. It's faster. DNGs, not really useful when we're working with solid images, just because we probably already have the raw file. And if we wanted to take an image and maybe make a DNG version of it, sure you could, but you're not going to make it more editable. I'm also not a big fan of saving PNGs. PNGs are still a compressed format. They do not support layers, but they allow for transparency. So when you create like a logo that's not an exact rectangular shape, that's a PNG. But we're working with images that are already a rectangular shape. And so PNGs, not super useful, exported from Capture One, but we use them in Photoshop, okay? So the main ones you're gonna use are TIFF and JPEG. Next, we get the color space, or what is called the ICC profile. I mentioned ICC profile when we were talking about tethering, and I kind of glanced over it. The reason for that is that we're shooting in RAW, and so we don't need to worry about the color profile at the moment of capture. Okay, but here we're doing something called collapsing the color space. So let's get into that. Everything that reproduces an image in any way has a range of colors available, a range of colors that it can reproduce. Okay, the file format is one of those. So when you shoot a raw file, it's technically saving the image in a color space called ProPhoto RGB, which is a little bit more than 99% of all naturally occurring colors in the visible light spectrum. The problem with that is that there are no monitors and really no printers, or almost no printers, that can actually reproduce the ProPhoto RGB color space. We have to print in a standard format. TIFF or JPEG are the most common, and those have smaller color spaces than ProPhoto RGB. Let's actually examine that. Okay, so here is the Adobe RGB color space. This is all the colors reproducible by a file in the Adobe RGB color space. Here they are. Now, you may have heard it said that the sRGB, or standard red, green, blue, the sRGB color space is smaller. That's true. Here's how much smaller it is. I'm going to hold for comparison against sRGB. Okay, so now everything that is gray is in the Adobe RGB color space, but not the sRGB color space. And that is your size difference. Color spaces are three-dimensional objects. Not a lot of people know that. Right? So that is the size difference, okay? And that's a big difference. There's a lot more color in Adobe RGB than in sRGB. That is 100% true, okay? However, remember, when we export a variant, we are doing so for a purpose, to go online, to be printed on a t-shirt, to become a metal print, or whatever. That process reproduces the image, and everything that reproduces an image has a certain range of colors it can reproduce, its color gamut. And what we need to know about the method of reproduction is its color space. So for instance, the internet is programmed in sRGB. I cannot, over a computer, show you an Adobe RGB color space. Not really, because the means of transmission narrows it down to sRGB. Okay? So certain things are just sRGB color spaces. Minilab prints, typically those that are 8x10 and smaller, are sRGB. Printing onto more exotic materials like canvases or t-shirts are sRGB. Okay? The sublimation process that makes metal prints is an sRGB process. Now, large-scale dye sublimation or inkjet printers, those are typically Adobe RGB. So let us say that I have this image and I wanted to do two things with it. I wanted a large 20x30 print for myself, and I wanted a canvas print for my family that I was going to give as a gift. Well, that's two different color spaces. Adobe RGB for me, sRGB for the canvas. Okay? That's why both of these are really important to have. Now, this is also why it is so important to get any sort of printing done at your local camera store, whatever the local camera store is to you, right? Because there are professionals there who know every process and what color space is used in each process and how to get accurate color for each process, okay? That's why that's so important, all right? So we are building an sRGB JPEG, and so I'm going to switch this to sRGB, okay? Now, I want to go back a step. What if I wasn't doing a JPEG? What if I was doing a TIFF? Notice there's something here that says 8-bit, and I can't click on it. The reason is all JPEG is 8-bit. But what does that mean? Okay, this image is made out of the primary colors, reds, greens, blue, RGB. How many shades are there of red from dark to bright? Okay, now the answer to that question is 8-bit. 2 to the 8th power is the number of shades of red, 2 to the 8th power of green, 2 to the 8th power of blue, okay? If I'm in TIFF, by the way, I can change that to 16-bit and have a greater range of tonal values. That's what that is. That's also why TIFF images can be so much larger than JPEGs, okay? Next, we come to resolution. Now, resolution is just not used very much anymore, okay? It used to be that we only talked about images electronically in physical dimensions, right? Pixels per inch, dots per inch, pixels per millimeter, pixels per centimeter, okay? That's really only a reproduction standard and not even a very commonly used one for most users these days. Remember, this is only referencing physical reproduction, okay? Because it's measured in inches, right? You have to be printing something for this to make sense. I don't touch this anymore because if I'm changing the size of the file for whatever reason, I just drag down the quality. That works just fine. But some particular publications or websites require images to be given in a certain resolution, okay? Now we can look at this in two different ways. The resolution can dictate the size of the print, or the size of the print can dictate the resolution. And we get both options here. Here I'm going to say that I want to have a reproduction that's 300 pixels per inch, okay? Typically, if you're viewing something at 1.5 feet away, human eyesight is about 170 pixels per inch, so this number doesn't mean a whole lot, but let's say that that's the requirement. Well, in that case, 300 pixels per inch is going to be given to me by the place where I'm submitting the image, and I would scale the image in a fixed way. Right? In other words, I'm going to scale the image up until it's the size of 300 pixels per inch. But I could go the other way. I could say, hey, I want to guarantee that my width is going to be, let's say, 20 inches. Okay, and then I want to make sure that I get 300 pixels per inch if I'm printing 20 inches. Okay, this gets into something called interpolation, which is where we add pixels, but it doesn't make the image sharper. Okay, so you could definitely take a low res image and have enough pixels for 300 pixels per inch at 20 inches. However, it just finds 2 pixels that are similar to each other and puts the same value in between them, and does not get any sharper. It just is not technically pixelated. So this does not actually do a whole lot for image quality, right? Typically we approach this from whatever the dimensions of the image are, print this or create the file so that it's 300 pixels per inch at the size we do. Again, we don't end up dealing with this very much. We just drag down the quality slider for most applications and we're good to go. But if you have a requirement from someplace, that's what we do. Next, we come to open with. Open with is going to allow us to say that this file will automatically open if we double click it in a given software, right? Well, we don't want it to be an editing software because this is an image for printing, for reproduction. We don't want to go back and re-edit it. So if you're going to choose something, you choose like a preview, but typically I leave this set to none and we are totally fine. All right, let's come to watermarking. So watermarking by default is turned off. Now the one trick for watermarking is if you're going to build this into a recipe, you want that watermark saved in a standard location because it remembers the pathway to find it. So if I wanted to, I could create a watermark. This is the same way we created it early in the class. Find an image somewhere on your machine, drag it over, it will appear. If it doesn't appear, it's because proofing is turned off. All right, and then I can grab the hand, I can move it around, I can rescale it to whatever I want. I'm going to turn that off because I don't want it for this particular image, but you could make export recipes that include watermarks. Just make sure the watermark stays in a given place, okay? And otherwise we use this exactly the same way that we worked with watermarks previously in the class. All right, next let's come to metadata. And this is the data that is actually added to the image and is searchable and findable inside of a computer. I turn off keywords. I don't think that necessarily most places where I send images need to have keywords added, but if an image is going into some kind of a database or it's being searchable by a publication, you might leave that on. Okay, I turn off rating and color tag. That's for my information, not other people's, but you could leave it on. But your copyright information and camera metadata, that's stuff that should be added in. It gives you protection of your images, at least being able to prove that something is yours, okay? You can leave GPS on. I leave other metadata turned on regarding the camera. I think that's fine, but I don't add in my overlay or my annotations. If I want an overlay, I'm gonna add a watermark, okay? Annotations, those are for my reference, but if an image is going to be looked at by another editor, you could have annotations added in, right? So you're able to add in that information as you see fit. Next is going to be export summary. There's no choices in here. This just tells us what kind of image we should expect, okay? So the recipe is called sRGB JPEG Full. The file name will be Landscape02. Why that? Because that's what we said inside of these two places. We've set the scale to 100%. This is going to be an sRGB image. The format is that it's going to be a JPEG with a quality of 100, and with all those things considered, the file size will be about 8 megabytes. Seems fine to me. This is where we double check our work. Lastly, we get the queue. Now, if I'm exporting one image, we won't see this do almost anything. So for instance, if I come here, I'm going to export this, I hit export, watch here the queue will appear at least briefly. There it is, and then it's gone. It disappears when the image has finished being exported. And so now, I'm going to quit my color sync utility, I can come in here, I can find inside my downloads folder, there's a folder called sRGB JPEG Full. That name came from the fact that the location is going to be the downloads folder. A subfolder will be created. the subfolder will be named after the recipe name. The recipe name is srgbjpeg full, and there it is. If I open that up, I get an image. If I take a look at it, it is 9.3 megabytes, or about 8, which is what was predicted. If I open it up, there's the image. Okay? Now, if I was exporting a number of images, they would all show up here, and they would drop out as they were finished being exported. I could also come to the history of all of my exports. Okay, there they are, going back in time. And there's a lot of them. It saves them for a while. I can find an image, and if I exported it and I lost it, I'd be like, oh, I wish I had kept that. I can come back to it and reprocess the selected image. And by reprocessing it, I'll get it a second time. We know it's this one here. It's the 02 space 1. Why the space 1? Because they have the same name. And I told it if two images came in and they had the same name, I should add a suffix. And that is why the 01 appeared. Okay? So what's great is once I know how these work, I can come in with an image and say, all right, I'm going to print this image, let's say. I want it as an Adobe file. There it is. Check mark it, hit export, and I know it's going to come in. There's the Adobe JPEG full, and there's the image. And I can look at these particular folders, and the subfolders come in exactly as I want. Once I use this image for some type of purpose, I delete it because I don't need to save these. The original still exists here inside of Capture One, and that is how
Thank you so much for coming along with me on this exploration through Capture One. I hope that this has been an incredibly useful guide through Capture One on all the tools necessary for your particular workflow, whatever that happens to be. If you want to find some styles to download to be able to add to your workflow, you can find them at the website, thefstopshere.org. That's also where you can find information about classes that I have coming up that I'll be teaching. And if you want personal hands-on assistance setting up your catalog, especially with the organizational part, I run a website called mylightroomisamess.com where I work with Lightroom and Capture One customers in order to help them with any organizational issues that they have with their imagery and getting it organized inside of their catalog. So you can check that out as well if it's helpful for you. I appreciate you being here with me, and I hope to see you at other classes in the future. And until then, happy shooting.